Warning: the following video contains strong language which may be offensive to some viewers and/or inappropriate for children. The content within this video is intended for mature audiences only.
Southern Fried Paranormal with Len Dorman featuring Bones. Catch us on Spotify, iHeart, iTunes, Spreaker, Facebook, Stream, and everywhere else you catch your podcasts. And of course, WLFE-DB.com. Now, from the backwoods of southeast Arkansas, right beside the Bayou Bartholomew, the longest bayou on the planet, broadcasting from downtown metropolitan Cane Creek Township, here is your host, Len Dorman.
Hey, I'm here. Everybody be seated. Stop the applause, please. That's enough applause. They take the seat, so we'll get the show started. We're going to bring out our guests right about now. Chris Garcia and AmyAnna Soto. Welcome to the show.
Hello, and thank you for having us.
Hey, glad to have you. It's about time we got you on the show. We've had Chris. Everybody knows Chris because he doesn't know anything.
Yeah, I don't know shit. Technically, I don't know nothing. But then again, I've always lied to everybody. I don't know nothing. I'm just the outside influence. It's not about me tonight.
Yeah, he's not an internet influencer. He's just an influencer. Yeah. Usually a bad behavior. So, AmyAnna, I hope you can keep us sane tonight and keep us going down the straight and narrow.
Okay, so we're talking about dreams tonight. What is a dream? Why do we dream? What's in a dream? And just what are the aspects of the paranormal and things of dreams? Visits from loved ones, aliens, and things that go bump in the night.
Chris, who is Tim? Chris?
Go ahead, I can hear you.
Who is Tim?
Sorry. I'm letting you guys talk, sorry.
Who is Tim? He just came into the show.
Tim?
Yeah.
Nobody named Tim. There's Scott.
Is it Timothy? Timothy?
I don't see no Timothy.
I know a Tim.
Do you know a Tim?
Yeah, but I'm not sure if that's him or not. Yes, it is Tim. Yes, I know him.
Okay. Hello, Tim.
Hi, Tim. Tim is in the founder of the Dream Group, and
okay.
He's just watching. He's not going to come in.
Okay.
But really good guy.
Okay. We would just take him out, put him on the side right there in the green room. He can just still hear and see us, and if he wants to say something, we can bring him back in.
Okay, great. Thanks for coming, Tim. And so, dreams, if everybody's ready, let's talk about first what happens between sleep, between being awake and going to sleep, and the things that precede sleep, like when you're going to sleep and you hear like a scream, or you hear your name, or there might be some shadowy figures or objects around you that weren't there before. And mostly it could be music, it could be other noises. I think probably most of us have experienced it at least once in our lifetime. There could be surreal landscapes in the room and stuff. So there is an actual term for this. It's called hypnagogic dreams. And that is the dreams or visions that precede sleep. When you're going to sleep and you're not you're not awake, but you're not entirely asleep in that realm. And there's also hypnopompic phenomena, which is the same, but it's when you're just after waking up, when you're coming out of sleep into waking. And I'm talking about this is because when you're coming out of sleep into waking, it's usually when you wake up before your body fully wakes up. And you experience sleep paralysis, you might see shadowy figures, and in some of these states, it's believed that those glimpses of interdimensional travel to other realms, visitations from deities, aliens, that are possible in coming to the consciousness. And so that's a little bit about this. And there could be when you're going to sleep, and between waking and sleeping, you can see things like colors, patterns, landscapes, and faces and images that are kind of mirrored or upside down. And so just to go into that, and in the medieval times and even now, it's believed that it's a glimpse into other dimensions and other realms, and things like there was I have an example of a dream that a dreamer had, and it goes, well, I was on a quest going into other worlds just to marvel the sights, and this is the vision that she had before waking up. She went into a large garden area under a canopy of trees where it was night, and walked around until she seen a deep cement bird bath. And she looked into it and seen a fairy world, and just seeing everything in the fairy world, all the fairies, the wings color, the iridescence of the wings. Some of them had solid wings. And she put her head in the bird bath and let her hair and arms fall around it. So it's like covering the whole bird bath. And she explored the world. And then there was a giant old oak tree in the middle with twisted trunks and stuff. And in the middle of the oak tree was this rectangular red jewel that was kind of like a ruby. And when she started to reach for it, she couldn't breathe. And she came out of her body and looked down on her body that was in the bird bath and was trying to pull up her head and to come out of the world. And she couldn't do it until she finally went into her body. And
we lost your audio. You muted yourself.
oh no, how long ago was that?
About 30 seconds.
Oh no. Okay, so where did I lose you guys at? Do you remember the last words?
You were pulling. She was in the water. She had to go down and pull her head out, and that's about the time we lost it.
Okay, so she was trying to pull her head out of the bird bath, and she realized she had to go inside her body and pull it out from the inside, from being inside the body. And that's when she woke up gasping for air, and kind of like waking up from a nightmare with those images when you have the sleep paralysis and you fully awake and you kind of gasping for air and going, oh God, I'm glad that's just a dream. And so that's one example of those states. and things. It's just glimpses. There's a darker side of seeing the shadowy figures and hearing movements and things. It is very frightening to experience the sleep paralysis. I've experienced it. Seen shadowy figures in my room, and it was very frightening. And not being able to move or say anything, it is frightening, and things. And that's why they finally came up with these terms for it and things. It is a rare, it is phenomena that does happen and has happened over time. And so if anybody has any comments or anything about what we're talking about.
Well, I have one question.
Okay.
One of the most common things I've ever heard was some people dream in black and white, and some people dream in color, and this tells you they're more creative or something. Is this true, or is that just old wives' tales?
Truthfully, I've known a lot of dreamers, and none of them dreamed in black and white. It's always full color. So either we're all very creative, or yeah, I really don't know about that one. I think it's a wives' tale, actually, because there's so many that dream in color.
Yeah, I've always dreamed in full living color. Even before there was color TV sets, I was dreaming in color.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Because you dream about life, and the TV things kind of come in, and like with dream symbolism, it could be certain aspects of what's on TV, but it all relates back to your dream.
One of the issue I have, a lot of my dreams are violent.
Mm-hmm.
I've dreamed that I've been in combat so many times I can't even count. I'd almost say a very least a quarter, and probably a third of the time I'm dreaming, I'm in combat, like a video game. Sometimes I'm looking from my point of view. Sometimes I'm looking from like a TV point of view, like a camera point of view, watching me.
Okay. Were you ever in combat yourself?
I was never in the military. I've been shot at a couple of times, but it wasn't real combat.
Okay. That kind of combat and violence goes into anger. A lot of things that are repressed, anger, things that need to come to light. I have a lot of violent dreams also, and it was things that come to light. But also there is, I've had dreams like when the soldiers, when the war first broke out in the 90s, and I had dreams of being in war, being in combat. And it's like, I was first thing from combat and the war, but it was like other people, like the soldiers that died in combat, were telling me their stories, would tell me stories of their life. It was like I was writing my dreams. I just barely started writing my dreams at the time. And it felt like they wanted a record of it felt like almost like they existed. They wanted a record that this is my life, I was here, kind of feeling. And so being in combat could be inner struggles, could be you're struggling with an issue. It could be something like what I experienced, that might be more on the paranormal side. Could be, can you give an example of a dream besides just combat, like a detailed dream? Because then we can go off that more.
Some of them are just that. I don't know what I'm fighting for or against. Sometimes it's human, sometimes it's not. Sometimes I'm in a World War II setting. Sometimes it's futuristic war. I have had combat dreams of being in a Western. Is this that I watch too many movies?
It could be that, oh God, I just had it. Fears and anxieties of the future combat, fear of, it could be like internal fears of what's going to happen in the future. It's there. And then the anxieties of all the terrorist attacks and things and what's going to happen to the world later on. And things, all that comes into play. And what kind of terrain is it? Is it always the same terrain? Is it all different, like on a different planet, in the desert?
Most of the time, it's Earth. The Western era. What I've got a cockable rifle in my hand, maybe just 6-gun instead of an automatic gun of some sort. I'm in old Western towns. Sometimes the place is completely abandoned, like I'm visiting an old ghost town. But I'm living back in the. It's like I'm reliving something I did in the past, and the town had died around me since the time. I don't know. It's kind of hard to figure that out. The other combat, some of it again is futuristic. Some of it's not. Some of it's just me on a battlefield, kind of like the Vietnam era. Got explosions going on, smoke bellowing, and I've got an automatic weapon in front of me, an assault rifle, and I'm just going from spot to spot, being shot at and shooting back.
Okay. Did you have any struggles of conflict, confrontations, anything like that at the time?
No, because a lot of it's been since I've been married, which is one wife and I get along just fine. We don't argue about. We very rarely even disagree on stuff. To say nothing about arguing on anything. So it's not that. It's not like had an argument with the wife or went to bed or something. That hasn't happened.
Okay. No, it wouldn't be that. It would be more like an internal conflict with somebody, like, should I go ahead with this? Should I not? It'd be like, it'd be, yeah, it'd kind of be like an argument, but I don't see it being with your wife since you're in combat with soldiers. It'd be more with the outside world and something. And the 6-shooter ghost town kind of reminds me of something that you're visiting from your past that needs to be confronted, that you're confronting and shooting out. You're confronting and bringing it to light, something that's over and done with. It could even be from a past life, the residual from a past life. that is that kind of came up and is resolving in this lifetime?
I do have links to combat in the past. If you remember your Western Doc Holliday, Wyatt Earp days,
Yes.
Wyatt Earp was born in Illinois. So was my wife.
Okay.
Doc Holliday was born and partially raised in Georgia, Griffin, Georgia, to be specific. I was born and raised in Columbus, Georgia. His family moved from Griffin down to Valdosta, and that's where his mother died. She caught tuberculosis and died, and that's where he got it from his mother, taking care of his mother when she had it. That's where he got it. But it was after that he went to dental school up in Philadelphia, New York. I forget exactly. Went up to the New England area to go to dental school and graduated from one of the most prestigious dental schools in the country at the time. But his mother died and is buried in Valdosta, Georgia, which is only 50 miles, a little bit less from where I was born.
Oh, wow.
So there's a little bit of a link there where we were we didn't cross paths because we were over 100 years apart, but we tread some of the same ground in Georgia. And then to have the Wyatt Earp being born in Illinois and the wife being born in Illinois, it's kind of a link there. I don't know if it's got anything to do with it or not, but there is a link.
Yes, definitely. And how did you feel about these dreams when you woke up?
Sometimes amused. I have learned how to control my dreams so I don't get killed in my dreams. I will look at the situation and say this is unwinnable. If I'm caught in a situation where it's, you're going to get killed in the next few seconds, or there's just no way to get out of this without dying, I will end the dream and wake up. So I can control my dreams to some extent. Some of the combat things, I just let them go just to see where it leads.
Okay. And that's like I'm saying, it's playing out whatever is in the past, whatever's bringing these dreams. It's working out. Sometimes whatever it is, whatever the issue is that's bringing up these dreams, it doesn't become an issue until you are in a right state of mind to tackle that issue, to face it. And so maybe marrying your wife and stuff gave you a sense of and having a home like that gave you a more sense of a safety. So whatever this issue is came up, and now your mind's kind of playing it out, and it's putting it away. It's playing it out. You're being amused by it. They're not nightmares.
No.
Yeah. So it's more or less just being played out. And things. It's great you can control your dreams. Do you realize you're dreaming? Do you lucid dream?
Oh yes. Most of the situations I'm just like watching a movie. I'm just sitting there, when you watch a movie on TV or in the theater, you're not in any real danger. Freddy Krueger's not going to jump out of the screen and slit your throat. That's not going to happen. If you're watching the Avengers, Loki or somebody's not going to come out, jump out of the screen and grab you. That doesn't happen. You're just watching a movie. And that's a lot how my dreams are. I'm looking at them like I'm watching a movie, even though I'm in the movie.
Okay, great. So you're the watcher and you're the actor.
Right.
You're the audience and the actor.
It goes back and forth. Sometimes I'll be looking at what's going on from my point of view. Then all of a sudden I'll flip back to watching the camera point of view, which is neutral. I'm watching myself from
Okay.
maybe 10 or 15 feet away.
Yes, I do. I do that also. It's
Yeah, that
it's
is
kind of
very
neat.
interesting. I'm just gonna add that the dreams that we have with interpretations, um, a little different for me. Sometimes you sit there and wonder, is, are these just dreams with premonitions, visions, so to speak? So when you bring this up, you ask yourself, are you really dreaming? Because when you
Chris,
wake
your
up from
sound's
all
off. I can't understand.
no, I said the music. Sorry, it's just like no. I'm just saying that when there's that when you dream,
Mm-hmm.
that when you have these dreams, it's hard to perceive stuff, to be able to have the difference of what is a dream and what is a vision between the premonition. You got to be able to tell. You got to be able to tell the difference.
Yes, but sometimes you don't know it's a premonition until it comes true. But like in your case, being a psychic, you're a different case.
Yeah, me and Lynn are total different people, but it's like I can't even tell the difference anymore. But since there's been a lot of weird stuff going on, the difference between the visions from back then to now, because of what I've gone through, they are creepy more than what they were before. So it's kind of more like vivid. So it is different. And I've talked to a few other people that could be watching the show, which I'm pretty sure they are. And the dreams that they tell me, and I'm just like, what the hell kind of vision are you dreaming about? But I think this goes along with prior events that people are going through and obstacles of problems that are going in the physical. So it's their subconscious connecting to what's around them and the people that they're associated with.
Chris kind of hit
Yes.
on something. He and I are so different. Chris would I asked and talked to a few people, and I volunteered to do time in Ukraine. I know how to fire the main gun on a Bradley and a Striker, two fighting vehicles. The Bradley's having a lot of success in Ukraine against Russians. Russian soldiers fear it, and
Mm-hmm.
I can fire the main gun off of that, and I would be greatly feared by the Russians because I'd just go in there and start shooting. Uh, so I can't see Chris doing that. That would be me volunteering to do violence on others, and I can't see Chris volunteering to do violence against anybody.
The only time, Lynn, that I would be, that I can do, like when I have visions and stuff, excuse me, sorry, give me the word. Anyways, is when it's come like in the paranormal and to do walks, spiritual walks. Uh, Sometimes I don't have to be physically there. Um, we've been tested. We don't talk to. Well, actually, I don't talk to this person anymore. But with pictures, walks can be there. It's just you feel the energy of the picture. It's like it's moving in the picture. And that was my first experiment. Actually, I want to say sometime. Sorry. I want to say sometime last year. I've never experienced this in my life. It was totally something that's different, but I love a challenge, and it was to the T where someone called me out and said, "Holy crap, you were right on point." And on top of that, it was like I was remote viewing and channeling and projecting. I was doing all that all at one time. A lot of houses, we did walks into people's homes that are there. Oh my god, I'm having a moment. Sorry, and it's nothing like it. Then to do a walk for a missing person's case, it's just oh my god, I'm like speechless on this one. But people that have seen me do walks know I can do it. And thanks to a little birdie on the show, spurring it on me, taught me to do different types of walks. And kind of interesting. And I'll just leave it with that, Lynn. It's walks are just amazing. I'll leave it with that.
Chris had, yeah, we'll leave it at that. Chris, do you mind telling us the dream you had right before we met?
Oh my God, you really want to go there? Well,
Because it kind of
this
goes
this
into
was
what,
it goes to a little bit of what her life is like to be in. I remember having a dream, and I remember looking to the end, and I keep looking at the bridge. And as I'm looking at the bridge, there's a fence. It's not connected. It's like they just put barriers of a fence, and I'm like, what the hell am I looking at? So I'm looking at the fence, and I'm just confused in the moment. I'm in the vision. This fucking limo passes up, all tinted black, and there was people dressed in men in black, like Will Smith. All of a sudden, there's this girl disappears out of nowhere on the other side of the fence where there was a bunch of tools. They were looking for this person. I didn't know who it was. And even though with barriers, mind you, this was a vision. So they had a lock on the outside. They could have just climbed over it. But in the vision, it was weird. And I got the key and opened it. There was no walls, no buildings around the fence. So they could have just knocked it down. But they chose not to. So I helped this girl get her out. And on the other side of this area, there's this brick wall. On the other side, there's all these cars that are just a garage. But they just, cars that are just wrecked and all this other shit. And then there's houses on the other side. I said, I gotta save you from all this shit. She goes, how did you find me? I said, we're here. So I crossed the rock, whatever you want to call it. I don't even know what it's called anymore. And I saved her. And then on the other side, there was a house that had like a peak to it. And on the other side, it was just so weird. It changed from the bridge to the fence to all that's what they call a junkyard. Let me phrase it. And then further on the other side, there was a dirt road with a tank. And I'm all like, weird. One, two, three, four phases. I find that to be, I'm doing a reading for someone, right? I'm doing a reading. And I said, I don't know what the hell's going on. 2 days later, Amy messages me. Didn't even know who she was. Didn't make sense. She paid for the reading. And she goes, yeah, I was referred by someone, because I've seen you on shows, but I never really talked to you. Sorry. So outside of that, I connected. And I told her, I said, I don't know why I'm getting this feeling. I need to tell you something. I had this dream. I tell her the dream. And I find out to be that she had an uncle that had a junkyard. And the bridge is all connected to her. And the people that were in the tuxedo, she's had people watching her since before I even came
Family.
along. So that's what it feels like to be Chris and having a vision of people. And I usually would have a vision before I would meet people. And I want to be able to difference between what was mine and what was not mine. Don't ask me how I did that shit. And outside with that, knowing that it had to do with situations, now it's like more of what's going on in our daily lives. But it's just weird how I deal with it. Sorry,
Yes,
I have to
thank you,
put it
Chris.
on mute. So, sorry, I have to put it on mute every time I cough. But anyway, I've helped so many people. And again, Amy, I've helped so many people and with you and others. And knowing that we're doing the show, the symbols and things I've seen throughout this past life, with the last dream we had with the person we don't talk to no more. Or I don't talk to her. And the last dream we had was the last recent one was a White House looking straight down, and I'm like, what am I looking at? I'm seeing a field. Something said, look to the roof. There's this great horned owl just looking straight that way. I'm like, what the hell is this damn owl on top of this trailer home that I don't even know who the hell it belongs to, or I didn't think I didn't know who it belonged to. I did. And I just looked straight down. I'm looking the other way. Yeah, I was looking this way. Then he looked at me and he went like this and just looked. Didn't move his head. Didn't even turn his head. Just looked straight at me. And I said, oh my God, this is creepy as shit. Find out to be the person I don't fucking talk to anymore. Excuse my language. That was her house. And she's like, what the hell does that mean? I said, something's coming. War is coming this way. And it's coming from that direction, that direction. Funny that it's an L shape. Now that I'm thinking about it, sorry, I'm in the moment. Now that dream is making sense because the owl is my totem. So technically, it was looking out for me, but telling me about this house that there's something weird or someone that is connected to this house. And I'm gonna just leave with that. But I'm getting validation as I'm going along with the show. Um, and thank you for bringing me on. I guess I know it's about you, but I just wanted to tell you thank you for bringing me on. And as we're talking about this and I'm describing the vision, it's making sense to me as of now. Because everything that I had of that vision, of that house, sorry to say, something of in the distance that it's coming, like a storm is coming, it's all making sense. So basically, that house was telling me everything's all at one time.
What?
I'm creeping myself
Hey,
out now.
hey,
Yes.
Chris,
I'm gonna put it on mute. I'll let you guys talk. I'm creeping myself out. Hold
Mhm.
on.
you've got to watch dreams like Chris was talking about, because what can, let me ask you this, Amy. Can real
Okay.
life, things you think about in real life, affect your dreams? Because I'm I've got a very big military mind, even though I never
Mhm.
served in the military. I go to an ear doctor who used to be a major in the military, and she said when I got kicked out of boot camp, the Navy missed a big asset, because she would have loved to have had me on her staff when she was a major in the Air Force. But
Mhm.
uh, I do a lot of studying, and it looks like we're going to be in a World War III about 2027.
Yeah, it looks like it's all going that way.
Mm-hmm.
But with dreams, yes, mostly people say, the experts anyway, say that dreams are usually your daily life and thoughts being worked out at night.
Mm.
Of course, I'm the exception because all my dreams take place way in the past and things I hardly ever dream about my present day. But generally speaking, that's what most of the books and, like I said, experts say, that dreams just um, kind of decompress your day and your thoughts
Hmm.
about recent. Generally, with there are exceptions, but yes. So, short answer, yes, your thoughts do affect your dreams. What you do in the day does affect your dreams. And um, yeah, like I was in this really bad loop of having these really graphic nightmares all night. But then when I woke up, that's all I can think about. I couldn't get the images out of my head. So I was thinking about them all day. Because I was thinking about them all day, of course, I had the nightmare again the next night, a different nightmare, the same kind of theme, because I was thinking about it all day. And it was just a vicious cycle that um, I finally started a dream journal to break out of it, because it got it out of my head. It got the images, it got the dream out of my head, so I didn't have to think about it all day. And that's how I broke the cycle
Oh, okay.
and things. But yeah, it was almost a lifelong cycle up until then, up until I was about, 27 or so, that it was just one thing after another, and just being stuck in this loop. I always had nightmares. I didn't know what a common dream was and things. And I remember the first dream I had that was just a dream, and it had watermelon ground, and it was slushy like snow, and that was so neat. It was like, yes, this is an actual dream. That's supposed to be a dream, and stuff. This is what normal people do. Have dreams of like all the surreal stuff and things like they talk about, but it was just such a relief when I got out of that cycle to actually dream about something else and not the intense graphicness of the nightmares.
Mm-hmm.
And speaking of nightmares, I kind of call them, like, if dreams were like Chris's dreams, if they were trying to get a message to you, your subconscious is trying to get a message to you. Dreams are like screaming that message because you're not paying attention. It's like giving it to you this way, it's giving it to you that way, and you're not catching on. So a nightmare is kind of like, hey, urgent. You need to look at this. You need to face this and things. And there are some symbols, like the personal symbols to everybody. But when I know when 911 comes up in my dreams, I know that I need to pay really close attention to things because something dire is going to happen to somebody. And, doesn't mean death, but something serious is going to happen in my life. Doesn't have to be somebody, it could be anything, but it's going to be life changing, whatever it is. And it's going to be really emotional. So, those are some of the dream symbols. If people want to keep up with the dream diary or dream journal, you kind of start to realize the certain symbols that come up, like Chris was saying, kind of like a premonition of, okay, because when I dream of alligators, I have really bad luck the next day. And then there's the 911 and things. So it's like, okay, I know alligators are bad luck. When I dream of alligators, I know to be extra cautious, very careful, and things because, things just aren't going to go my way.
Alligators are
Uh,
bad luck.
no, to me, it's my
Oh,
personal
to
symbol.
to you. Okay, I got you.
Yes.
I got you.
Yes, it's my personal
Uh,
symbol that
yeah.
it's bad luck.
Don't move down here.
Yeah.
I I live a quarter of a mile from a bayou,
Oh,
Bartholomew
you do?
Bayou. Yes, it's the largest bayou on the whole planet. I live a quarter of a mile from it. It runs in the old. It doesn't run. Being a bayou, it doesn't run anywhere. It just sits there. But it's the old hole in the ground, basically the stream bed, where
Uh-huh.
the Arkansas River used to flow 25,000 years ago. 25, about
Mm.
25,000 years ago, the Arkansas River changed course to its present position. And of course, the first time it started raining or flooding, the old hole, the old ditch where the river used to flow, filled full of water and became the Bartholomew Bayou. And to make a long story short, and that's already too long of a story, there's a gator living in the bayou a quarter of a mile
Uh-huh.
from my house. So if that's your bad luck
Uh,
sign, don't come here.
well, see, it's different when there's an actual alligator. You see the alligator and it's part of your life. Then it's not so much like, oh boy, how can I explain this? It's not so much well, it probably still would be for me a bad luck symbol, but it'd be more of part of your life than an actual um fearful thing that would come because it's close to you, it's part of your life, and things. But that's neat about the bayou. Yes, Chris?
I got a question for you. This has not pertaining to me. I kind of remember a little bit. What is the dream that has to do with blood and there's people around? And they were actually, I want to say, this is not about me, okay? I don't know the whole fact. I just remember somebody telling me when there's blood and there's like maybe 3 or 4 people, and these people were getting killed and there was a lot of blood spilled. What does that indicate?
Whose blood was it?
Well, according to what I see, I can't. If I remember, I think it was girls or guys. I don't remember. But it
Was
wasn't
it
the
the
person who
dreamers?
was
It wasn't the person who was dreaming.
what?
Did the dreamer have the blood loss?
I believe not. I don't think
Okay.
so. I don't think so. I think they were just dreaming about it. So could that be a lack of energy, even though it's the person wasn't not in the dream, but they saw that?
Um, how was it through a wound? How did I need more information than just seeing blood?
Well, I'll just put it this way: they actually were. If I remember right, I want to say bats. I'm not sure, but yeah, there were bats. That's right. You know what? There was bats. I'm not talking about bats that fly. I'm talking about bats.
Baseball
So
bats?
yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So I believe that these people were innocent, but that's just my perspective on things. I want to say that there was at least, I'm guessing two, maybe, I want to say three, four people. So, can you tell me, even though you don't know the whole dream interpretation, but what do you think with that? And I'll mute it.
Okay, so baseball bats, there was blood, 3 to 4 people. Was it a fight? Were they arguing?
I believe so. There was fighting involved, yes.
Okay, so it would be, it's hard just to go on that. Um,
Even though you don't know all
it
the
would be.
information, but what is your
Mhm.
perception on it though?
My perception is that it is a loss of energy through those people. The one who's
Yeah,
bleeding is getting their energy, the life force. It depends on where were they bleeding from.
that I don't know.
Okay, because if it was like their head, it would be more like mental energy and or struggles, things like that. If it was their hands, it would be something more about work. Hands and arms would be more about productivity. Lower torso would be more um, probably about stability and things like trying to knock them off course.
Okay, makes sense.
See,
Makes a lot
baseball
of sense.
bats would have a whole different meaning to me, so, because I played baseball.
Yes, it would.
To me, what if I dream about bats, and I have, just means I'm back or reliving my days when I played baseball,
Yes.
and I'm having a very pleasant dream here because I'm playing a game I happen to still love.
Hmm. That is a good dream. And it's, yeah, it's just pleasant dreams, um, working out the memories and having, um, yeah, but what do bats represent to you besides baseball? What I mean, baseball, but when you think of a bat, is it the power of hitting the ball? Is it throwing the bat down when you run to base?
Well, I was I was not one of these that really threw a bat. I would, no
Okay.
matter where I hit the ball, I always had the same routine running to first. I would transfer the bat when I realized I hit the ball. I would start running because I was one of the fastest people in my league from home to first. So I would start running, transfer the bat from my left hand to my right, and drop the bat out of bounds. And there was no throwing; it was more of a drop. So, and I never
Mhm.
dreamed about that part. I dreamed about the other part you mentioned, uh, hitting a pitch,
Hitting a pitch. Okay.
and that's where
So,
most of it comes in. I get a double, single, or a home run.
okay, so it's kind of like connecting. You're connecting to whatever else is in the dream, connecting to what you love, being successful and connecting with it. Um, yeah, especially the home run, um, something very successful and worth celebrating.
Yeah, and they say the experts say, and I happen to agree, having done it, is hitting a 95-mile-an-hour fastball is the hardest thing to do in all of sports. Far, far harder than anything you do in basketball or football or hockey is to just hit and make contact with a 95-mile-an-hour fastball.
Mm-hmm.
That's extremely violent. The ball's coming over the plate at 95 miles an hour. If you swing at the right millisecond and hit it square with the bat, your exit velocity is one thing they measure, and you want to have an exit velocity of over 100 miles an hour in the major leagues. When
Wow.
you hit the ball is going over the pitcher or up in the air, and they check the with the radar gun, and many times these big guys can hit a ball almost it's traveling at 120 miles an hour after they hit it. So you're changing this. You think about this as in physics. You got a ball, a round object, traveling in probably a straight line, 95 miles an hour. You hit it with you hit a moving ball with a moving bat, and a millisecond after going 95 miles an hour towards you is going 110 miles an hour away from you.
How much strength would that take to change the course to that ball?
To change it that kind of radically, it's going 95 one way, and even if you just hit it 95 going out, you've changed it
Mm-hmm.
the same amount. You've changed it almost 100 miles an hour going one way, and you've changed it to 100 miles an hour going the other way. So
Yes,
yes,
but holding,
it takes
yes,
a lot of power. Only people who are well built in their shoulders can do such a thing.
yes, I imagine that. I always wondered that because just the sheer power of going 95 miles an hour, and then it's like if you don't have the strength to swing that bat just as hard to knock it
It's
the other direction.
it's bat speed. You got to sit
Yes.
there with your bat going zero. Some people kind of move the bat, they'll twitch it a little bit, twirl it in a circle. Always held it pretty straight up and at a dead stop. And then when I saw a pitch come off his hand that I liked, I just swung extremely violently, moving my hand so fast you can't see it, trying to make contact with
Hmm.
that ball. And I have swung so hard and missed the ball that the energy goes somewhere. And I have on two separate occasions had the bat fly out of my hand, and fortunately did not hit anybody, but land in the bleachers some 30 to 40 yards, not feet, yards away.
Wow.
And I mean, hit the
That's
seat violently where you wondered, okay, uh, did the seat break or thank goodness nobody was there, because there have been people that got hit with a bat like that got hospitalized.
I believe it. Yeah,
I did it twice and
that's a lot
I
of
didn't even come
power.
close to anybody, thank goodness,
Hmm.
because a lot of people bat because their hands are big. My hands are very small for a person my size. My wrists are tiny. I'm right now. I am 260 pounds, Chris. So tell me about how out of shape I am at 260 pounds. At 5'8", 5'8" and a half. But and I got very tiny wrist for a guy.
Hmm.
So the power is in my shoulders. Other
Okay.
people, Hank Aaron, could do it. Not a record amount of home runs because he has strong wrist and big hands. There are other people that do it,
Hmm.
like a guy coming up I was looking at tonight, Wyatt Langford. To all my Texas Ranger fans, Wyatt Langford, you know him. You don't know. He's the new prospect. He's the kid on the block. The guy looks like he's 15 years old in the face, but he's got these great big Popeye arms. So I
Hmm.
know how he hits the ball hard. He's got some pretty strong wrists. He's got some even stronger forearms, and he can muscle that ball in all kinds of directions. He's going to be your next superstar from the Texas Rangers. So if you want to watch the Texas Rangers, if you want to see a really good kid make a great baseball player out of himself, Wyatt Langford.
Yes, Wyatt
But
Langford. I'll write that down.
he's got this
Wyatt.
baby, Wyatt Langford. He's
Okay,
got
I
this
got him.
baby face. I said he looks 15, 16 years old in the face. Innocent, like the kid next door. Hi, how you doing? But he's got these great big forearms, and you say, I don't want to mess with this guy. I don't want this guy grabbing me or even shaking my hand.
Well, I just want to give a shout out to everybody out there. I know some of you are watching. Loretta, I know you're watching. Hi, Sue. I see ya.
Yeah,
And
right now
Brittany,
there's
I see you too. Hey. Hi. You thought I wasn't paying attention? I forgot to mention you guys. Hi.
there are 5 people currently watching on the Southern Fried Paranormal page. So hello to all our listeners on Facebook tonight on the Southern Fried Paranormal page off my profile. Thank you for listening.
That's great. And if you guys want to learn more about dreams or have a dream interpreted, there's a Facebook dream group, Dream Symbols and Interpretation. The link's in the banner going across at the bottom. And come join the group and come prepared with your dreams.
That's awesome.
Right, we got her 2 contacts. Got her Amy's Facebook page there, and right behind it is listed the Facebook.com groups and a long number. Dream Symbols and Interpretation. So if
Yes.
you want to go there and continue this conversation, make some contact with Amy, that'd be the place to go.
Yes. And speaking of, we'll move on to how about spirit warnings and dreams?
Spirit.
Chris, do you know?
You said warning?
Spirits. Yeah. If spirits give warnings in dreams and spirits and dreams in general.
Okay. Go
and
for it.
things. So we'll go to that. And I have 2 dreams about that. And one is a called The Haunted House. And I was in a haunted house, and it was a famous haunted house documented by many experts and things. It was just like the haunted house to go. And so there was 4 ghosts in the house, but only one wouldn't talk to me, and that was Opedia, a woman who lived. She was an old maid, but she lived life into her. She lived until old age and passed away naturally, and she was really kind. And then there was a mean ghost who was killed by his lover, and there was another one who committed suicide and things. And so I was on the tour, and I went into the bathroom in the dream, and I halfway closed the door. I didn't close it. I wasn't going to the bathroom, but I started snooping around, looking under the sink and opening cabinets, and the ghost of Pythia appeared. And I don't tell her any excuse about why I was snooping. I didn't know she was the ghost at the time. She looked like a person. And she begins to tell me the story of the house, about how the ghost started coming in the house when her grandpa lived in the house, because he frequently visited the cemetery. And she thought the ghost latched onto him or followed him back from the cemetery. And at the time, she told me, don't go to the cemetery. She warned me. It was a warning. She said, "Do not go to the cemetery." And at the time in my waking life, I was frequenting the cemetery to visit some loved ones' graves and stuff. I was doing it a little bit too often. Um, and things, but after she told me that, she told me, "Your husband is waiting. It's time for you to go home." And I said, "No, I had planned to spend the night here." And she says, "No, your husband's waiting. It's time for you to go home." So I agreed. I finally decided I didn't want to spend the night there, and I went home. And that's the end of the dream. But I haven't been back to a cemetery since that dream, and that was in 2012. And I just something about that warning just kind of, I don't know, it spooked me.
So you still don't go into cemeteries at all?
Right.
Wow.
As I got something to say too. I don't remember when. I want to say it was last year. I remember. Oh my god, this is weird. There was this apartment. The apartment was like I just gated, and I remember there was this car. It looked like maybe a grayish, and like I was in the car and I could see somebody jogging, but I was in the car and I ducked down like that. I looked around. I'm like picking up my head in the car and I'm like, what the hell am I doing? Car passes by. I was drawn to this little apartment, whatever. And I'm like, okay, whose apartment is this? So, oh my god, I'm getting images in my head. Hold on. Anyway, so I go to the door. It's metal. And from the outside, you could see like just the metal. You think that it's locked. So, me being, I guess, Mr. Inspector, so I go in there and I'm like, okay, this is a door. So I open the door, thinking that would be another door, wooden door on the other side. But the door was open. I walk in. I'm like, what the hell? I said, this is an apartment. I was like, wow. So I look around. Right in there, there's a kitchen. It's in the other room. I was just like walking around, like doing a walkthrough, but I was into somebody's house that I didn't know. And then I don't remember if there was pictures on the wall, but I just kept looking at the house and I'm thinking, is this someone's house that I'm gonna maybe meet later? Whatever. And now I'm getting this weird deja vu feeling, like I know where this dream is going. I'm getting deja vu. Anyway, so I'm looking at the house, and then somewhere between the dream shifted, I walk out, and it's all these apartments. I mean, it's just like bricks, and I could see like people just. There was like the apartments were here, and then you could see the traffic. You could hear the cars coming in with the. There was barely any cars. So this girl, I want to say she had, I guess, brown hair. I remember at that time, I think, uh, black hair or something of that nature. As I'm walking down, I walk out of the house. Further down, there's like these two benches. There's a park. And I'm like, what the fuck am I doing here? Like, what the hell? I talked to her. I said, like, hi, do you know me? She said, like, yeah, I do. And I remember, I think she got shot. And then there was another one, same girl. Her age changed from to maybe like 16 to like 20, whatever. Her hair was just always different. It was like curly. One that was like in a bun. Sometimes it was wavy. I'm like, who the fuck is this girl? She kept coming back and her face would always change. During that time when I was dreaming this shit, Amy was dreaming of the same fucking girl. Didn't know who she was. Her girl would always either die, get shot, stabbed, whatever. And I'm like, why am I feeling this person is a physical person I'm not even aware of yet? I'm like tripping as I'm talking about the dreams. And then there was this one where this girl comes up to me. There's like like a back room somewhere, and I'm going to my school. But this girl, I guess, was expecting me, and she says, they're trying to get me, these people, and there's long leather coats." And I'm like, "What?" She goes, "You need to help me, Chris." And I'm like looking at her like, "How the hell do you know my name?" She goes, "I've been knowing your name for years." I'm like, first she turns older. She looks younger. I'm thinking 16, 17 at the time. And I'm thinking, okay, now I'm going to this girl's high school time frame. She seemed kind of very scared by herself. She had no one to talk to except for me. And she
Good
could
night,
see me, but
Loretta.
nobody else could. It was so weird. Like, I don't even know. It's now I'm starting to get like an image of, I think I know who this is now after so long. But I'll just stay quiet for this because it's hitting me like I'm actually sweating as I'm talking about this dream. So it's whoever this girl is, it's in the present because I'm sweating. So that's indication I know this person, but they don't remember their dreams, don't remember their childhood, their school, their apartment. They came back and then died and then got shot. So this person has gone through a lot of trauma physically. Um, I have a feeling I think I know who this is. But as of Amy, I want you to give your part of your dream with
Okay.
this girl. And I'm gonna put this on mute. I'm gonna let her talk.
Yes. So me and Chris share our dreams, and it was so weird because he's like, "I had a dream with this girl," and he told me. I'm like, "I had a dream with this girl." It was like we dreamed about her, what, about 3 times each, and each time for me, she was older, but she tried to appear younger. Like she was like 15, but had her hair up in ponytails and tried to act like she was a child and things. But in every dream, there was violence, and she was running from people. Once she was running from people, and wanted me to help her. The other dream, she was, we were at a backyard barbecue, and she ended up getting shot and dying when the shootout happened. And then this other dream is when she became like 16 and had the pigtails and was trying to act young and still asking for help. And she came about in the same guises to Chris too. She kept changing. Her hair would sometimes, for me, her hair was always dark, but it'd be kind of like a dark brown, or then it would go to black. Um, it was just weird um, that we dreamed about the same person, the same girl, about the same time, because um, within, I don't know how long, it was like over a week or so that it happened with, like, with this girl. And also there was one, we also had what we call, it's almost like shared dreaming, where a group of people kind of dream about the same thing at the same time almost. And it was about, I think Chris was being videotaped, and there was another girl, and she had a dream about the videotape. And I had a dream that I was going to be shown the videotape, but they decided not to show it to me. But it was all about film. It was all about the camera, the movie, and being shown the movie. So, like, each of us had an experience. One was being filmed, one, um, let's see, one had the movie, and then I was going to be shown the movie. And, but it was just kind of one of those phenomena that happens when you're close to people and you talk about your dreams, that certain things can come up like that. And there is a thing called dream incubation where you can get a group of people together and either dream about the same topic, agree on the same topic, or agree to meet in a certain place and try it. Everybody sets their attention before the dream that they're going to go to a certain place, like maybe the Grand Canyon. Everybody's going to go to the Grand Canyon and see if we see each other there, or we're going to meet, or we're going to dream about puppies and kittens or something, and we're going to be in a zoo with puppies and kittens. It's just kind of interesting how dreams can take you. And yeah, I've tried it a few times and came close to the meeting place. Was actually in the back room of the cafe where we were supposed to meet, but I was there. And so it's just interesting what you can do in dreams. And
Yeah,
Very
definitely
interesting.
changing
I found it
because there's
amusing when Chris was talking about seeing the owl in his dream.
yes.
Well, before I got before I moved to Chicago and got married to Gail down in Georgia, uh, there was woods behind the trailer park I lived in, and I could walk down the hill and go to a fishing lake there behind the trailer park. And I sometimes just go by there and lean against a tree and throw, just chill. It was just a place to chill out. But I was never
Mhm.
alone. I had a companion, a huge barn owl, lived somewhere
Mm.
in those trees. And I always felt like I was being watched. So I was looking around and didn't see a soul. Didn't see a dog, cat, nothing on the ground. So I heard something above me and started looking up and saw this huge barn owl. I mean, just a huge wingspan when he moved. And I sometimes see him in the tree and he was just staring at me. It was almost like he was waiting on me to come down there and lean against a tree. And then he could either sometimes make himself known, sometimes he would try to not make himself known to see if he could sneak up on me. But I was always, I could feel myself being watched, so I'd start looking for him. Then he'd flap his wings or make a
Mhm.
noise or something, and I'd see. But I found that amusing. He was talking about an owl, and I had a real life experience with an owl. And I'm talking about
Mhm.
over a dozen times I'll walk down there and would see this owl.
How neat. I think barn owls are so pretty, and that he was close to you and didn't scare off.
Apparently,
Very cool.
he had no fear of me whatsoever because I just walked down there real quietly. Uh, I've had, you asked earlier if I'd ever had been in combat. I had no, but I have had military training because I've lived by Fort Benning all my life. Used to hang around a bunch of Rangers and got some training that way. And I can walk through the woods very quietly. So it's not like I'd come down there talking to myself or kicking plants or whatever. I'd come down
Mhm.
there, and if somebody else had been down there and didn't happen to look up and see me coming, they'd never know I was there. I'd almost be standing beside them, and they wouldn't know I was there.
Oh, wow. Kinda like an owl. Owls have the special hairs that divide up their wings so you don't hear them flap, and they're silent.
Yeah, sometimes he was silent and just up there looking at me, and I finally could see him because he'd flick an ear or something. And it's hard to miss a great big owl like that sitting on a branch.
It is, especially big old barn owl.
Mm-hmm. I always thought that was neat, and
Yes.
then Chris come up with his owl story, and that just reminded me of a very pleasant time. I was just out there just chilling out, not a thought, not a worry in the world, leaning against a tree looking at a barn owl.
Mm.
Very interesting. And see, the thing about owls are very in tuned. Those are familiars, and they are associated with witches. Um, they're associated with us presenting. They have an association with magic. They're very mysterious, and they have a tendency of removing masks from people that could be fake, and they reveal the truth. So anybody that has an owl totem is to their advantage, and they're very, very interesting animals to say the least. And since I love owls, I've been associated with owls for years. They're also omens of sometimes death, depending on the tradition. But as far as like the animal itself, they do beautiful calls, and that's the reason why they do is for mating. But they're just very, very psychic, and they have this just demeanor with them that they are not to be played with, and well and feared and respected. Um, the fact that I have a totem great horned owl is one of them. There's others that I like, but they're very, very interesting to say. And since I'm associated with owls and black cats, it's another story. I just always felt connected to an owl and black cats because of who I am. And like I said, they can see beneath what people that if they try to hide something, the owl will tell you, and it will protect its owner. And it's a totem. So if you have an owl as a totem, it's a blessing. Just remember that, guys. An owl is a totem, and it's a blessing. So technically, since I'm a psychic slash y'all know what, medium and witch, it all goes in line with me. So totem owls are very my friend, and so are black cats. So, and so what I'm saying with that is that if you have an owl as a totem, just respect them and listen because they might have a lot to say. And I'll just leave it with that.
Well, I've owned a black cat before. Funny thing, he actually he was an inside outside cat, so it's not like he usually came home at night, but he got to where he was staying away, but 2 or 3 nights here, 2 or 3 nights here, and then I didn't see him for a long time. I guess he kind of moved in with somebody else, but no, it worked out because I was leaving town. I didn't know what to do with the cat, and he took care of that himself. And then just before I left, a couple of times when I was leaving for work, I had to walk to the bus stop, and he met me twice. This is before daylight. It's 5:30, 5:45 in the morning. He would be sitting in the middle of the road in front of the trailer, and would walk me about halfway to the bus stop and turn around and leave, just disappear. And I thought that was very
Oh,
strange
wow.
behavior for a cat.
Mm-hmm.
But that's what he did. The first time I told him to go on back home, and he'd stop when I stopped, look at me, and then when I started walking, he kept on walking. I was afraid he's going to go up to the road to the street and get run over. But about 3/4 way to
Mhm.
the street, all of a sudden I looked beside me where he was, and he was gone, just completely disappeared. I had no idea. Both times it happened, I have no idea where he went. He just disappeared. And I thought that was really strange behavior for a cat, but I guess it was his way of saying goodbye, like he knew I was leaving.
Yeah. Animals do that. Was that in your dream or was that in life?
That was in life.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
the owl. We're talking about real life here. This is not a dream.
Mhm.
Uh, it seems like when I say it, even to myself, like it was a dream episode, but no, it was no dream.
Mhm.
So I've had a black. I'm like, that's one thing Chris and I have in common is a experience of black cats, and he says the owl is his totem, and the experiences I had with the barn owl were quite pleasant. It just brings back a nice memory.
Yes. That's beautiful. You have mostly pleasant memories and good dreams. That's amazing.
Well,
I'm so glad.
I did not have a good childhood. My family was miserable. Uh, but once I got out on my own,
Mhm.
I made sure I had some me time. Even when I was at work, even when I was unhappy at work, I made sure I had me time. Uh, I never worked very long at any place, and sometimes I would just something would happen, and I'd leave the job, and I'd take some time off. I'd go to Florida, hang around the beach for a while, like which goes back to my childhood. My mother used to ship me off to Jacksonville, Florida. Hello, Jacksonville, Florida. Anybody lives there? Uh, and I would.
Mhm.
They had a relative that lived on the beach, and they'd ship. And my aunt would ship me off to her sister-in-law's house, my uncle's sister, and I'd sit there and stay with her for a few days, living on the beach. Even though I may not have been happy at home, I always created a good time when I was away from them. I created a good life and married Gail, and we haven't looked back. I mean, we've been married, we're working on 22 and a half years.
Congratulations.
Right.
That's amazing.
And we always make sure we take time. Like right now, I'm doing a show, and people say,
Mhm.
"What's your wife think about you up here talking with these people, or you're investigating a location?" What does your wife do? She's known in Chicago as the patient wife because she lets me do my own thing. Right now, she went to bed about right about 30 minutes ago. She was messing around about 11 o'clock, and she went to bed. She's not sleeping. She's playing a
Mhm.
game and listening to music back there, doing her own thing and just kind of chillaxing. That's the word she uses, chillaxing.
Yeah, you guys found a good medium, a happy, got it all worked out. I'm going on 30 years being married, 32 years together, and it's been good.
Yeah, you found the right person.
Yeah.
It's good. You've gotten lucky. You
Yeah.
found somebody, and I got lucky. I found somebody.
Yes.
Yeah, talking about finding somebody, that's a good thing that you brought up, and love is in the air. I'll leave it with that. Love is in the air. Love is in the air. And I'm feeling good. Love is in the air.
Now, how many kids you got, Amy? Do you ever have any?
Yes, I have one son, and I had two miscarriages,
Ooh,
which,
sorry to hear that.
yeah, um, yeah, it was, which brings us up to the next dream about messages from the deceased. And things. So my son is 29. He moved to North Carolina right now. And so he's living it up over there. and stuff. I'm like,
What's he doing in
for the
North Carolina? What's he do?
his fiance has family over there, and they wanted to spend time with them. And so I'm like, it's a little bit far to move away from home to come back and do laundry, but if that's what you want to do, and and things, but the, they're they're making it over there, so that's good. They're
Yeah,
having a good time.
he's living his own life and he's having fun, right?
Yes,
Uh,
he is an artist, and he got on as an art teacher for a private company and just living his dream.
there you go. He's happy.
Yep,
All
that's
you,
all I
all you,
wanted him to be.
all you can do is be happy for him.
Yes, I miss him, but mom's always gonna miss the kids.
Of course. Now, Gail and I never had kids. She was 39 when we got married. She always told herself she was not going to try to have a kid at 40. And had she gotten
Mhm,
pregnant on our wedding night, she'd have been over 40. Nine
okay.
months later, she was, had a birthday and then some. So we would,
Mhm.
uh, and I got a vasectomy in the 80s, so that kind of worked out. She didn't want a kid after 40, and I couldn't give her any. So that worked out. So kids were just not the thing. We bought our cabin in the woods now.
Mhm.
We find it interesting here, living here by the bayou. Of course, now I don't have a barn owl hanging around here or any other kind of owl. What I do have is a whole flock of turkey vultures,
Oh, no.
and I've seen a whole flock of either the biggest blackbirds I've ever seen or a raven. And I've seen discussions. How do you tell the difference between a blackbird, a crow, and a raven? And I've heard that the raven has one extra feather in its wings. And I say, well, how can you tell the difference from a distance? Because a
Mhm.
raven or a crow is not going to fly up to you, light on a branch, show you his wing, and say, count the feathers. They're not going to do that for you. If
No.
they do, that would be a crazy dream.
Yes, I don't remember which, but between a crow and a raven, one is a little bit bigger and has a thicker beak, but I don't remember which one's which.
One day I was outside and I heard a whole bunch of squawking, and the land next to me, the lots or the next two lots are overgrown. They've never been cut or trimmed or anything. They're just
Mhm.
waiting for somebody to buy them. The guy across the street's father owns them, and I guess he's got them for sale if he wants to, but the son is using them to hunt on. He can't do that anymore because somebody built up behind him. But that's another story. But anyway, I looked
Yes.
over there, and there must have been 2 or 3 thousand of these blackbirds, crows, or ravens going through there. I started walking closer to them. They kind of fluttered and moved over a little bit, and I walked a little bit closer, and they were just sitting there, just squawking away. A matter of you know, uh, 30 feet, maybe 30, 35 feet away from me. And then all of a sudden, I said, "This is a lot of birds." Then all of a sudden, they decided to all fly off. And these are in the woods, which is weird seeing a whole great big flock of birds in the woods where you can't even see the sky for the trees. And they
Mm.
all flew up, exited the woods. They flew over the trees, and this was just a huge flock of birds. There was easily several thousand of them.
Wow. And did you usually see them there, or were they off course? Or what do you think?
I don't know. They took off, and I never saw them again. Not that many. We've always
Mhm.
got some around here. Some of them, and I think these are ravens. These are real. If they're crows, they're really big crows. They hang around the yard, I guess, getting a little something to eat out of the grass or grub, or cicada, whatever's coming out of the ground that they eat. But you go out
Mhm.
early in the morning, sir, after the sun comes up, and you can hear them in the house. And so you go outside, and they're sitting there squawking around. Sometimes they're standing right at the base of the steps to the porch. You
Oh,
open
that
the door,
close.
and you're
Mhm.
surprised because you walk across a 10-foot wide porch and go down the steps. About 2 feet from the steps, this bird sitting there looking at you with his beak open, like human. And you're walking out, crow or raven or whatever you are, and you're both looking at each other in surprise, and the bird flies off.
Mhm.
I was having a little fire a few weeks ago, and I was looking around and heard noise behind me, and there was an armadillo uh, walking away from me. I don't think
Oh,
you see me.
wow.
I was being real still, and I saw some
Mhm.
movement out of my other eye, and turned around. There was this much smaller armadillo was walking up, and he saw me, and he stopped and just looked
Mhm.
at me. I stopped. I just stopped moving and was looking at him. We sat there staring at each other about a minute before he decided he'd walk away. He just froze. One of those things, human, that's an
Mhm.
armadillo.
Oh, how neat. You have a lot of animals by you.
Oh, I live out in the woods.
Yeah, you do.
I've got,
Right by the
I've got,
bayou, there's all kinds of.
I live on a road that's not even a half mile. It's probably just over a quarter of a mile long with a couple of hills in it. And you start counting from the people from the highway. And it's a dirt road, by the way. Uh,
Mhm.
I've got two people between us and the road, two lots that are occupied. A lot across the street's occupied. Then there's an empty lot on the other side and two empty lots on the other side, and it's in the bottom between the two hills. One guy's family lives there. Then you go up, start going uphill a little ways, and you cross the street on my side of the road. My neighbors, there's two empty lots, and then there they live. They rent that place, and then there's nobody on the right hand side, but there's three trailers on the left, and there's three homes at the end of the road. That's it. That is it.
Wow. So very sparsely populated and lots of animals. That's so cool.
Lots of
I love.
animals. I
Mhm.
live down the road about a half mile is an artificial pond, lake. It's a rather large lake. They built a dike because there was you've heard in the intro Cane Creek Township.
Yes.
There's a creek called Cane Creek, and a fairly good sized creek. And it was flowing through. It flowed into the bayou. It ended in the bayou. So what they did, they put a dike up there and backed up the the creek where it'd flow into this lake and keep it full. And of course, would flow into the bayou and keep it full. So I've got a creek and a bayou connected to a large lake.
Oh, cool.
And this is
That's.
like just a half mile or so down the road from here.
Mhm. It was so neat. I always dreamed of. I don't know what it was, but it was like a canal going into the ocean. But right where the ocean met the canal was like this
Oh,
big
excuse me.
spiky turbine thing that would break up all the debris and stuff. And it was just like really violent, churning in the water and things. And so I've always dreamed of it. And it wasn't until later in life, until I was like 22, when I actually got to go to a place where the river met the ocean and seen how calm and flowing it was to see the creek or in the river just gently flow into the ocean, other than have that image of my dream. And it was just something that came up when you were describing the creek and the lake.
Yeah, I live out here in the woods. I don't use my camera anymore during my show because I don't have enough upload speed for the camera to work well. It delays the whole show and messes the whole show up.
Oh, okay.
It will get so slow that when the camera's trying to send a signal, uh, it, it'll start interfering with the voice, and you can't understand anything I say. So
Hmm.
I run my show like this, where you got an avatar, and everything works fine because I got enough upload for the audio to go out, just not enough for video. We're hoping to fix this
Okay.
within the next year. We have a cable company in downtown Star City, and they've got their speeds are their slow speed is about 100. Right now, my best download speed is about 7 or 8. Now they'll spike up once in a while, but my average download speed is about 6 or 7. My average upload speed is about 1.5 to 2. This cable company offers
Okay.
about 100 download and about 50 or 60 upload because they're mostly fiber optic. We're trying to talk them into coming out here.
That would be great. In my city, the major cable company's not allowed for some reason. So we had this other cable company that is really not up to par.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. So, but that's the only option that we have in my town and stuff. So I use this. Um, so we don't have the cable. We do we got the Wi-Fi through the cellular place from the phones
Right.
so far because
That's what I've got, and it's really slow out here because they just put up their new towers. Because that's what I'm doing. I got a big squarish, kind of diamond shaped. It gets square and it's like a peaked roof. It goes to a center spot where it looks like a kind of a diamond.
hmm
I've got it on a pole in front of my house, and it connects to the towers that way.
okay. Hi, Chris.
Hi, what you doing? You're like, hi.
Were you
I'm just eating.
coughing and stuff?
Yes,
Uh,
that's why I'm trying not to cough. Every time I
uh,
cough, I just put it on mute.
are
And then
you all
when
right?
I
Are
was
you all
away
right,
from the,
Chris? I've
no, I've been
never heard.
feeling kind of sick, dude.
Yeah.
I'm still doing the show, but I've been feeling sick and my throat's fucking bothering me.
Yes.
I'm on antibiotics, dude.
Wow. Well, I wish you luck with it.
I know I'm doing good.
Yes.
It's just that I have it controlled, but still. And then when I was like this, I was actually eating. I just didn't want to eat in front of you, so I
Okay.
just let Amy talk.
I've just never heard you coughing so much, so I hope you get better.
I know. I'll be good, dude. Trust me.
Well, I don't know about you being good or not, but I
That's,
hope you feel better.
Well, you know what? I'm always good. I'm just naughty sometimes.
You're
It's in
good
my
at being
nature, I can't help.
you're good
no,
at
But then
being
again,
naughty.
Chris doesn't know nothing. Chris don't know nothing.
Amy, you can
As
kind of see where Chris and I are on the show. Things can go
hmm
sideways in a hurry.
yes, they do. I was on a show with you guys before when Chris was on. He threw me under the bus and had me come on live when it was his show. And I got a
yeah,
taste of that. So that's why he's on this show with me now.
Hmm.
Chris knows shit.
That
He
that's why
does.
that's why I kind of wish we had a movie review show on YouTube and have Chris on there when he had never seen the movie before. I don't know if he's
Yes.
ever seen the movies The Expendables, but there was 4 Expendable movies, and if he's never seen them, I would love to see his reaction about the movie.
Yes, that would be great. Chris, you gotta watch the movie and film you and be live as you watch it. We gotta
There,
see expressions.
there's one scene where Sylvester Stallone, he's the star of all 4 of them, gets his finger like a gun, with his thumb pointed up and his index finger pointed out.
Mm-hmm.
And guys have him and his friends surrounded. They all throw down their guns, and all of a sudden, he shoots the guys surrounding him with his fingers.
Oh, wow.
The only trouble is when he looked at him and said shoot, 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 shoot with his fingers, they
Mm-hmm.
all dropped dead. He had another member of
Oh.
his team set up as a sniper, and he shot them all. And he pointed each one with his index finger. He shot them in the head.
Is that the one where the first one they were supposed to be making a movie, but it was real? Is that the Expendables? Or was that no? That was Tropic Thunder.
Tropic
Never
Thunder.
mind. Yeah.
Whole different group. The Expendables were a lot of your action stars together in one movie.
Okay.
You had Stallone, you had Strahm. You remember the guy who played, if you watch the Rocky movies, the guy who played the Russian he went against?
Yes.
He was a karate champion from Sweden. Not really Russian, Swedish.
Mm-hmm.
He is in all the Expendables movies. So you got all these stars in their, some of them in their 60s, a couple of them in their 70s. Arnold Schwarzenegger's in a couple of them. He just got a pacemaker, by the way.
He did.
Yeah. Him and Stallone are trying to get away from some people shooting at them. So they're driving this car in a circle. The only one they could find running that they could get into. And it's this little dinky car. People are shooting at this little dinky car. They're driving in circles trying to shoot back at these people. And Stallone's trying to get him to get away from the people shooting and to drive this way. And Arnold's saying, I have shoes bigger than this car. And it's all this shooting going on. And the two of them, Stallone and Schwarzenegger, playing off each other like that. It's just uproariously funny.
Oh, I have to watch it. I don't watch a lot of TV, but if there's good movies recommended to me, I do catch those. I'm gonna have to watch them.
In the third one, they always had Stallone had a guy that would from the government who would give him a job and say, "We're gonna pay you and your team so much money to go do this." They was the same guy for the first and second movies, and then the third movie, they came in doing the same thing. We got this go, we need you to do this. He said, "Well, what's his name? The guy that was in the first 2 movies." He said, "He's gone. He's out of the picture. He's just gone. I'm the guy you talk to now." And the guy saying this was the same guy that was in Star Wars and let's see, what was his name? The explorer, the archaeologist.
Oh, I don't even know. And which? Oh,
I can't think of his
archaeologist.
name. I'm drawing a blank. With a hat and a whip.
Indiana Jones, but that's not.
Indiana Jones, same guy who played Indiana Jones.
Oh, Harrison Ford.
Harrison Ford. He was in the third movie doing this, and Mel Gibson was in the third movie as the main bad guy.
How
and
cool!
the first one, I think the main bad guy was Jean-Claude Van Damme. Was it the second one? Maybe it was the second movie where Jean-Claude Van Damme did not want to play in the first movie, but then he saw how much fun the first movie was when he saw the movie and said, "Okay, I'll play in the second movie." So he played the bad guy. Mel Gibson played it in the third. They're
Okay, so he
really,
played in the second
really
and the
funny.
third.
One scene, they're in the middle of a combat, and Sylvester Stallone walks up. He's all disheveled. His face has been hit a few times, and his buddy looks up and says, "Where the hell have you been? I've been getting my ass kicked." Well, he ran into the guy's name is Stone Cold Steve Austin. If you ever watched WWE wrestling,
Oh yeah,
and
my son was a big fan.
is Steve Austin, which Stallone's only 5'9",
Yeah, he's a little guy.
and Stone Cold Steve Austin's about 6'4" or 5". This is a big dude, and the two of them get into a fight. And
That's got the image of.
It's not the type of acting that's going to win you an Emmy, but it was funny.
Yes, I like funny. You don't have to win an Emmy. I think all the ones that win Emmys are too overhyped anyway.
Yeah. Marvel's gone downhill now. They'll never make some movies as good as they made some of the Avengers movies and Iron Man, where they could be in a serious situation. Then the genius of Robert Downey Jr. would say something outrageously funny in the middle of combat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, did they lose the writers or producers, or what happened? Do you know?
The characters are just, well, it's weird seeing Thor say something funny, but with the guy they had playing it, he liked to say things funny, and they say something funny, and of course Chris Hemsworth would say something funny. When it first started, it wasn't that funny, but then he got used to saying things, hanging around Robert Downey Jr., which is a mistake. And he got to where he could deliver his comedic lines a lot better, but his movies were never really highly done. They all learned a lot from Robert Downey Jr., and they'll all admit this. They were not that funny until they started hanging around him. They started, how does he do this? How does he deliver this line, which was so easy to Robert Downey Jr.? They learned it from him. So by the time they got to the third movie, the storyline was kind of slow. The writers wasn't quite as good with the last one. But all the Avengers movies, when all of them were acting together, was just outrageously funny. The first Avengers movie, the first time Iron Man and Thor met, Robert Downey Jr. raised his mask and said, does Mother know you weareth her drapes? Because Chris Hemsworth said, called him Metal Man. He said, you don't understand what's going on. And Robert Downey Jr. looks at Shakespeare in the Park, because they were in the woods. And that's just a war. These guys had already hit each other. You're already involved in a fight. And then he says, does Mother know you don't wear her drapes? Trying to sound Shakespearean. Because Thor has a cape. He's got a Superman-like cape he wears. It was, and of course he had to hit on the cape. And this was Robert, and that wasn't a writer. Robert Downey Jr. put that in himself, and they kept it in the movie.
Yep.
And that's just funny stuff. And they tried to do that with a whole different crew, of course, in the Expendables movies, and they are all outrageously funny. Now there are some
Yes.
sad stories. People get shot, uh, but if people get beat up, they do have some very physical fights. But they make comments about it. You remember the gal who was in WWE? In fact, been in and out of WWE recently, who was the martial arts champion for so long. A little blonde headed
Mm.
girl. She's in the
Uh,
third one.
oh, is she?
Yeah, she's in the third one. And if you ever saw One Night in Mexico, it was about 3 movies where he played a killer that walked around with a guitar case in Mexico.
I did see the first one of that.
The actor who played that, which is another small man, but is definitely can do physical acting and physical violence.
Mm-hmm.
He's in the third one. He's trying
Okay.
to get on Sylvester's team, but they're in the middle of this big fight, and he's hitting on the blonde martial artist. And she just looks at him and says, "You got to be kidding me." She'd hit a guy, look at him, "You got to be kidding me," and then hit the guy again. And they were going on having this conversation about her basically saying, "No, don't hit on me anymore." And he was just constantly hitting on her for 2 or 3 minutes in the film between punches. And they were not fighting each other. They were fighting other people and having this conversation.
Oh, it sounds like a great movie. I'll have to catch it.
That's just hilarious stuff. Just remember the Expendables, the main star Sylvester Stallone.
Okay.
Wow.
Have you ever seen him in Oscar? He played that. He played It was a funny comedy, kind of like set in the 1920s. It wasn't an action film, but um, he was this kind of mob boss guy. Sylvester Stallone was, and it was it was a lot of funny things, and his wife was always against his things, and she walks in one time and says, "Oh, I was so embarrassed. I can't believe this. You got to fire your driver because they had a chauffeur. You got to fire the chauffeur and stuff." He's like, "Okay, what do you do this time?" And she goes, "He waited outside. He waited for me outside the bank with the motor running." you know, and and things. But yeah, they were 1920s. They were into all this. Oh, he was into hiding money, and the whole thing was his teenage daughter was going to run away with one of the help boys and things, and it was this big old suitcase switch stuff, and it finally worked out where the daughter got the money, and then they got the big bust. And at the end, the big bust, they go to open the suitcase, and it's all full of her undergarments and things. And the whole news and everybody's taking a picture of all the police around this big suitcase full of money, and it's women's undergarments.
That's crazy.
There was one that he did between his action movies. It was just a little kind of, I don't even know why Sylvester Stallone would do it, because it was so unlike his character and his image. But it was kind of fun.
Okay. If you look in the chat room,
Hmm.
I'm posting a link.
Oh, I didn't even see this other chat room. Okay, what link is it? 1006. Is this the link? Yeah. YouTube?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Just to copy that link and go to YouTube and just paste it in the search. It's a trailer.
Okay. I will. Let's see.
Chris can watch it too if he wants to. Of course, I think he's on his phone though. That's a little bit harder.
No, I'm just here, just listening.
Okay.
I'm not doing any talking tonight. I'm just letting her do because it's about her. I mean, I'm just here as a guest.
He's just here for support.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to put this on mute in case the link starts saying stuff.
It's
So
a
you
trailer.
guys,
It's a trailer, so it's all. Jay, you wouldn't want to put the movie out. That's the language. The
oh,
first
is
one you
it?
can
Okay.
actually watch free on YouTube.
Oh, really? That's cool.
Yeah.
Amy, I just want you to know you're doing a good, phenomenal job. 'Cause I know I gotta get up in the morning, but I know we usually leave till 1. I don't know how long you're planning because you're like an hour ahead
No,
or an hour behind.
she's 2 hours.
I
She's
was
I,
two
gonna stay
hours.
on till maybe
She's two
I'm
because
hours
at
I was
10
gonna stay on
o'clock.
because I was gonna stay on maybe from 12:30 to 12:45. I'll probably head out, and if y'all still want to continue, you guys can still do it. I'm just here so to support, and I just want
Okay.
you to know you're doing a phenomenal job. I'm not leaving yet, but I'm just giving you a heads up.
All right.
Thank you.
You're
Appreciate it,
welcome.
Chris. Hey,
And
have you
just
got it
another.
playing?
Have we got what?
Have you got it playing? The trailer?
No, I didn't want to put the sound on. I'll watch it later and let you know.
No,
I'll get
what
you
I
a
want to do
message.
is see your reaction to it.
Oh, okay. I'll put it on. Can you still see me?
Yeah.
Okay. And here we go.
I'm multitasking. That's why I'm not talking. I'm looking at what's being said.
You're multitasking. All right, here we go. Preview. Mm. Very good. I
And
knew it's Jason Statham in there.
yeah, there. You wonder why I have dreams of combat. in those movies.
Yeah.
But that's just a lot of older action
Mhm.
stars doing just a very corny action movie, just action for action's sake, no real story. No, it's not Shakespearean story where you got good and evil or some kind of overlapping storyline or moral or anything.
Or a
It's just
plot.
yeah, or a real
Yeah.
plot. Well, we got to go here and do this. We're gonna kill these people,
Mhm.
and I'm gonna say outrageous things while I'm killing these people.
That's Hollywood for you.
Yeah, they're very funny movies. Uh, you never look at Sylvester Stallone the same again.
Oh, cool.
When you got him in that regular voice of Stallone, he learned how to say funny things with his normal serious voice, and he's got a great
Mhm.
voice. I mean, uh, got to give him that kind of credit that he's got a great sounding voice during a movie. And then
Yes.
when he tells that guy, "I got my ass kicked," because Steve Stone, that great big wrestler, just beat the hell out of him.
Mhm.
That wasn't even a
Yes.
very good fight. He just got his butt kicked.
Yeah, it looked really fun.
Yeah, it's
I
it's
like it.
it's a hilarious thing. They got different stars in different movies. Uh, they've done 4 of them, and it's a great little franchise. I think it's over with now. I think they're all getting a little bit too old to be jumping around like that. Stallone's got this other show
Mhm.
he's working on. If you see, it's on some of the pay for channels where he's playing a mob guy that gets asked to leave the city he's worked in all his life. So they send him to the
Mhm.
Midwest. So he's trying to do New York and Chicago mob things. Uh, what state is he in? One of the Midwestern states,
Oh, I don't know.
and he's dealing with uh, Tulsa, I believe it is.
Mhm.
And he's trying to create a mob, his own mob in Tulsa.
Tulsa, Oklahoma?
Yes,
Oh, no.
the whole premise is funny. I mean, just saying that is funny. He takes over a
It
pot grower.
and that could bring up this other dream I had of a political upset in a third world country. And it kind of deals, it's kind of more serious than the light stuff that we're talking about. But I was just thinking that, war and stuff, it was about in a war torn country and things. And um, I'll say the dream because it has a divine being in it too, which I wanted to talk about. And so it was a political upset in a third world country. The father figure in the dream, he wasn't my father, but it was a father figure. He got caught by the opposing army. He was tortured, and it was determined he didn't know anything and was set free.
Mhm.
But for some reason, this part of the dream repeated 5 times of being caught, tortured, and set free, being caught, tortured, and set free. And um, and the last time he was caught, he was taken to the gallows, but the prosecutors were kind of hesitant about hurting him again, since since they knew he was innocent and didn't know anything. But they ended up hanging him anyway. And I was in the crowd surrounded by many enraged protesters of the hanging and people demanding that he be revived. and suddenly we were underneath the gallows in this musty kind of like, under under the wood stuff where it's um kind of dark and musty. The unconscious man was the father figure was lying flat on a stone table. And then the divine being comes in as a white light with small white stars and kind of like glittery sparklers came down from above. It didn't have any figure, and it was huge, was soft, and it's kind of gentle and swirling inside. There was light throughout it, and it just felt like a breath of fresh air. Um, it was standing between me and the man. It was fully touching. It was fully touching my body where I was by its side. It was touching me, and it swirled around my shoulders, and then it swirled around the man, like hugging us both at the same time. As if it had arms to do so, that's what it would have been. And it gave the man life again, and was able um, to get him up and conscious and to his feet. And I knew everything would be okay. He was fully revived, and everything was peaceful. Deep down, I was at peace, and that's where the dream ends. And I just want to say, like, replaying this scene over and over like that kind of puts emphasis on what that scene signifies. It needs to be addressed. And there were things that needed to be addressed that I was being that things were happening that weren't right, and things I needed to realize them and address them to heal. And so, and then the hanging and things were kind of misplaced feelings of guilt and pain. And protesters were kind of like the inner anger. It's kind of like a healing journey of kind of feeling the pain, the guilt of this thing that happened, and putting it on inwards. And then to the point of, I don't want this anymore, to end it at all cost in a way, or have others end it. But then there's that little bit of anger coming through that, hey, this isn't right, this is unjust, and to make it right. And with that anger, I was able to heal and face this thing that was coming up in me that I really didn't know about, and things, until like these dreams started hinting and recurring. And with recurring dreams, sometimes with me, and with especially with dreams, some dreams can be memories and flashbacks to certain people, especially if they had trauma back in their life. It can be parts of memory. Not Dreams aren't literal, so it's not like take exactly this what happened and put it like that. I wasn't in a third world country and stuff, and the father figure wasn't tortured like in the dream, but the symbolism, meaning the feelings and things were what was coming out. And that's what dream interpretation does. It shows that what the symbols need. And while we're on dream interpretation, I just want to say that, like, dream dictionaries are kind of misleading. They kind of sound like like it's a dictionary, like it's solid knowledge, solid information, when really it is up to the dreamer. It's always whatever it means to the dreamer over anybody else's interpretation or what the book says, because like backing up before when I said alligators were my symbol of bad luck, well, alligators to you are part of life and they're probably not bad luck to you. And so it's a whole different meaning for you. Just like we'll say tigers. Tigers can be a powerful feminine symbol, power, freedom, a lot of things like that. But if you're scared to death of big cats, it's not going to mean that for you. And so I like to say that the dream dictionaries are written for the masses, kind of like horoscopes are in the newspaper. They talk generally speaking over a wide range, but don't take it as concrete. It's more of a suggestion.
Okay.
Yeah, it's more of a suggestion of what it can be, and if it resonates with you, good. But if it doesn't, then that's okay too, because some people go, this means this, but I don't feel that. It's something else to me, but it says it means this, so why, I must be doing it wrong or something. And it's not that they're doing it wrong, it's just that these things are written for the masses. It's not, dream dictionary is really a misleading term.
Okay. I can see what you mean about tigers because
Conan doesn't
I've
there
never
to be
dreamed
just showing
about
the screen
tigers.
on here.
I've never
Hmm.
dreamed about tigers. Uh, uh, now I had one experience with tigers up close and personal. As I pane of glass between us when I
Uh-huh.
went out to Vegas back in 2002. So we're talking about a long time ago. What, 20
Yes.
years now? 21 years. And you remember the two magicians who had their tiger shows?
Yes.
Uh, I I went and got video of their tigers.
Oh, how cool.
I've still got that somewhere, and what I need to do is have that taken off the MIDI tapes that it's on,
Hmm.
and have it transferred electronically so I can post that to YouTube because I got some great footage of our tigers, and that whole place now doesn't even exist.
They tore it down?
Yes, they moved the tiger somewhere else, and they've torn it down, and like I said, the whole place doesn't exist. Uh, and I've got some great footage of me just being on one side of the glass and the tiger being on the other. This is not long shots.
Hmm.
We were just feet apart,
How
and
neat.
they were so beautiful. The white on white
Hmm.
tigers.
Yes.
It was just an amazing experience. When you said tigers, that's another thing where I've got a good personal experience. Had never dreamed bad things about tigers.
No, it's just an example. It could be anything that, if you had a bad experience of it, that was just a symbol that I put out that I knew right off the bat. But
Mm-hmm.
like whatever symbol it is that, oh, I dreamed about this, look it up in the book. And it's like, no, I didn't feel that way about that at all. It's because, there's more to the dream and there's more to you than what the book is saying. The books are really kind of narrowly focused on symbolism, but like in dream interpretation, you got to look at the whole dream. That's why I was asking you guys more questions about the dream, because the more details you can give about the dream, the deeper the meaning
I
than
can kind of
just
see that. I can see
yes.
that. Now, one dream I had, never really had any bad dreams about wild animals, except I had one dream one night. I was standing there talking to somebody. I did not recognize the person. I was talking to a shadow figure, but I was obviously familiar with the shadow figure. Didn't know who it was, but obviously in the dream, we were friends. We were
Mm-hmm.
talking, and all of a sudden, a Bigfoot uh, came in and started approaching us in a threatening manner, growling.
Mm-hmm.
And we just looked at it. And when he started getting too close, I I grabbed my hands like Superman in my button shirt, ripped my shirt off, but instead of a Superman logo being on my chest, I turned into a werewolf and attacked the Bigfoot as the bigger being at this point
Mm-hmm.
and drove him off. And I woke up with scratches
Mm-hmm.
on my chest and a pulled shoulder.
Wow. What do you
Because at
make of that?
one point during the fight, he shoved me through a glass window, and I was
Mm-hmm.
bruised, and I couldn't shoulder wasn't working very well for a day or two, and I had scratches on my chest.
Wow.
That was always amazing to me that I had a dream, but
Mm-hmm.
got injured in the dream and was injured when I woke up.
Yes, that's a strong dream.
Mm-hmm.
That could be what what do you make of it? Do you think it was um well, what do you make of it?
Well, I've had him on the show here, Bigfoot enthusiast.
Uh-huh.
Your thing is dreams. I've had those people on there where
Yes.
their thing is Bigfoot. Out there hunting Bigfoot, trying to find a footprint, or hear one knocking
Mhm.
on a tree, or screaming in the dark, or something like that. And uh, I've never had a Bigfoot experience in real life. I've never had a monster or anything like that attacking me in real life. This is a total. I can't identify it with real life at all.
Mhm.
Uh, and me turning into a werewolf. Of course, I've never done that in real life.
Mhm.
If I start getting hairy in a full moon, uh, what I'd do, I'd get on here on the podcast and on the night of a full moon, say, "Hey, y'all want to see something cool? Watch this." But
Yeah.
I have no idea what it meant. Uh, didn't really have any meaning to me except was did this mean that the werewolf was a metaphysical being, and that's why we can't get any focused pictures of it?
Could be.
Where people their experiences with Bigfoot, they see it and it disappears. It's maybe approaching them, or they're approaching it, or it's walking along, and they may see two or three tracks, and then the footprints disappear. It's in mud, and you see a couple of
Mhm.
prints, and the prints are gone, and the creature's gone, and there's no way they can move from that last print without making another print.
Mm.
So it, that was the question in my mind when I saw this: is this telling me that the Bigfoot is an interdimensional being and only occasionally visits our dimension, and goes in and out of portals or just fades in and out of our space time continuum and goes to another one.
Well, as we were talking in the beginning of the show, um, yeah, some believe it is possible to go to other realms, other dimensions, and maybe you were in Bigfoot's dimension, and that's why you became a werewolf, because in that dimension, that's what you could become. That would be neat.
That was an interesting dream because in the
Hmm.
fight continued. He hit me, knocked me through a glass window, and I got out and attacked him. And there was a big wrestling match, fight, biting each other, and it was freaky to me coming back having scratches across my chest, like I'd actually been in a fight.
Yeah, how many scratches were there?
Uh, 3 or 4.
Oh, wow. So it was like Bigfoot's.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
And I don't. I could. Some people say, "Well, you probably did that to yourself." If I had fingernails, I would. But my fingernails come out really soft, and they break really easy. If I tap them on a table, they break. I do work in the yard, break my fingernails every time I go outside.
Hmm.
Uh, so it's unlikely that I could have put 3 or 4 scratches across my chest with one hand, because at any given time I don't have but maybe 1 or 2 decent fingernails I could scratch anything with if I tried.
Yeah, I sometimes wake up with scratches and things. I started documenting them because it happens like really odd places and things. Sometimes right after a dream, sometimes I just look down and it's there. And a couple times on my hands, I even watched one appear, and I don't know what I make of it. I've gone to some professionals about it, and they said, "Oh, you have long nails, so you did it to yourself." I'm like, I didn't.
Yeah.
I've had long nails all my life. I never scratched myself like that. And things are like, yeah, but you did it to yourself. And so it's one thing that I'm researching right now is about scratches when you wake up. And
Mm.
like you said, injuries when you wake up from dreams. And maybe going into the other dimensions is something that I need to look into because I haven't looked in that way before. But trying to find a logical, scientific reason for it, other than body memories, where like if you got cut or bruised in a traumatic way, and then you remember, and then it can the mark can resurface later on, and later on in life, when you're kind of reliving the memory, when it comes up somehow in your body. Um, but I don't think it's that because this, it's because like you said, it's Bigfoot and a werewolf. It's not a body memory, and like my scratches are also not. I don't know. It's
Supernatural.
just really
They're
something I'm looking
supernatural.
into. The
I'll
supernatural,
leave,
says Chris.
I'm gonna tell you like this before I leave. It's the supernatural. I've had scratches before. I think they have a lot to do with abduction. Because I would wake up with scratches, so I think scratches. You had experiments on you in the spaceship, so they touch your body and they left marking on you. So I've had scratches that they burn, and I do believe it has a lot to do with abduction. It has to do with this paranormal, but it's a different paranormal. It's kind of like a out of body experience. So I'll leave it with that, and you guys can take over from here. But
Okay, thank.
just
That,
keep that thought of scratches. You can blame me for all that shit in you. but it wasn't you. You were just being touched.
Thank you, Chris.
You leave it with that.
That
And
helps.
then thanks for having me on. She's doing a phenomenal job.
Thank you.
You're welcome. See you guys later. I'll be watching on the outside.
Okay.
Right.
Good night.
Good night.
Yeah, that was interesting. And I've only been touched physically one time during a paranormal investigation. It was, you probably never heard of it because they haven't had an investigation there in years because they got a Catholic priest in and cleaned it out.
Mm-hmm.
It was the rectory in Cincinnati,
No, I never heard of it.
and it was next to an old abandoned Catholic church. It had long been abandoned, and they closed it down, got their relics out of there. But they had a rectory next door where they put deflocked priests.
Mm.
And there'd been a couple of dead bodies just left on the stoop there on the street door.
Oh, wow.
Yes. And it was rumored that one priest was killed in his bed inside the rectory. And
Oh,
it was shown on Ghost Adventures, and Zach Bagans would not even go inside without a Catholic priest being there.
wow. That's some heavy energy.
Yes. And I investigated the place, and one of the first ones to investigate it, and I ended up with a bruise the exact shape of a thumb fingerprint on the inner part of my left upper arm. Like somebody had
Wow.
grabbed me from the front with their fingers on the
Mm-hmm.
outside of my upper arm and their
Uh-huh.
thumb on the side. And they left a
Wow,
bruise on the
that's...
inside of my arm.
Did it happen right then, or did it appear later?
I felt it, and I don't know when it appeared, but when I was, we stopped the investigation. We finished in the morning and went to a hotel, and I was taking my shirt off. It was daylight. It was 6:30, 7 o'clock, maybe a little early, maybe around 6 a.m. I took my shirt off, and there it was. So I can't say when it appeared because I was wearing a long sleeve
Mm-hmm.
shirt.
Okay.
And I felt like I was being followed, and whatever was
Mm-hmm.
following me was maybe a little bit intimidating because I look intimidating, especially when I'm got my hat on, as you see in my avatar here, a long
Yes.
sleeve shirt, a vest with my paranormal equipment in the vest, and a long black coat like you see in the Western stories.
Okay.
I may have something.
And it went through all that to leave a bruise.
Well, what happened? I kept on being followed, and I said, Are you intimidated?" I tell you what, come at me. I took off the coat. I took off my vest, and took off my long sleeve shirt, and then took off my T-shirt,
Mm-hmm.
and said, "Okay, come on, be in front of me. Don't appear behind me. Don't be walking behind me. I'm not here to hurt you. I'm not here to intimidate you. I'm here with nothing." And I don't know if
Mm.
that's when I got it or not. I don't have my coat on in this picture, but you can see uh, that's me at about 240.
Okay.
Uh, I'm not somebody that you want to reach out and grab or I don't sling around very easily. That's a. Of course, I don't have much of my paranormal stuff except in zipped up pockets here. You can't see that much.
Mm-hmm.
But you can see what that this is how I roll. And sometimes I got my coat on.
Mm-hmm. That's so cool.
Here's me in a lightweight jacket. You can see I am no lightweight. Neither is the wife. By the
Well, you can tell I'm not a lightweight either.
look in the background behind me. Do you see anything in that photo?
I see a skull on the left side, and I see let me take a look. Yeah, I'm kind of seeing that feathered figure there. It almost has a face in it. I don't know what that is. And the white in the background on the right.
Behind my left shoulder,
Yeah.
kind of at the top. Yeah, that it looks like a human head there. That's a plant.
Yes, it does.
That's the leaves of a plant back there. But it looks like there's a
Mhm.
human head there in the middle of the plant.
It does.
And I've shown this picture to a lot of my guests, and some people swear there's somebody sitting in that chair on my left side of the photo, right beside my wife's right shoulder. That chair back there. They say there's somebody sitting in that chair. I said there was not. You see a little bit of a sleeve there at the very
Yes.
edge of the photo where somebody else was sitting. But all you see
Mhm.
is the sleeve of their jacket. A little bit cool that night.
I see that. I see right above it the eyes and the nose of a skull
Yeah.
too. And it almost looks like a cat sleeping underneath that human head figure, like a black cat sleeping.
Mm-hmm.
But I can't tell what that is. I need to get
Yeah.
closer.
There was no cat there.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's just the shadows of the chair or what, but from a distance it looked like a black cat.
Mm-hmm. By the way, that picture was taken in New Orleans.
Oh wow! In the French Quarters.
You've heard of Patrick O'Brien's bar down there?
Okay.
That was in their courtyard. You got to walk through the bar. You walk in their
Uh-huh.
door, and you walk through their bar, and you walk all the way through. If they got if they're not doing much that night, they don't open up the courtyard. But when on a busier night, they open up their little cabana bar, and they open up the courtyard. And that night, we were sitting in the courtyard.
Wow, you just happened to catch that figure in the plant.
Yes.
Did they know about it? Was it a place that had ghosts?
Every building in New Orleans has got ghosts.
Oh, okay.
And this place had they say that ghosts are occasionally seen there, but that's not the reason the picture was taken. I just asked one of the guys that was with us to take my camera and take a picture of us. Now the reason the camera the picture is pink is because it was a full spectrum investigation camera. It's not a regular
Oh.
camera. It had the UV and the infrared filters taken out. And if you take out those two filters, you can see it shows a few things that reflect UV and IR light. And that's what happens when you see the regular light, and you also see the ultraviolet and a little bit of the low end infrared.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why it picks up stuff, because you've got things that could be invisible to our normal vision, but the camera pick it up because it's picking up opposite ends of the spectrum light, UV and IR,
Oh, okay.
which makes pink. UV is
Oh,
basically purple off the purple spectrum, and IR is just an extreme end that we can't see with our eyes. Animals can. Into the IR light, it's basically just red we can't see. So you mix red and you throw in some purple or violet in it, and you come up with pink.
yes, yes, very cool. It was a very neat pink too. It wasn't like a rose pink. It was more like a fuchsia almost.
Yes, and that's what I look at when I photograph my investigations.
Oh wow! So you see that color all the time.
Yes, I
Okay.
have full spectrum video cameras, and I got whole videos that are taken with that type of camera, and the whole thing is pink. Whether I'm outside in the sun, of course, it's brighter because this was nighttime in a courtyard with just lights on. The daytime looks kind of weird, especially when you're showing trees. It looks surreal.
Mm-hmm.
But the theory goes that if anything reflects or shines with its own light, and the UV or IR side of the spectrum, we might not see it with our eyes. The camera will pick it up.
Oh, that's so neat. They figured out how to do that.
Well, you just
Kind
remove
of.
two filters. When they came up with the
Okay.
camera back in the 1800s,
Mm-hmm.
uh, they showed a whole bunch of stuff. They couldn't figure it out until they said, wait a minute, if we break spectrum, if we break, when they started looking at, through a prism, if we can put a filter in here that'll knock out the UV and IR and only see, or the camera only sees a regular picture, you come up with what you got with my avatar. You have the natural greens and skin tones and all that comes through like we see it with our eyes. But a camera has to have
Mm-hmm.
filters to see it like that because it's picking up all the light that we can't see. So all they do with the full spectrum camera is remove the filter that filters out the UV light and the other filter that filters out the infrared light, and you get a very pink picture that covers a little bit more of the spectrum than our eyes do.
Very cool. That's so neat. You know so much about that.
I've been investigating
Yeah.
for a long time, and I was one of the first ones to. I was using full spectrum video cameras. Shoot, 2 seasons before Ghost Adventures had one.
Oh wow.
I was one
You're
of the
you're
first
doing
ones
it
that
before it was cool.
I was doing it before it's because I was using full spectrum cameras.
Did you ever investigate Mudhouse Mansion? I think
Uh,
it's in Ohio.
nope, I never went there. I was
Okay.
close when I was at the rectory. Of course, that's in Cincinnati,
Mm-hmm.
just outside Cincinnati. Uh, but I never got there. I was always when I went to Cincinnati. We had to leave. We came in that afternoon. We had to leave the next morning. We didn't have time to get to the other place.
Oh, okay. Because I have dreams about Mudhouse Mansion when
Really?
it was in its prime. Yeah, it was so weird how I came across the pictures of it because I didn't think a place like that existed. It was because it's built into the hill, it's built into the ground and the hill it's a little hill that it's on, but the house is built into it. And it has, it's an old Victorian house kind of. It has the kind of like the rounded out windows and things. And I have dreams, which Chris and them thinks I'm astral projecting there and having this grand old 1920s party when it was all in its prime, when it had the nice curtains and the nice furniture. And and everything. There was some dark aspects, like dark magic going on there, but um, I wasn't part of it. It was just like some people that were doing it, and it was. And then I was looking up places, like it's like around Halloween. You look up all the scary
Of
places and
course,
things,
of course.
and it came up. I'm like, that's the house. I dreamed of that house. And I looked inside and everything, and it still had kind of like the armchairs and stuff that were there. They tore it down now though because people kept trying to break in and ghost hunt, and it was unsafe. They said it was too unsafe to go in anymore. So unfortunately, they tore it down. But it was so neat that there was pictures of it, and I'm like, that's the house. That's it. And it's exactly like how it was in my dream and things. There's been a couple things like that. There is um in Singapore, there is a skyscraper building. There's three buildings, but at the top of the buildings, there's another. It looks like another skyscraper is laying across the top of it. It's very unique. And I had a dream before I even knew that existed, like way back in 2005, of a skyscraper like that with another skyscraper across it. And I'm like, okay, that's so impossible. Why would anybody do that? This dream's so out there. And then I was looking at unique architecture, and lo and behold, there's that building. And it's in Singapore. I never been to Singapore, but I don't know why I dreamed of it. I never knew of it before. And things. And they said, well, you must have seen it on the news or something, because I think it's another wives' tale that you're not supposed to be able to dream about things that you haven't seen or experienced. And it's like, no, I do all the time. I don't know how I do it, but I do it. And there's another place. Oh, the Dubai airport. I don't know if I can bring up pictures on here. Let me. I'll have to Facebook them to you, I think.
That's okay.
And okay, then I won't do it. Or if I Facebook them to you, could you put them up for the show? Well, maybe. Let me see. Okay. And the other one was the airport in Dubai. And the
Okay.
airport in Dubai is unique because it has um it's shaped like a burrito. It's not shaped like an
A
airport.
burrito?
It's shaped like a burrito. And it has these weird it kind of looks like sailboat cells for windows. And I had a dream about that. That was when I was watching myself walk out into the ocean, and I was on the other side of the window, beating on the window, trying to get my attention to not go out into the ocean.
Is this what you're
Um,
talking about?
yes, that's it. Yeah, that's it. Isn't that so unique?
Yeah, they've got three skyscrapers, and they're connected by. They constructed it such a way they've got a couple smaller buildings and a park up there. It looks like.
Yes. It's like a whole nother city up there.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
and I just
absolutely
thought,
amazing architecture there.
Yes, and I dreamed about it, and I was like, there's no way that could ever be in existence because it just seems impossible. But yet, there it is. And the other one, the Dubai International Airport, um, if you can bring up a picture of that, because it's on the water, and it just looks like a burrito to me. It's kind of elongated and it's oval
Okay.
shaped.
First thing, how do you spell Dubai?
Dubai.
Dubai. Oh, automatically come up. I put Dubai, and Dubai Airport comes up.
Yep.
Okay, I got a lot of photos of Dubai Airport.
Okay. And there's also like, it looks like a mall inside of it. So if you can get like one that shows the sailboat windows and the shape of the building, that would be neat. And I've never been to Dubai.
I'm working on
Yeah.
it. Mm.
I've never been to Dubai, never been to Singapore, never even think, because it's such a unique shaped airport, you would think like, look how they are over here with us, the big square hangars, like, they'd just be big and square or things, but this one is round.
We seem to like our squares here.
We do.
We build things kind of boring compared to other countries.
Yes. Okay, there's the windows on the side. See how they go? They're huge. They go all the way up like that. The sailboat windows. And then
It's amazing. Here's that out
yes.
from the outside.
Yeah, and I was on the other side of them, banging on the window, trying to get myself to not go out into the ocean. And if you could show where, the one where the front doors are, where it looks like, so they can see the whole building, kind of like an aerial view.
Of the outside.
Yeah, the whole building. So
Wow. Okay. Okay, wait a minute. Got to. They're saying I'm getting too much stuff here, so
okay.
overloading my StreamYard.
And while he's doing that, I'll just put in another plug. My name's AmyAnna Soto. There is a Facebook group, Dream Symbols and Interpretation. You can go to get your dreams interpreted. And go join the group. You can contact me on my Facebook page. It was up there for a minute. There it is.
That's amazing.
Isn't that
With,
amazing?
with the planes lined up and all of them that kind of colorful tail like they have.
Mm-hmm.
The green, the black, and the red on the white plane. Just row after row of them here. And a very oval shaped building. And then you don't realize how big those oval buildings are until you look at the 757 and the whole row of 757s parked at them.
And look how small they look to that building.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Those planes look kind of dinky next to it. I mean, you could park planes inside of there.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah, just about.
amazingly beautiful.
Yes, and that's their airport, and it's just like, who would have thought an overall airport like that? And it's huge. It is huge. And things, it was just, you know, I don't know. I've been finding literal places like that in my dreams that, especially the Dubai airport, is a recurring dream of mine. And for some reason, that has to do with my mom and my mom leaving me there. But I never been to Dubai, and I don't think my mom has either.
Hmm.
And things, but there's
Kind
the
of,
dream, and it
hard to
exists.
figure, what that dream means. You're trying to interpret that dream, and what is that about? If you've
Yes.
never been to it, you probably, no offense, but you probably will never get to Dubai. I mean, I will never
Mm-mm.
fly to Dubai. I mean, you got to get passports, a one-way ticket to Dubai. You're talking about dropping $1,000 probably or more.
Probably more. Yeah. And then you gotta get your shots and everything and all that stuff. And no, it's a lot. And plus that, I don't think I ever want to go there. And things, the more I know about the world, the more I want to stay home.
Oh, one thing that is held, I don't know how your political leanings are, and this is not a political show, so please don't tell me what your political leanings are. I don't go into that.
Okay.
But there is every year uh, uh, 50 over 50, and now they've co-opted it with a 40 over 50 women that they meet in Dubai. And it's the most outstanding 50 people over 50 that've done something to give back to the world during that past year. And
Wow.
it's hosted by Mika Brzezinski, which may not be a thing to you, but her father, I don't know if you watched much TV or kept much track of politics back when Jimmy Carter was president, the late 70s. He was the
I think I
secretary.
was being born then.
He was Jimmy Carter's Secretary of State, and probably one
Hmm.
of the smartest. Him and Henry Kissinger were two of the smartest men that ever served in that position. Secretary of State is I think they're, if you got the president, the vice president's first in line, the Speaker of the House is second in line. If I'm not mistaken, the Secretary of State is third in line if something happens to the president.
Mm.
This is a very
Uh-huh.
important person. And Kissinger and Brzezinski could not actually serve in the presidency or the vice presidency. They could only serve as a stopgap until we got another person in, because it is in the Constitution, the president has to be born in this country or
Mm-hmm.
territory, or be born of an American citizen. Like Ted Cruz, he was born in Canada, but at the time, and she still is, an American citizen. So you can be born on the moon if your mother was an American citizen. You can serve as president.
Hmm. Okay.
But anyway, she was
Yeah.
from Poland. Her parents, Zbigniew and his wife, came over from Poland to escape the Nazis when they invaded Poland.
Okay.
And she has a show on MSNBC with her now husband. Used to be co-host, but a few years ago they both got divorces from their spouses and married each other. He
As
is
those
a
things happen, right?
he still says, I am more conservative than almost anybody you know. I'm more conservative than most. And she was a child of somebody who joined the Democratic Party time he got over to the United States. So she was born and raised in the Democratic Party and came up in the White House
Mm.
as the daughter of Secretary of State. So yes, she's known as Amy. She's very good friends with Hillary Clinton, and her and Hillary kind of run this event. And it's all these women. Back to how it kind of relates to you. It brings out these women that are over 50 that have done something, either run a country, run an event, something where the women stood up and says, I'm the leader. This is how we're going to do it. And it come out right. And that's what they do is raise these women up and say, this person is served this political office, or she ran this event, for charity that maybe saved people's lives in this other country because she brought food or training or something in there that they do special. And they always have this outstanding who's who female speakers.
Oh, very cool. Is it broadcast anywhere or is it super secret?
You can just check out 50 over 50
Okay.
on the internet, and they've got stuff they can show you about what the past and maybe the next event. I think they just had one just last month or so. Tell right,
Okay.
January, February, first part of the year is when they do it, and they've now
Mm.
got 50 over 50, 40 over 40, and now they've got a 30 over 30. Where the women who have just again stepped up and done something,
Mm.
they talk about them and what good they've done, because the key is they've all stepped up and did something to give back to humanity and make the world a better place.
Very interesting.
So that's just some things you learn. Joe, her husband is Joe Scarborough. He had a show for years, just him, and it finally flopped. And people stopped watching it. But I always watched him because I'm a moderate, and he hit on something. Okay, occasionally he hit on something I would disagree with him with,
Hmm.
and he calls himself a conservative. He's more moderate than some of the people that's around today. But he was born and raised just outside of Atlanta, and he was moved there at a young age down into the Panhandle of Florida. My father's from Live
Okay.
Oak, which is right on the edge of the Panhandle and getting closer to Tallahassee. So we're talking about Tallahassee, Florida, in that area,
Hmm.
and which is not too far from where I used to go down to Panama City, Florida, and hung around a lot. So he and I have seen a lot of the same territory, all over Georgia and the Panhandle of Florida. So he and I we'd never met, but we could sit there, and you don't want to get us together, because if we meet up in a bar and get to talking, we're going to shut down the bar. I don't care if the bar is open to 4 o'clock in the morning. The guy sweeping the floors is going to kick us out, because
I hear
we
you.
we could talk. And of course, she went down to the funeral of Rosalind Carter, Jimmy Carter's wife, who died a couple months ago. and
Uh-huh.
all the former first ladies were there, and the current first lady. Even Trump's wife went down there, Ivanka. She even
Mm.
went down there for that, honoring a passed away, former first lady of the country.
Mm-hmm.
And Jimmy was in hospice, and they got him out there. Now, he is still alive, although he's been in hospice now for about a year.
Yeah, he's getting up there. Yeah, it's not.
He and I have met and talked several times. So, the people on Facebook don't like me. They'll go on my stream and say, "Okay, who's the most famous person you've ever met?" Okay, I've met Jimmy Carter several times. We've talked on several occasions before and during while he was president, and I've also talked and spoke with the third man who walked on the moon, Pete Conrad.
Oh, cool.
He was the commander of Apollo 12. Remember, we landed twice in '69. Kennedy said we're going to do it before the end of this decade. So we raced down, finally got it done in July of '69. We landed on the moon. People forget we landed on the moon twice in '69. We landed again in December.
They don't talk about that one. They just talk about the first walk on the moon, but
they talk about
you hardly ever
Armstrong.
hear about the second one.
Pete Conrad was the commander, and while Buzz Aldrin and, of course, Armstrong were the first two to walk on the moon, Pete Conrad, being the commander, was the third person to walk on the moon, one of only 12. So, yes,
Wow.
I've actually talked with the president, and I don't mean say, "Hey, how you doing?" I mean talked with the president. And Pete Conrad, later in life, before he passed away, was helping design the current space station, the ISS.
Wow. He was still active in
Yes,
the space travel.
he worked at NASA until he passed away. He was on the design board of that, trying to figure out how they were going to do it. And back in the '80s, that was the debate. How are we going to do this? We're going to get up there and put up something that weighs thousands of tons and put it in orbit and beam people back and forth with it and put it in a stable orbit and keep it stable and power it with solar panels where we can go back and forth, and there's always a crew on board. Rotate the crew, so there's always somebody on board. How are we going to do this? And Pete Conrad's one of the people to help them figure it out.
Wow.
I later knew, soon after that, knew a guy who was working or going to work for an engineer at NASA. He was being hired to help design the space station. And he and I stayed up. We were at a conference. We started talking about 8 o'clock after supper. We went to eat. Went back to the hotel room. We sat there and talked till dawn. We had people wanting to do stuff with us. We had to just get up. He hit the shower in his hotel room. I went back to my room, took a shower, and then we went out and did our stuff on absolutely no sleep. Because we sat up all night long designing a space station. And I said, look, Russia does not have, that was when Russia was going broke in '89. When the communism fell, the Union of Socialist Republics, whatever, USSR fell on its face. Like communism always does. Communism only works at the point of a gun. If you stop pointing a gun at people, it falls. Sooner or later, you're going to run out of money and fall on your face. And that's what happened to them. They ran out of money and fell on their face. Like communism always does. Communism and socialism fall on their face every time. You're going to run out of money sooner or later. Socialism, much quicker. Socialism falls on its face much, much sooner. Communism, you keep going when you got the army behind you, keep it going for a few years. Sooner or later, you run out of money to pay the army. And when you run out of money to pay the army, they turn on you and your communism is gone. Everybody wants to be free. But anyway,
yes.
Russia put up some space stations, smaller space stations. They ran
Mhm.
out of money, although they had another core of their space station was pretty well built, about 3/4 or more finished. But they didn't have enough money to bolt it to a rocket and send it up. And I said, tell you what,
Oh.
they got this center part of a space station.
Mhm.
Why don't we use it as the centerpiece? Shoot it up for them, or they can shoot it up, or give them the money to shoot it up, whatever is necessary. Get it up into orbit, and we come up with our parts that can bolt to it, that we can shoot up with our shuttles. And that's
Yeah.
exactly how they built that space station. The center core, the main part that you see on TV when them flying around,
Mhm.
was built by Russians. They built it as a by itself space station for them to keep a couple of people on. And we used it, we got it up there and used it
Mhm.
as a core and added onto it in a couple of different directions and bolted everything to it. We bolted the Canadian arm, we bolted several nodules that we built. The Europeans built several modules, and that's why, it's like a jigsaw puzzle almost. And but the center core, the big part of the core, part of that space station, was Russian and built in the late 80s. That's why they're going to crash it into our atmosphere in another 5 years. They've got to abandon it because the solar panels are getting a lot of holes punched in them.
Mm.
And everything's getting kind of old. It's getting a little creaky, getting a little leaky. And the thing was only designed to work 20, 25 years, absolute max.
Uh-huh.
And this has been a part of it. That main Russian core has been up there since about 1991.
That's what, 30
That's
years?
over 30
35
years now. About he's
yeah.
working on 35 years. That thing's been up there.
That's some
So
good engineering.
Yeah, it's some good engineering, and they use that Russian core. And I come up with that at 3:00 in the morning, handed it to a NASA engineer. I had no idea it would go anywhere. As far as I knew, he would go down to NASA and would get fired the next week. I didn't know, but he was a nice guy. We'd been friends for a while. He's a lot smarter than I am. He went to bigger schools and better schools and longer than I did.
Mm-hmm.
And I've got 3 degrees. But but we drew this out on a napkin, and it was the basic design. That's still up there and still got people writing it now, even as we speak. I mean, we sent another crew up there hell just a week or two ago.
Oh wow!
And I
even
kind of
as
helped.
leaky as it is.
I kind of helped draw that up. So,
you should be getting some kickbacks here.
Relassa should be sending me a residual check. I don't know.
Yes.
I didn't know he was. I just said this is what we could do, and gave him the notes.
Mm-hmm.
And I talked to Pete Conrad, and I asked him in public. I had raised my hand while we were talking, and he was talking about the space station and how we're trying to put it together, figured out how to put it together. I said, will the Russians be working with us in this space station? And again, I asked a question for my own answer. He took 20 minutes of his call to answer that question. In the local paper the next day is an entire write-up of our conversation that only wrote about him answering that one question. They said he came here, he started talking, he did this, and he answered this one question, and it was my question. And that was the only thing they wrote about the next day in the paper. A whole great big write-up. I still got a cutout of it somewhere in all my records, a pile of records I've got around here. So I thought it's amazing to get wrote up about that. But it's also amazingly, after the talk, we met at the door and we sat there and talked almost 30 minutes about this, that, and the other. about
Mhm.
NASA and the space program. That was an incredible thing. And then later in life, I was at a job I had. I met the guy who took over from Pete running the space station, the maintenance of it. Pete
Oh.
ran the system for a while during the design,
Mhm.
and he died. I forget what of. He had cancer or something. He died, and another guy took over, and he was the brother of my boss. So he came to the local college, the same college I taught to Pete Conrad in, and we
Mhm.
talked. And he was talking about the space. And I raised my hand again, being mean. I said, "Do we have another design of another space station to replace this?" He said, "No. Currently, we don't have a design on the boards to replace the ISS with." And I just looked at him and said, "Don't you think we should?" And let it go. And he just stopped. He never had that kind of question. Maybe we should. And we've got other designs now, blow up ones that can be shipped up, thrown up on a rocket. And then
Mhm.
they're pressurized. It's made of Kevlar to resist punctures. And they've got computers and whatever they need to do with them in the module already in the module. It's just that this Kevlar is crushed down around it because all the air's pulled out of it. So in space, they
Mhm.
just put standard air like we're breathing right now in there, and that's pressurized because there's no pressure in space, vacuum, near vacuum, not a perfect vacuum, near vacuum. And of course, it blows up like a balloon in space with standard air pressure. And then they can live
Mhm.
and work and all their stuff attached to the Kevlar because it becomes kind of firm, with the air pressure around it.
Uh-huh.
And that's our new design of space station we're working on now. And when the ISS starts to come down, and maybe before, we're going to start putting pieces of the new station up. And I was talking to NASA people in the late '80s, and then again to his predecessor, the guy that replaced him as head of the space station,
Mhm.
in the late '90s.
Wow. You
So
should really have an interesting life.
I have well, I told you earlier,
Mhm.
I did not have that great a childhood. Uh, my father had his issues. My mother didn't understand time zones.
Okay.
She was she should have been in a home, or she should have been put with her family. She had a miserable life early on. She got out of high school even back then, and this is '30s
Uh-huh.
when she was in high school. They passed her just to get her out. She
Oh.
she came out of high school with probably a fourth or fifth grade education, and her first husband, he ended up beating her because she did not want to clean, did not want to cook, and did not want to have sex. She was raised kind of in a religious home where she thought
Mhm.
sex was dirty, even between man and husband and wife.
That's
So
pretty strict.
uh, that's that's not going to go anywhere with a man. And she got tired of being beat on and
Mhm.
walked out on him, even though she had nowhere to go, and went from one friend of hers' couch to another. And my father met her on a double date. Met somebody else, and they switched dates at a rodeo. And he felt sorry for her. That was the biggest driving thing in my father's life, was he felt sorry for people. I don't
Mm.
think he ever really loved her, but he felt sorry for her. She was also barren. She could not bear children. So this couple adopted me, and then 3 years later adopted what would become my sister. My sister and I have no blood relation.
Okay.
She's as tall as I am, so she comes from taller stock than I do. She's got a longer neck, and I have no neck. It's one thing you and I have in common. We don't have long necks.
No, I don't.
You can kind of see from the photo. I basically have no neck. My head sits on top of my shoulders. You can see from that photo.
I don't have a long waist either. It's like ribs and hips. That's it.
And my sister's opposite. She's got long waist because she was 5'9" in her prime. She's starting with old age. She's just 3 years younger than I am. So we're all starting to shrink with our old age. I'm used to be close to 5'10". I was about 5'9" and 3/4, somewhere along there, and now I can barely make 5'8" standing up straight.
Wow.
Because everything kind of shrinks. But she came from taller stock than I was. Should have been a model had she had parents that would motivate her. But my mother didn't want to take her anywhere. Didn't have the nerve to teach her how to cook. She got married and was pregnant, and she didn't know how to boil water.
Oh, no.
So they get up in the morning and have toast for breakfast. And he went out. He cut down trees for a living. Just a couple pieces of toast
doesn't go. Yeah, it don't go
very
a long
far.
way. No.
That's not going to cut too many limbs. And he was cutting out whole trees.
Oh, boy.
Getting fairly well paid for it. But his lunch, he had to go out. She couldn't fix him a sandwich. So he had to eat out every day. And it's okay when you're single. But then when you're married and you're paying rent in a house, and all the bill, the electric bill, and this, that, and the other, and then you eat out at night. So you got toast in the morning, or you stop by McDonald's to get a sausage biscuit. So you can eat out two to at least once, very minimum once, to sometimes 3 times a day, 5 days a week to eat. And they finally they're putting themselves in a poorhouse, and they were having to go to my parents' house to eat. So my parents were about to go broke feeding them. And they said, look, you can't come over here every night to eat. So she started trying to learn how to cook. She finally learned how to, do a pork chop, fry a pork chop in a pan, cook a hamburger. She couldn't do that. And she's finally learned now that she's over 60, how to cook.
It's never too late.
If you want to do the math, I'm 67. I'll be 68 this summer.
Okay, 68. That's a good year.
68 in the first July 3rd. And she's 3 years younger, but her birthday's in June. Same day as my wife's, by the way. My wife and my sisters had the same birthdays.
Oh, really?
My wife, Gail's 6 years younger than I am.
6 years between me and my husband, too. And what's unique about us, I have all brothers, and I'm the only sister. And he has all brothers and only one sister.
Wow.
Yeah,
You probably came up a tomboy, didn't you?
More or less. I had a pony. I had the cowboy boots. I rode the pony and played in the mud. And
wow.
Yeah.
But childhood wasn't very happy. My father ran a business, didn't have time to spend with his kids, and wouldn't take the time, even though he had people that could work the store and would gladly, sub for him so he could take some time off with his kids. He just refused to do it. And he paid for it later in life. And I say I didn't really grow up till he passed away in 91. But you notice I started increasing what I was doing just before that. And he was actually sitting beside me when I asked Pete Conrad that question. He he thought I was going to ask some ridiculous childish thing because he always thought I was an idiot.
Oh.
Yeah, that was an issue there. Uh, he believed in genetics, which was something that was disproven in the 30s. There was an
Yes.
institute that back in the teens and the early part of the 20th century that believed strongly that if you have a stupid man and
Mm-hmm.
he married a stupid woman, their kids were going to be stupid, low IQ children. If the man was not physically attractive, he would probably marry a woman that's not physically attractive, and none of their kids would be physically attractive. They wrote books on this. Guess who read
Mm.
their books and led his?
Everybody.
Well, a few people did. Then they in
Oh.
this country they got completely debunked. They said there is no.
Mhm.
They tried to look at it and they checked the IQ of people, and they were seeing two very smart people. They checked the kids, and the kids were average or less. And then if they had 3 or 4 kids, you maybe had one who was smart. The rest of them were average. Maybe one was a little bit lower than average. And the same thing in the
Mhm.
looks department. You had this beautiful man, named Brad Pitt or whoever, has this
Yes.
one has a woman. Name your actors here. They have a
Mm-hmm.
child, and a lot of times they do have a good-looking kid. A lot of times they don't, and they were debunked them, and they were just completely debunked and thrown out of every scientific study in America. But guess who read their books, believed in them, and then lived his life believing this? One, my father.
Mm. Uh-huh.
The other one that's more well known than my father ever was, Adolf Hitler.
Oh, really?
His whole thing about the superior German build and looks
Mm-hmm. That
was based
superior
was
race.
based on the superior race, was built on American a debunked American society who come up with all these papers and books back in the early part of the 20th century. He read them all and was sold on them being correct, even though they'd been debunked by the 1930s, early 1930s. They'd long been debunked.
Mm-hmm.
But he thought the Jews were subhuman, and that
Yes.
the natural German, big, tall, blonde, good-looking man, beautiful blonde women, that was the German preference. Even though not many Germans actually look like that. You're talking about Swedish people, and I think they kind of said they were descended from the Swedish people, but that was the
Yes.
German superior race, and they stole it all from a debunked American society that my father he believed in till the day he died. See, since I was
Mm.
adopted, his logic was no man of any kind of decent upbringing or IQ would walk away from a pregnant woman. No woman
Mm-hmm.
that had any kind of IQ would allow the man to walk away and try to have this baby on her own. She would do whatever she could to keep her get her man and bring him back in and keep her man if she had a brain in her head, because that's all to him. That's all a woman could do. Women were inferior mental wise in his book. He surrounded himself
Mm-hmm.
with low IQ women, and he thought all women were low IQ. And like I said, he died in 91 believing all this. So because I was adopted, stupid father, stupid mother, stupid son, that was up for adoption because the mother didn't want the son because she couldn't raise him because she was on her own.
Oh.
Accusing her of low IQ when it was just unfortunate and income wise.
Yes.
So he And when my sister, unfortunately, she was a little bit low IQ, so he actually got what he thought she was. But he didn't realize that I had the mental capacity to basically uh, go to college, read over the course, and be very close to the honor society just by reading the course and listening to the instructor. I never
Oh,
studied in
cool.
college. Never. I didn't have to. I could just read the book
Mm-hmm.
assignment. Because I read chapter 5. Okay, go home, read chapter 5. Listen to his talk about chapter 5 the next day. They wrote it
Yes.
on the board. I had notepads. Some of them were outlines. So did this and so happen this way? And whatever he wrote on the chalkboard under that topic, I would write it. So I would read the book, watch him write it on the board, listen to what he said, write down what he wrote on the board, and then I'd read over it one time the night before the test, maybe scan over it a minute or two before the test, and
Mm-hmm.
uh, I would, if I didn't ace it, I was making high A's.
That's cool. You have a good memory and a good study. You're able
I developed
to
that
study
later in
that way.
life. He never
Uh-huh.
saw it, and because he wouldn't even encourage such a thing. He wouldn't ever think I was capable of it. But after he was gone, I just gonna prove to myself that he was wrong, and
Mm-hmm.
went out and did it. I never really made that much money from my education, but I went out and got. I already had one associate's degree, so I went out and got 2 more, and then got a bachelor's.
Wow. So you have 4 degrees?
I actually have 4
No,
degrees, three
3?
associates and three
Yeah.
associates and 1 bachelor's.
What was the majors?
Uh, the bachelor's degree was in business administration
Okay.
with a human resources emphasis. This is why I'm a ghost hunter. I treat ghosts like I would treat humans and they were employees.
Mm.
And I want to get most work from them. You can't yell and scream and put down, "You're a stupid blah blah blah." You're one step from being fired. You say, "Open your mouth, I will fire you right now. Go to work." That's not how you treat people.
No.
You sit there, "Oh, hey, how's it doing?" You call them by their first name. How's you name their wife, and or if she's female, how's the husband? How's the kids? How's your dog? He was having trouble. Yeah, he got a little bit of mange, but took him to the vet. He's fine. Okay. And what's that employee gonna think of that boss?
Yeah, they're going to be a lot closer and a lot more willing to do things and be
Yes.
more productive.
If he needs something done, they're gonna do it. And that's how you treat
Mm-hmm.
people. That's what they try to hammer into your head at college. And
Yes.
I just moved that to the paranormal, and that's how I treat spirits that I've run into.
That's that's great. How can you give an example about how that works for you?
Okay. I can show you. Here we go. Recognize her?
Is that I don't recognize her. It looks
Okay. You look over to go to your Google machine
okay.
and look up ghost photo, and you'll see this picture. Boom.
Let's see. Ghost photo. I'm seeing a lot. Mm.
If you go to Google, you go up top and push images.
Oh yeah, images. Let's see.
You should be able to see that photo. It's the most famous ghost picture ever taken because there was not a
Really?
woman on that stone. Judy Huff took that picture 1991, in Baxter's Grove Cemetery, south of Chicago, using a 35 millimeter film camera with infrared film on it. It
Oh.
was high speed infrared film.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not like this is a long photo. She had it on high speed because some things just pop in and pop out, and that's what happened with this lady. She just happened to catch her. She was all the way across the cemetery and caught this spirit sitting on the stone. Total by accident. Now, look at the dress.
Wow.
Look at the dress she's wearing. See, it's translucent on her left knee. And the
Yes.
dress is somewhat translucent hanging down in front of her right leg. But you notice
Mm-hmm.
the dress or whatever she's got on has got spots on it, right?
Yes.
Okay.
That is very detailed.
Mm-hmm.
That's so neat because I just
look at the lady on the left. Hairstyle is the same.
yes.
Spots on the dress.
Mm-hmm.
This is Amelia Patrick Humphrey and her husband John Humphrey taken on their wedding day in 1863.
Wow. And that's her?
Yes, that's her. Now it
Oh,
took
wow.
me over 2 years of research to find. This picture is in the Humphrey house, which they were opening for tours for several years, but have now stopped tours of. They only did tours on one Sunday a month. And I got in there and managed to do some investigations in there and
Mm-hmm.
took a picture of this picture. And if you look
Mm-hmm.
there, the hair is a lot the same. You see the forehead. The hair's kind of
Yes.
pushed back a little bit. She's got a very high forehead. And the dress has some kind of spots. She appeared sitting on the stone in her wedding dress.
Which was probably what she was buried in. Also,
Uh,
because they buried them in the nicest clothes.
mm-hmm.
And if she's probably in that. Wow. That's so amazing.
But you still got you get the looks the same, but you still
Mm-hmm.
got to have a motive. You got to approach it like a police officer does.
Mm.
Okay, does this person? They might have done it. It kind of looks like they did it, but you got to come up with a motive.
Okay.
There is one. Her firstborn child, Libby May Humphrey, is still buried in Baxter's Grove Cemetery. She is not.
Mm-hmm.
She was coming in there almost every evening, right at dusk, to visit her firstborn child who died at 11 months and 4 days old. To an abandoned cemetery where the family, when they exhumed over half the graves there,
Uh-huh.
the Patricks did not have any. Patricks and Humphreys did not have anybody living in the area, the Chicago area, in the late '80s, and so
Mm.
she is still buried with 5 or 6 cousins on the Patrick side in the Patrick plot of Baxter's Grove Cemetery, and that's why Amelia was there.
Okay. I'd like to ask.
2.5 to 3 years of my life figuring that.
Wow, but you didn't give up.
Mm-mm.
And now you got the information. That is so cool. That is so neat to have the backstory and the history and the actual photos of her wedding, and it's just really neat that you're able to get all that.
We have verification on Ghost Box and Echo Box that that
Mhm.
was her sitting on the stone.
Yes.
When Judy Huff took
Very
that
cool.
picture, she was a member of Dale Kaczmarek's Ghost Research Society. Dale has
Mhm.
since gone, since he's seen these photos, he has since gone in there. He is one of the few people she will speak to now.
Oh, the ghost will speak to him?
Yes. And she, after I come up with this, he asked her, "Are you the person sitting on the stone in the photo that Judy Huff took?" She said yes.
Uh,
She had told me before, but this is another guy getting
mhm.
confirmation that that is her.
And that just makes it
Mm.
it's like you know it, but then when you hear somebody else say the same thing, it, like, makes it so much more validated and real, and it's
Here-
like,
Here's a
"I'm right
banner.
on."
Here's a banner I made, putting the pictures side by side.
Oh, you can definitely see the forehead.
Mm-hmm. And you see the long
Yes.
dress and the fact that
Mhm.
there's dots all over it.
Yes, and the camera, the colors would be reversed, huh?
Well, it was black and white film she used. And by the way, the negative
Oh,
has been checked by 3 or 4 photo experts. The negative, she is there in the negative. The negative has not been tampered with.
wow.
But
That
and of course,
is a good image.
photography was still new in the early 1860s. The Civil War was the first war that ever got photographed heavily,
Mhm.
and all they had was this kind of yellow-looking photography. You know, the kind that had you
Okay.
had the flash, and they had to sit there not moving for about 20, 30, 40 seconds.
Yes.
That's why there's only
Yeah.
one picture, only 1 or 2 pictures of the wedding, because that's all they could afford. They were extremely expensive back then,
Mhm.
and that's them side by side. And we look at them side by side. So that everybody tells me that's the same person. I said, well, one of those photos was taken in 1863. The other photo was taken in 1991. And non-paranormal people said, "Do what? What did you say?" I said, "Yeah, this is fact. That's that reason it's yellow. That's an 1863 photo."
Mm.
And the other photo was taken on 35 millimeter camera, which is old technology now for us.
Yes, but I remember them.
Infrared high speed film taken in 1991.
Do you like the digital cameras for ghost hunting?
Yes, because you can take so many photos.
Okay.
You don't have to rely
Mhm.
on luck. Judy Huff was lucky. She just was going to set the camera up and shot a picture of what she thought would be the cemetery.
Mhm.
Just an overview shot of the cemetery. We were here,
Mhm.
whatever, and that was an accident. Uh, Accidents are sometimes just that. You take a picture and you get stuff, and that if you can sit there instead of taking whatever your roll of film is, 15,
Mhm.
18, 25 photos on your roll of film, and that's all you got to change film, and you may only take one roll while you're there. What's better, 25 photos? Or with a digital camera, you can sit there and shoot 100 photos in an hour easy.
Yes. On like one finger swipe too, and one you just hold down your finger and bam, 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 bam.
Yeah, you put it where it would take 3 shots, and you just touch it, and it pops 3 photos by itself. Of course, now
Mhm.
I've done a little bit of photography. Uh, this photo I took in my studio,
Okay.
and this. Uh, so I was used to working with subjects, so it was just easy to turn it around and use it for spirits. And when I go to some place, I usually work on 100 or so photos. I used to try to get at least 40 or 50 photos an hour, or at least I've got videotape. I'm running the camera at all times.
Mhm. Okay. So you
And
used
by the
actual
way,
videotape.
mhm,
Yes.
that lady was a murderess.
Oh, she was.
Yes.
And you took a picture?
That's why I appeared on 2020 twice. The
Mm.
video got played on 2020 uh, 3 times. And I've been on 2020. No, I've been on 2020 once. The photos and video have been on there 3 times on 2020. ABC's 2020, that news magazine they have.
Yes.
I appeared on Snapped. You ever watch that?
Yes, I like all those stories.
Uh,
Mm,
a couple
sh-
of years ago, they had a vote among people who were fans of Snapped of their favorite
Uh-huh.
episode. The one I appeared on, and Marnie Yang, by the way, she appeared on it, being the murderess, uh,
Mhm.
was their 15th favorite episode.
Wow, that's so amazing.
So
That's great.
True Crime interviewed me,
Mhm.
and I appeared on their show. And then CNN had a show called Vengeance. It was like set up like a lot like Snap,
Yes.
and I appeared on the CNN headline news because they're doing a lot of specials now, not so much news.
Mhm.
I was actually interviewed and talked about my interaction with her a few months before she committed the murder, doing that photo shoot on TV. What 3 shows?
Cool. Wow, that just sent me chills that you were that close.
Yeah, I was that close.
Wow, that's pretty close.
That is pretty doggone close. I actually did a special show on it one time.
Mhm. Mm.
Oh, and you see the rights. This I did the last time, just a few weeks ago, when they did a show. I still got not my check yet, so Mickey Mouse needs to start signing my check for me because they owe me some money for that. And
Yes.
yes, I got paid for the photos and video, the rights. They when they wanted to do their show, they
Mhm.
contacted me on Friday, and the show was going to air Monday.
Oh, no.
So we had to negotiate a contract on Friday really fast.
I'm sure you came out on the good end of it.
I did okay,
That's
considering
great.
they were not using the photos. They were just going to use the video, just used a few seconds of it.
Okay.
But yeah, I will get paid. I ain't got paid yet, but you might as well say I got paid because they signed the contract, and I've got a copy of the contract. And
Yes.
the mouse is pretty good at writing checks. Their checks cash at the bank.
Yeah, sometimes it just takes time to process or whatever. How long ago was it?
Uh, is there a date on here?
Um,
No, I did not
mm,
date this. That's weird. Uh, I got the time. Uh, actually, it's about 4 weeks ago. 3 or 4 weeks ago.
Okay. Yeah, so that's pretty recent.
Hmm. So I'm checking the mailbox.
Keep checking
Now,
it.
when I did the CNN show, it was produced by another company, Jupiter Productions,
Mhm.
and they did not want. I was living here. Now, True Crime, uh, they didn't want to do the interview, and we're trying to negotiate out where they wanted to do it. And they had
Mm.
a they 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 were looking for different people to do the interview, just depending on who where we wanted to do it. And they come up and said, "Wait a minute, we got this gal who lives in Little Rock, Arkansas, and wants to come down to see her family." So she was trying to
Mhm.
find a reason and a time she could come down to Little Rock, Arkansas, to visit her family for a couple of days. So they said, "Wait a minute, if you're going to be in Little Rock at this time," I said, "Look, I just had or was about to have my knee replaced,
Oh boy.
the left knee replaced." I said,
Mhm.
"I will be 1 week after surgery. I will be in North Little Rock at this hospital." I said, "This is the address of the doctor's office." Uh, I said, "This is the address of the doctor's office. This is where I'll be." And they said, "There's a hotel. I think a 4-star hotel, a couple blocks down from the doctor's office. If you can be there at this time, well, before you go to the doctor's office, this lady wants to come down to see her family, and she'll be glad to do the interview and get it over with in the morning, and she can go see her family." So it
Uh-huh.
worked out, and
Uh-huh.
uh, so we went to this very beautiful, I think it was 4-star hotel, and that was for True Crime. We took over one of their little conference rooms for an hour or so, and
Uh-huh.
I got nibble. They had a fruit buffet set up, and they said, "Oh, you're the movie star, right?" Because that's what they were. That's what they were calling me. Because they knew, okay,
That's
they're going
great.
to interview somebody down here for something. They wasn't quite sure what it was, so they just called
Mm.
me the movie star. "Oh, you're the movie star." Yes, I guess I am. I'm here for the interview. And they said, "Oh, uh, we went and checked in the hotel and says, have all you want. Just eat anything you want." So the
Wow.
wife and I were sitting there snacking out, and then I went after it was all over with. I went to my doctor's office, and
Mhm.
he checked my leg out to be sure everything was fine on the new knee. Of course, I was already walking. I was walking a little bit on a cane, but it was feeling
Uh-huh.
pretty good that day. And I walked in the hotel room not even on a cane. This was a week after knee replacement. I was walking and
Wow.
appeared on
That's
TV.
good work. And appeared on TV.
Now, when I did the Vengeance, uh,
Mhm.
again, we have to negotiate this out. And where do we want to meet at? And they said, "Okay, we got a team." Their office was outside, about 50 miles outside of Nashville, and they had a team coming from there where they were out west, and they were on the ground. They were driving, and they were passing through
Mhm.
Memphis, and
Tennessee, yeah.
yes, and which is not that far from here. I mean, Tennessee and Little Rock just a short drive. So,
Okay.
and I said, "Shoot, I can be in Memphis in less than 2 hours. Give me an hour and a half, I'd be downtown Memphis from here."
Mhm.
So they said, "Okay, we'll get you to Memphis. We'll get that team that'll be passing through Memphis on this date. We'll just tell them to stop in Memphis and put them in a hotel." So they put them in one 5-star hotel, and the local producer, also acting as director,
Mhm.
uh, They were staying in one 5-star hotel. They put us in another one.
Oh, another hotel?
Yeah, look up the Peabody Hotel in Memphis. They have ducks that live on the top floor. They bring down twice a day to swim in the fountain in the center of their lobby.
Sounds elegant. Peabody Hotel, Memphis. First one to come up. Images. Oh, wow, that's elegant. Looks very old money.
Yes.
You know, like 1920s, they had the old money and the new money. This looks very old money.
Very nice lobby, very nice kind of old-timey rich folk bar, self-playing piano, and a big fountain in the center of the room, and that's why they brought the ducks down to swim in the fountain they live on the top floor.
Oh, okay.
You see the ducks swimming?
See, I haven't got that far down yet. Oh, there's the ducks. There's 4 of them.
Mm-hmm.
And let me see if I see them in the fountain. They're walking on the red carpet. We're getting closer. Yep. They know their way around, don't they? They're walking up the steps. Okay, they're going into the fountain. Okay, I see it from afar. Let's see, ducks on the red carpet. That's so cool.
I actually got to see that. I was right there, standing by that red carpet, ducks walking within 3 feet of where I was standing. And they walked over to the fountain and got to stand within just a couple of feet of where the ducks are swimming in the fountain.
How cool. You never think that they'd bring the ducks inside, because usually they're always trying to keep them off the property.
Right. They live inside the hotel on the top floor. I was on one of the top floors. There was only 2 or 3 other people staying on that floor. So we had ourselves a near private bar about 3 doors down from where we were sitting. And in the morning, the other people, I guess, left early. We were on the tower floor by ourselves by this time. Got up, and we had our own private person to cook eggs or whatever we wanted for breakfast by a private cook whose only job was to cook breakfast for us.
Oh, wow. So you had a good big breakfast.
Yes, we did. My wife likes well-made omelets, so she told the lady exactly what she wanted on the omelet, and the lady fixed her. My God. Woo! I believe I have a skunk outside the room.
Uh-oh.
Wow. Oh, my God. Anyway, they fixed her omelet just like she wanted it. Oh, at the bar, you had to pay for the alcoholic drinks, but they also had cookies and something else for dessert that was free. And they kept a refrigerator full of drinks. Anytime you wanted a drink, you just go down there and open the fridge and get a drink. We really were treated to the 5-star hotel service there, and that's how the other half live. They also, if you see the pyramid in downtown Memphis, where the basketball team used to play, is now a pro bass shop.
Oh, really? Which is now something else, right? Because they got bought out.
But we got to tour that place, and they have huge live fish tanks in there. And you catch an elevator all the way up to the top, and at the top is a restaurant. And the producer told us, go to the pyramid, tour around the pyramid, give us receipts of everything you buy in there, send them to us, and we'll send you a check. So then they sent me the check for the rights to use the video and photos. But then when I sent them the receipts
Mm-hmm.
after our trip was over, they paid for the rental car there and back. Paid
Nice.
paid the gas that I put in the car, and then bought us lunch that day in the top of the pyramid.
You got to eat at the very top?
Yes,
Oh man, that is so cool. I didn't even know Memphis had a pyramid. This is so cool.
yes. Oh, they wanted to know. Okay, we're taking you out to eat for supper that night after we did the show,
Yes.
and I said, want some barbecue, good old Memphis barbecue. Why don't we? Can we get tickets to the riverboat? And the guy stopped. He said, "Riverboats, it is." He looked at the other guys, the camera guy and the light guy. Have y'all
Mm-hmm.
ever eaten on the riverboat? No, we knew they were there, but we've never eaten on the riverboats. So he said, that does it. I'll, he said, call them up right now and ask for it. There was 3 of them and 2 of us, so 5. He said, we need tickets for 5 for the riverboat dinner tonight. So we met them at the docks. They had the tickets already there. We got on the riverboat and had a live band playing the whole time we were on there.
Oh, cool.
And a barbecue buffet, all you can eat.
Wow.
So we went
Were
up.
the tickets pricey?
I don't know. I didn't pay for them.
That's
Jupiter
kind of true.
Productions. Jupiter Productions paid for that. Basically, CNN did to do the show.
Mm-hmm. Dropping the bucket for them. It's not.
And we got to see Memphis at night from the river.
Mm-hmm.
And we were on the boat almost 2 hours. We sailed about an hour one way to turn around and came back for about an hour. Eat barbecue the whole time. And of course, there was a bar on board. The drinks
Mm-hmm.
cost a little money. They bought me a couple of drinks and showed us a good time. We're sitting there talking. They're on the riverboat, looking at the river, listening to the band, and just had a great time. They said he told me, he said, this was a fabulous idea, hitting the riverboat. He said, I've never done it. The people here never done it. And he said, as long as you're happy, I'm happy. I said, this was fantastic.
Wonderful.
So we just had a great time in Memphis that day. All with basically Jupiter Productions paying for everything, which of course they were getting all their money back from CNN.
Mm-hmm.
So that was a heap of fun. And
Wow,
all paid for
and
because
all paid for.
I took this photo shoot with somebody who 6 months later was going to kill somebody.
You never know where it's going to take you, huh?
Yeah, and she killed the pregnant girlfriend of a guy she was dating. She slept with him the night before. The guy was a player.
Wow. Uh-huh.
So he got his girl pregnant, and he was still sleeping with about 15, 18, 20 women.
Wow.
And she was one of them. She was his pseudo real estate agent, even though she really showed no houses and had no properties, investment properties in her personal portfolio to even show him. So that was in name only, which she was his real estate guy, real estate girl.
Mm-hmm.
She's a former Budweiser girl. That was before your time. You don't remember that. Budweiser.
I remember the Budweiser girls.
She was a Budweiser girl.
Mm-hmm.
In her 20s. Now this photo shoot was showing her in her mid 30s, but she was a Budweiser girl for several years, 10 years earlier than this, in her early in the mid 20s. The guy was a member of the 1985 Super Bowl winning Bears. He actually caught an interception. He was the defensive back, caught an interception and ran it back for a touchdown in the Super Bowl.
Wow.
This is the guy she was dating, and the other girl was dating, and she killed the girl, putting 2 bullets into the girl's abdomen so she'd be sure and kill the fetus.
Wow, that's cold-hearted.
They got it. They got her for first-degree murder twice. First-degree murder for the lady, and first-degree infanticide for the child.
Mm-hmm. Very good. That's what she deserves.
Yeah. Well, she's saying she didn't do it. That her
She
new
didn't do it.
lawyers evidence, even though she the number one, they didn't have any proof she did it. They never found the murder
Mm-hmm.
weapon. There was no actual witness that could put her on there or at the crime. But she told a friend of hers details of the crime, and
Uh-huh.
she went to the police and said, this person did this. They'd already interviewed her because they found this sheet of paper with her name on it. They interviewed all the ladies that were named on the sheet of paper.
Oh, wow. So the guy was like keeping track of them.
But
Wow.
somebody, Marty or one of the other women, had gotten in his computer and got the list, got all the names of the women he was dating and put it on a list and mailed it to all the women. Hacked his
Oh.
computer and got their names and addresses and sent the list out to all the women. And the lady she killed actually had the list in her purse. They found it after she'd been shot.
Mm.
So this was a pretty great crime. That's why everybody's covering it so much. That's why 2020's hit it several times, and the other shows hit it because, again, this was, if it was nobody knew her, if she'd been dating a nobody, and it may have made a little bit of news, may have made snapped, and that was it. But 2020 was hitting it because the guy that was dating all these women, what brought them all together, with them dating and sleeping with all of them, was on the 1985 Super Bowl winning Bears.
It's it's either I'm just thinking about football players. They either mess up their lives or they somehow get in trouble one way or another. They just can't get out of it.
So
But
that was, and
wow.
her and I met at there's this guy that did real estate, and he taught people how to get involved in real estate, how to invest in it, because he would hear people say, "Well, I don't have the cash right now to buy this piece of property. It is for you," and he would say, "Yes, he'd buy it as an investment and rent it out or resell it or whatever as a real estate investment." So he had this big meeting every month. So I went to it. And I got dropped off by the wife, and Marty walked in just after I did. I took a slow moving elevator, probably 150 years old, one of the first elevators in Chicago, and I was on it. I said, I'm going to ride this elevator. And I could have, Marty came in after I did. I did not see her walk in the front door. We were in a warehouse that had been made into studio apartments.
Yes.
And I rode the slow elevator up, and she'd gotten to the top of the steps before the elevator, which was a creeper. It took about 2.5, maybe 3 minutes to move one floor.
Oh, that was a slow elevator.
I wanted to ride in it just to say I did it. So I did. And the next time I was there for me, I took the stairs. I did not take the slow elevator again. But Marty beat me to the top, and we got to the door about the same time. So me being a Southern gentleman, she opened the door, and I reached over her head, Marty only being about 5'2", reached over her head and pushed the door open And of course, she realized I'm not having to move this door; it's opening up by itself. There must be somebody behind me, and turned around. Rather than looking me in the chest, which is her normal height, or looking
Mm-hmm.
up in my face to see who or what I was, she turned around, the eyes locked on the crotch. It stays there staring at my crotch.
Oh
I
no.
almost had enough time walking in through the door with her to say, because she was still walking facing backwards, that my
Mm-hmm.
eyes were up here like a lot of women do when they're looking, they're getting their boobs checked out by a guy. The eyes are up here.
Yes.
And I almost did that and refrained. And she finally looked up and saw me. Then we sat at the table and we were all talking real estate. And she had nothing to offer, which I thought was strange. Everybody else at least talked about something they'd looked at or did.
Mm-hmm.
And that was the only meeting I went to she was ever at. Uh, what was funny about this meeting group, when she was questioned about the murder, the group stopped meeting.
Yeah, nobody wants to be associated with that.
Nobody wanted to be associated with her, and they knew that sooner or later, if they were still meeting, everybody who had ever come to a meeting with Marnie would be interviewed. And they
Mm-hmm.
started doing, talking, meeting the people, and they quickly said, "Okay, that's it. Get out of here." And
Mm-hmm.
there was no more meetings because this was a man's house. Well, his great big studio apartment, because he rented out basically the whole floor of the warehouse. And that's how
Wow.
I met her. And they said, what do you do? And I said, basically, I'm retired from work, and I do sports photography. And they said, of course, what's sports photography? And they said, yeah, I take pictures of female athletes. And she said, well, I used to be a Budweiser girl, and I did a lot of bodybuilders. And
Mm-hmm.
she said, I'm built good enough, and was willing to come out to the house and do a photo shoot.
Very cool. Yeah, and then look what happened from all that.
Yeah,
You never know who's going to cross your path.
and here I am. This is years. I mean, the murder happened in 2008. She wasn't arrested in 2009 when they got the girl. When the girl went to the police, uh,
Mm-hmm.
they said, wear a wire and get her to talk to you. So they put a wire on her. She said, called Marnie up. Let's go to lunch. And they talked about the murder there in Denny's. And they said, you
Okay.
didn't quite get her to admit to it. And we can't really prosecute her from this point. Can you do it again? So she did it again, dressed up with a wire, met her again, same Denny's, and talked about the murder. And this time it was enough that they deemed it incriminating. She was our own witness against her.
Oh boy. That must have been so damaging for her defense.
Well, yeah, there was no defense about it, because there she was talking, and it was her.
Yes. I guess that's when they just go and try to get an easier sentence because there's no denying.
Yeah, but the trial was over really fast. Uh, she was sleeping with Deerfield, the suburb of Chicago she lived in. She was having
Mm-hmm.
affairs with several married police officers of the Deerfield Police Force and the Chicago Police Force.
Oh wow. Plus
And
the sports guy.
mhm,
She gets
and
around.
when we finished the photo shoot, she had obviously changed photo. I mean, you see, this is one outfit.
Yeah.
This is another outfit, and this is
Mhm.
another outfit.
Yes.
She obviously changed 3 times because we did this shoot in February, I think, January, February.
And hopefully she didn't come to the house again like that.
No, she was not going to come to the house, and it was a high that day of 25 degrees in that outfit. Trust me.
Yeah.
We had the heat on, and we're not walking around the house dressed like that. But she was, of course, before the LEDs come out, I was using
Mhm.
3 standard lights, and they produced a lot of heat. They heated up most of the basement. They were on for 2 minutes, and being on for an hour plus photo shoot, the whole area is warmed up. But so she wasn't cold, but she changed clothes 3 times. She stripped off the last outfit, which I think was this one, the last outfit she had,
Uh-huh.
and stripped it off instead of going in the bathroom to take that outfit off like she'd been doing when she changed before and put on her, whatever she was wearing under her heavy coat. She
Mhm.
took it off in the basement, just a couple yards from me.
Oh, no.
And we had a couch down there. She posed on laying on the back of the couch, naked.
No shame, huh?
And remember, we are in my wife's and her mother's house.
Oh, no.
My brother-in-law used part of the basement as his bedroom. There was a
Oh.
bed sitting there. Now, it did
Uh-huh.
belong to my brother-in-law, but she was kind of hinting that she was more than willing to use the couch or the bed. And I'm panicking. I said, okay, how do I get out of this? How do I get out of this? How do I get out of this? And
Mhm.
Gail, as she has so many times before, came to my rescue by sticking her key in the side door. This is Chicago, so it's a security door.
Uh-huh.
And I heard it when she turned the deadbolt. Deadbolts in an all steel door make a noise. If you don't
Yes.
believe me, if you know somebody that's got a steel security door on their door, you stick a key in it, turn the deadbolt, and then you
It
pull
makes a
your key out.
noise.
Oh, yeah, recognizable noise. I mean, it's loud too. You know somebody's coming in your house.
Yes.
And I said, oh, Gail's here. By the time Gail got the deadbolt unlocked, the main bolt unlocked, the inner door was not locked. So she
Mhm.
opened the storm door, pushed open the inside door, closed the door, walked down 4 steps to the basement, and opened the door because she knew where I was and what I was doing.
Yes.
Marnie had completely dressed,
That
put her coat
fast.
on, and I said, Gail, this is Marnie. Marnie, this is Gail. Marnie was headed up the steps before I got all that out. Gail said, hello, Marnie. Hi. And that's all she got is she ran past my wife up the stairs and out the front door. Because Marnie was about 5'2", like I said, about 100, maybe 120 soaking wet.
Okay, so
Gail
she's little.
Gail is a former power lifter
Ooh.
and has lifted in a deadlift almost 400 pounds and is bench pressed right just short of 200 in competitions.
Mhm. Oh,
Marnie
boy.
wanted no part of Gail. Gail would have broke her in half.
Yes. She should have. Yeah.
So this is kind of my personality doing a show like this. I'm completely at ease. I've got a sucker because I've got a little bit of a sore throat because of the pollen. I'm allergic to ragweed.
Mm.
So I'm just sitting back here, my feet propped up in a stool. I'm in sleepy pants, sleepy shirt, barefooted. and completely at ease talking on a mic, because when you've talked on a mic to a TV and been videoed, it just comes out.
Yeah, I'm still getting used to talking on seeing myself talking in public like
You
this, but
will get there in time. You all it
yeah.
takes is you just got to have the nerve to keep doing it and keep doing it, and all of a sudden you'll look back and realize this is easy. Why did I ever dread this? Why was I so nervous before I did this a couple of years ago? Because this is so easy. You find yourself, instead of dreading it, you look forward to it.
Yes, it's fun. I do a lot more speaking in person. Oh, Johnny's on. Hi, Johnny. And she posted in the chat. She says that's 180 kilos. That's an insane amount to lift. Usually bones and muscle can't lift that much.
Well, when she does that, she had a special weightlifting suit.
Okay.
It's a supporting suit. They call it the penguin suit.
Okay.
Because you can't bend your knees very much.
So you're lifting.
So you're kind of walking side by side, stiff legged, and your arms are sticking out. So you look like a penguin. So they call it a penguin suit. So she actually did demonstrations in the penguin suit on stage of the correct way to lift.
Oh, she did? Does she teach people?
She was used as to people who were actually teaching people to lift. She was actually used as a demo because she knew how to do it.
Hi, Johnny. Good to see you too.
Hello. I'm glad you stopped by.
Are you in New Zealand or Australia now? She's from way down under.
Oh, did you watch Deadpool?
I did watch Deadpool.
You remember when he was, how did I get a movie? Who
Yes.
let me have a movie?
Yes.
My own movie? And he said, I tell you who it was, but it rhymes with Pulverine, and he's got a nice pair down under. I was choking myself at that. I saw it in the movie. My wife went. She had never heard. She knew who Iron Man was. She knew who Thor was. She knew the Black Widow. She knew the main characters in the Marvel universe. She had never ever heard of Deadpool.
Oh,
And
Deadpool's
this was my
great.
favorite Marvel character. Oh, she moved back to Australia.
Oh, cool. I'm glad you did because that's where she wanted to go.
Apparently she did. And to see that, you can imagine going into that movie. And I didn't describe how the movie was. I said, we're going to go see a superhero movie. It's a Marvel movie. And you're seeing that intro. With, what's her name? Singing it. Angel in the Morning. And all that wreck. Then it shows the wreck and him fighting, and then him saying that about a nice pair down under. And she was looking at me as much as the movie. What the hell did you get me into? She says to this day she still wonders what I got her into. And we went to see two.
Yeah. Have you ever watched movie 43?
No, don't think so.
Okay. It's just a comedy thing, and we're talking about producers and things, and I just got reminded about there's a guy, he's trying to sell his script to the producers and stuff, and he's telling all these stories, but they're like oh god, I had that name. They, oh, Johnny's seen movie 43, and so he's trying to get his ideas, chime in his ideas to the producers, and they're like, "How did you get in here?" and stuff, because he just walked in to the producer's office, and he's like, I blew Jerry, and he's like, "Jerry's gay," and he's like, "No, he fought me the whole time." Mockumentaries, is that what it is, Johnny?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's been several movies that laughed and made fun of, like she said, mockumentary, an excellent word. Thank you for that. Where the way things are made and the way they are sold to a producer,
Mm-hmm.
because you got to sell these things to people with money so they'll invest in the movie. Because it's not like a working guy, even if he's making $200,000 a year, can finance a movie that to pay for the star and the sets and the stuntman and all this, pay these hundreds of people thousands of dollars each, sometimes millions himself. You can't do it. You've got to have investors, and they've all got to be
Yes.
rich. They're investing in this movie to make the money back. And hell, to make any kind of movie now, you can't make one now for 35 million.
No.
And most of them cost, like some of the Marvel movies, are up to 200 million, 200, 300 million. You can't make a decent Marvel movie, and you
Mm-hmm.
can't make a decent Star Wars movie for less than about 300 to 500 million.
Yeah, because the sets are so big and there's so much involved, and it's not just the actors, it's like all the what do you call them? They called them puppets way back when the original Star Wars came out, but all the little characters and things that they
Uh-huh.
got the AI in and stuff.
Yeah.
So Johnny gave a brief of his idea. There was this It's called The Scarf at Dinner, where this guy had ball bags on his chin and he was trying to date this woman, and um it just couldn't get over it, and finally he took the scarf off and showed her, and she like ran out. And then the wedding proposal, that was good. It was just all this outlandish ideas that he had. It was so it was pretty out there. It's funny.
Over the top.
It was way over the top. It was one of those movies that you just gotta laugh at and take it as it is, because there's no like the Expendables, there's not really a plot or anything serious going on in it.
Well,
It's
it's
just this
just
guy and his crazy ideas.
it's a group of scenes put together and into a movie. And
Hmm.
it's basically almost like doing a skit on a TV show, where you do one skit, except it may go to black screen or some kind of segue, and you go to another script. And
Yeah.
the Expendables is either violence, where they'll say a couple funny lines, or if it's a comedy, it'd be a different scene where they're in a different part of wherever the story's being told.
Uh-huh.
But it may have been filmed a year before or after the one scene you just looked at, and it's just another quick skit,
Hmm.
and then they stitch it
Yes.
together. It's just amazing the way they do it. I could not make a movie. That's something I could not do. But I can kind of see how it's done, having been there. Because the first time I was in ABC, they wanted to put a little bit of makeup in my face. It took us 45 minutes to decide what color sugar I needed.
Oh no.
I put on dress shirt after dress shirt. And I was starting to get to the bottom where I come out with a new shirt. The wife said, "Okay, that looks good," and the girl said, "Maroon is your color." So that was the first time I appeared on 2020. So what I tried to do is bring that maroon shirt or another one similar to it, to where
Uh-huh.
I was almost every time I appeared, I was in a maroon shirt.
If
Because
it
with the
works, use it.
lights and the camera, uh, no, not trying to sound vain here, I look good in a maroon shirt.
Yeah, some colors go good. I know there's some purples I do not look good in. If they're more have more reddish in them,
Mhm.
it grays out my face really bad. But now with the purple that's more pink, I can work that really good. It just depends on, um, on the hues and stuff. My face is really reflective and things. I could put a white paper on my face, and you can
Ah,
see how reflective it is
hmm
and things. Whereas, like, let's see, I don't have anything black. But like if I put something darker by my face, oh here, I'll use this. See, even with this just a little bit darker, it changes it.
oh, okay. The producer who filmed Josh Gates. Yeah, familiar with that. So at least I know what you're talking about. Because I watched a
Oh,
lot of Josh Gates Expedition Unknown. He had a pretty good show going.
cool. When is that going to happen, Johnny? Expedition Unknown for. Let's see, it might take time for her to get that up there. Was meant to be next weekend, but put off till July. Oh, that's too bad.
Do you remember the guy who did it that Ghost show? He appeared on uh, Ghost Adventures a couple of times. Uh, did some of the. I'm trying to think of the name of the show he had for years. He recently stopped. They canceled his last show,
Oh,
but he's doing a podcast. Of course, he's got a few more listeners than I got. He's got he. I measure my watchers, my viewers when it's live in single digits, and he likes to go from triple digits to quad when he's live.
wow.
Of course, he's extremely well known. He speaks all over the world. He's been to other countries, and he interviewed me several years ago in Bachelor's Grove Cemetery. It was back when he was just
Hmm.
doing the internet radio show,
Yes.
and before he got on TV too much, uh, he wanted to. I'd had an experience there, so he just pulled out his recorder, and we were sitting there standing exactly where I had the experience, describing the experience to him, and he played that
Mm.
on his next show.
How cool
And
is
not too
that?
often, even he interviewed somebody exactly where the incident happened.
Yeah.
Oh, weren't financially ready.
Oh,
I
they
can
weren't.
I can understand that. It's not like money grows on trees. And one thing, Amy, we forget
Yes.
living in this country, our
Uh-huh.
economy recovered from COVID so much faster and so much stronger than anybody else on the planet. back
Yes.
before COVID, all of Europe, the European Union, their total economy was right there with ours. We're talking about the whole European Union, which is what, about 25, 30 countries? We're
I
very,
don't know.
very close to equaling our own. Basically, you look at Europe and look at all of Europe except Russia. About equal to our economy. Now our economy is 4 times what theirs is.
Yes. Oh, the
The economy,
prices.
the economy of Great Britain, because they
Yeah.
entered the European Union, then they had Brexit and voted out. It cost them millions of pounds to get into the European Union. Then they had to pay out almost all they had in euros back to the European Union to get out of it. Millions of euros to get out of it.
Mm,
So, Great Britain, England, all that area there
yes.
is almost in bankruptcy court, and I don't see how they avoid it.
Oh no. I know they were having
Yes,
problems, but I didn't know it was that bad.
yes, their economy right now, talking about GDP, is smaller than Mississippi, the state of Mississippi. The state of Mississippi has the lowest GDP of any state in the union. It's number 50.
Wow.
In other words, if Great Britain, the whole islands over there, Great Britain, joined the United States as their 51st state, it would have the worst economy in the United States.
That's just horrible.
Yes, I'm
Yeah.
not saying that bragging about the United States.
No, I
Uh,
know, but I mean, for all those
it's sad.
countries, yeah, it's very sad. um, v- Very sad that all those countries are so um, in need and going
So I can
bankrupt.
see what Johnny, is that the way you pronounce it?
Yeah, I think it's Johnny.
Johnny, I can see why people will not be financially ready, because the world did not recover from COVID anywhere near what we did. We have had a miraculous recovery in this country, and the world. Why do you think our southern border has got thousands of people every day piling into this country? Our economy is so much better than anywhere else on the planet.
Yes,
Because
and
we
they're
were able to.
finally.
Go ahead.
Are they raising minimum wage for fast food workers where you're at?
Yeah, they did that across the country.
Okay, I wasn't sure if it's just a California thing or what.
And it's not. They did not raise them up to $20 an hour like they're doing in California.
Okay,
But I think they raised them to 15 in Chicago. Down here, they raised them to 12 or 13, something like that. It's over 10.
yeah. I hope the rest of the wages go up too, because those people working like for $20 an hour doing like higher office jobs and things that they could be working in fast food and getting the same amount of pay. So it looks like everything's going to go up,
Well,
which is
that's why we had inflation. Everybody got
yeah,
a raise, and it caused inflation. Now, inflation's down to 3 point some odd percent here in this country, where it's double and triple that still in other countries. South
yeah,
America, they've got inflation rates of some of the countries down there are looking at inflation rates of where ours is 3.1, 3.2%. Theirs is 100 point something.
hmm
Basically, you want to buy a loaf of bread and some cheese to make you a little cheese sandwich or something. You walk in there with a wheelbarrow of their money.
yeah, and it takes every cent. It's like, okay, when I
You
went to
walk out with an empty
Mexico,
wheelbarrow, and sometimes you
yeah,
got to sell them the wheelbarrow.
yes, gotta barter that too. The Yeah, because we went to Mexico and like shoes were like $4,200, $200 in Mexican money. And I was like, what? And what that come out to? Oh, it was like $42 or something. It wasn't,
Yeah.
it was about the same, but they just add on so many zeros at the end. It was just,
This
it's just
this
like,
is
how do you do
why
the math?
this is why Russia and China are so mad at us and stay that way. It's because uh, they have horrible economies. China is looking for a way. They wanted Hong Kong back, and they've been running down the Hong Kong thing, but they've been doing it wrong. They've got they
Mhm.
got a president. They elected him, and it's like our president. They got elected for just 2-term max. He got reelected. They wanted to get reelected again, and had enough power by that time to be elected. They had to change the laws so he could be elected for a third term.
Mm.
Of course, now since they're all one party, they don't have the fighting that we would have here.
Yeah, because they're always, everybody's, whether they agree or not, they got to vote one way.
Right. And that's what makes democracy. You go with the majority rules, and of course people say, well, it's
Yeah.
a democratic republic. That still means majority rules. It doesn't mean you pass laws with the minority of people wanting the law. They're supposed to pass the laws that the majority of people want, which is politics that get debated. And I'm not going to go into that on this show because it can
Mhm.
be too much debating, and I don't run that kind of show. But anyway, I forgot where it was. So, but China has one party, the Communist Party. They elected a guy. He's smart. He's genius level.
Mhm.
Elon Musk is a smart businessman. He took things that other people invented and put them into his Tesla. He did not design that battery. He did not design the technology in the car, but he took people's ideas to where they did this and combined it, and you have a Tesla automobile. So he's not a stupid man. She who runs China is an engineer by trade,
Mhm.
and he's genius level IQ, but he is drunk, absolutely drunk with power. She, if you hear this, sorry, you may want to have people start shooting at me, but you're drunk with power. That's it. And you've got Putin, which is being elected time and time again, the prime minister or president, whatever his title is. He just changes his title. He got
Mhm.
elected as a president for 2 terms. Then he said, okay, I'll run as prime minister for 2 terms. And he keeps changing every 2 terms. He changes his title, so he avoids the law by that. But
Mm.
the way they operate is the president, prime, whatever his title is, Putin gets a share of every business in Russia.
Oh,
Putin
wow.
is one of the richest people on the planet. He's taking all the riches of Russia and keeping it for himself, where everybody more or less works for him and he lines his own pockets. And this is a problem in Russia. They'll always elect bad leaders, and that's their economy is bad in Russia. They, it was almost a quarter of their population got wiped out in World War II. I actually had
Mhm.
somebody on Facebook say one time, "Oh, when did the Soviet Union get involved in World War II?" They were involved in World War II a lot longer than we were because Germany attacked them.
Yes.
They kind of got in on the fighting when Germany and Russia made a pact, and both of them invaded Poland.
Yes, they were both after Poland, so they teamed up
Yeah,
on them.
and that's when the Brzezinskis came over here. They saw the Nazis were about to invade Poland, and they said, and managed to get out and get over here. And that's why we watch her show to this day with her just 4 or 5 year husband, a Republican who has left the Republican Party for reasons I'm not going to go into. Again, I don't run a political show, even though I could, because I know more about politics than most people. My father was mayor pro tem in my hometown, and I came up in the JCs and actually ran and got elected to office. So uh, I've worked with a couple of campaigns, and I was actually a candidate when I was at the JCs and ran for election. I was on the Columbus, Georgia board of directors, and I also served on the state of Georgia board of directors.
Oh,
So
cool.
I kind of know how that game's played. But anyway, Russia lost about
Anyway.
a quarter of their population when Germany attacked them, because the only way they knew to fight off an invasion like that was just in wave after wave of people. And of course, the Germans had automatic weapons, so they just sawed them down. They came over with automatic weapons and tanks, and they just started killing civilians, because the civilians, of course, defending your backyard. If you got a pistol, you're going to go out and defend your backyard. That's just human nature. Sorry. You
Yeah.
either run, or if you got a gun, you're going to fight. And they lost almost a quarter of their population. They're still hurting from that. They don't have the money, because all they have is oil and nuclear weapons. That's all Russia has.
Yeah.
That's it. They're an oil supplier. They got quite a bit of oil, and they got the most nuclear weapons of anybody, and that's it. They have Siberia, which is basically an empty area. Not many people live there, but it's recently been discovered. It has gold, silver, rare earths, which are more valuable than gold right now.
Oh,
Because
wow.
we would not be having this conversation if not for rare earths. Your camera works on rare earths. Your computer works on rare earths. My monitor, where I'm looking at and I can see you, works on rare earths. The computer works on rare earths. My smartphone that's connected to my computer behind me works on rare earths. We do not have small. We would at most be working with an ancient flip phone if not for rare earths. That's the most we'd have.
Okay.
Smartphones would never. You can't build them without rare earths. They also have something called chromium, and you cannot build a high performance prop plane engine without chromium, and you can't even attempt to buy a jet engine. It's got more chromium in it than a prop plane. And I'm talking about the old prop plane, not the new turbo props. I'm talking about the World War II planes where their internal combustion needed some chromium, just a little bit. To build a jet engine, you need a lot more. But they've got all this out there in Siberia, but don't have the people. They don't have the technology. China is looking at Siberia because they want to own all the rare earths on Earth. They're making deals in Africa, which is the only other place you can get it. China has most of it, and they're drooling looking at Siberia, which is going to create some problems between Russia and China, because sooner or later, China is going to invade Russia and take over Siberia.
That's going to be one hell of a war.
Yes, it's going to go nuclear. Putin's already said that we, under Article 5 of the NATO treaty, are obligated to defend Poland. Let's just say Poland. If one Russian boot steps on Polish soil and he's got a gun in his hand, we are under treaty to start shooting at him. We have an army, and have had for over a year, a tank army, and the 101st Airborne is mostly stationed on the Polish border with Ukraine. They have said, the commanding general, the U.S. general, has said that if he gets his troops rolling, they will march all the way across Ukraine and all the way sweep north and be standing in Moscow in 15 days.
That's really fast.
we have the plans to do this. Well, they showed us Rommel. If you ever just looked at Rommel, read his book, or saw what he did in the very start of the war, World War II, when they invaded France. Rommel designed all that. He got some ideas from Patton. Patton was one of the older generals, also the richest American general in the war. He had more money than Eisenhower, or MacArthur, Douglas MacArthur. He had more money than those two put together. MacArthur had a lot of money, but he was the richest, and he was working in tanks out west in World War I. He saw how we won World War I. One, our numbers. Two, fresh troops. But three, how we sat there and just put in the mass. England and France went over there and they said, okay, let's put 50 tanks and they go through here, but wouldn't back it up with troops. Our generals, and there was a lieutenant, somehow he went to war as a lieutenant, come out a lieutenant colonel. So he must have known how, what he was doing. And that's World War I with General Patton. Just said, okay, what we're going to do, we got these tanks and put them in mass. Okay, we're going to come out here with 150, 200 tanks. But we're going to put troops behind the tanks. So they went in with mostly French weapons. We didn't have that many. They had a few BARs. Yeah, that's a bar. It was called a bar sometimes. A Browning automatic rifle, BAR. That's an excellent gun. You want to be good and strong if you ever fire one. It kicks like a mule. You ever watch any Bonnie and Clyde movies?
Yes.
Okay. They shot that car with a combination of BARs and Tommy guns, Thompson submachine guns. Thompson submachine guns fire a 45 bullet, but they don't have that much speed because it's a pistol round. They fire the same rounds the 45 does.
Okay.
So we sent troops, some with the BAR, some with French guns, but we sent several of them with the few Tommy guns we had. At the time, we had very few. That come after the war mostly. We made a bunch of them. They were still in the United States when the war ended. But we put a bunch of people with a bunch of guns behind the tanks, and when the tanks would cross over the German trenches, you had Americans, and we taught the British how to do this, firing into the trenches from behind the tanks. The tanks hit them with their big guns. They had machine gun ports out the side. They'd fire at them through machine gun ports. And then when they said, okay, well, the tanks are past us now, here come a bunch of American troops firing automatic weapons into their trenches. Naturally, the Germans had choice of two things: get killed or run. So they ran, and we were going to keep on doing that. We could have sent Patton's little group to Berlin, and Germany had already gotten mad at us once. We gave our troops shotguns, pump shotguns.
Oh no!
And they actually filed, and over there with the world courts that still exist, that it was a war crime to use shotguns in war.
It's a gun. It's war.
That's what the United States lawyers said. We had put some high-paid lawyers talking to the world court. It's war. This is a gun. We make this gun. We use the gun. Tough.
Yeah. Whether it's a shotgun or a Tommy gun or a pistol, it's still a gun.
The Germans called, because remember, this is all royalty. They called the British, which were their cousins, the royalty, and said, you've got to tell these stupid Americans not to use shotguns, okay? And they said, we just thumbed our nose at the Germans, so we're going to use our shotgun. And of course, you get a shotgun with 6 rounds on a pump, and that's 6 dead Germans. And then you can reload it in a few seconds. Then you got 6 more dead Germans. and that's per person. So
Yes.
between the French automatic weapons, the British and the French tanks, and American shooting ability, the Germans gave up pretty quickly after we got involved. And Rommel saw this and said, And of course, Patton went back to America and worked at some post out in Arizona, New Mexico area, perfecting using tanks in battle. Rommel saw all this, studied it, wrote a book about it, how to use the tank in battle in war, and came up with the word blitzkrieg,
Mm-hmm.
a familiar German word with most Americans, where you just get a driver at all your tanks, highly train him, get the gunners highly trained, and you just tell the driver go in this direction as fast as this tank will go. He'd stomp on the gas and wouldn't let up till they run out of gas. And
Wow.
they had trucks and vehicles coming behind them, shooting at a whole bunch of French folks, and the French army was set up for World War I
Mm-hmm.
in 39 and 40. They had the big Maginot Line, and they thought, okay, this will stop the Germans from attacking us. Trouble is, it didn't go to Belgium. It didn't cover the border in Belgium because the Belgians are a friendly country. They didn't think that to put the Maginot Line all the way to the coast.
Uh-huh.
So but they said, okay, the forest is too dense to get anything through. The Germans knew a way to get through Ardennes, get their tanks through there, get their army through there, went right through Belgium, and came in to France and captured Paris in just days.
Wow.
We have perfected this blitzkrieg thing.
Mm-hmm.
Where all we need is our tanks with the Abrams has a weak spot. They have an Achilles heel, just like Achilles did.
Yeah.
Their turbine engines let them go close to 50 miles an hour. Here's this thing, multiple tons on track, and here it's coming at you, shooting a 105 millimeter gun at you, 120, millimeter gun at you, and firing a couple of machine guns on top of the thing, and it's coming at you at 40, 50 miles an hour. What are you going to do with this? And you shoot stuff at it, it bounces off. Okay. Should we leave now?
Play dead.
You play dead or you run. So that's what he would launch those tanks across Ukraine, and just as fast as the Abrams would go, which is pretty darn fast. The problem, their Achilles heel is fuel. The turbine engines drink fuel, so they have to be fueled 2 or 3 times more often than a diesel-powered tank. So they got all these trucks back there. So if you can get airplanes or get an army behind the tanks and knock your fuel tanks out, the Abrams will stop coal for lack of fuel very quickly. But as long as you got air power, and they can't get planes back there, they can't get an army back there. So that's why we come over there. We line a whole bunch of trucks up, fuel trunks for the Abrams. You line a whole bunch of Bradleys up, fighting vehicles, strikers, whatever you want to use, that's as fast as the tanks, carrying troops. And then you put a whole bunch of Apache helicopters, which have got a lot of guns and rockets on them, and put your fighters, put your ground attacks like the A-10, attacking anything on the ground and killing anything that moves on the ground. And then you've got our fighters covering air cover that's going to knock down and kill anything flying that doesn't have an American logo on it. And that can march across Ukraine in a week.
Sounds pretty total.
Well, the problem is, if we go in there and do it, and we can supply the Ukrainians with enough stuff, we're not going to give them a whole bunch of Abrams tanks. We don't want them marching across, because they would sit there and try to march to Russia and Putin would do to them what he would do to us if we started going across Ukraine.
Yeah.
Before if an American army crosses into Ukraine and passes Kiev and starts marching toward Russian troops, Putin's already said he'd fire nukes. He would go nuke. Not only would he kill the troops there in Ukraine with several nukes, he would fire on our country. We would probably, they have enough missiles, they got more missiles than we do. We will probably lose New York, Chicago, and LA. And
Yeah.
if they hit New York, which is 6 million people in downtown New York, in another 3 or 4 million, about 10 million people, if they put about 5 or 6 or 7 scattered nukes all over New York and Manhattan, you're going to knock out 10 million people. Knocking out Chicago's almost just short of 3 million in the city. But again, if you pepper the area with widely scattered 5, 6, 7 nukes and got the suburbs with them, that's about 6 million. And LA's a little bit bigger. That's about 8 million.
Yeah, LA's huge.
So
And what kind of
now it would take about to hit LA because of the area, it would take about 15 nukes in that area to kill that many people. But if he could lay 15 nukes that actually exploded on the LA area, maybe 12 in the Chicago area, and another 15, 18 in New York, we could be looking at what, 20 million dead?
yeah, that's like that'd be mass destruction, not to mention all the other ones. Oh man, that'd just be awful.
That would be the thing. You do that,
Yeah.
and I don't know how much Americans would act, today's Americans. In World War II, they killed 3,000 people in Pearl Harbor, and you had half the male population from 60 years old down to 14 trying to join the army.
Yes.
And there was a lot of 14-year-olds who did that. You can go back and study your books. There was a lot of 16-year-olds who looked like they were 18 and did get in. So there was heroes there. They were already through boot camp, already in Germany fighting, sometimes in the Pacific fighting, and they were heroes in a battle, and they'd been in the army for months, and it was their 17th birthday. So
Yeah.
we had kids doing incredible things in World War II. Absolutely amazing. Could this current generation get behind a war if they wiped out New York, or would they just start running around in circles like their heads on fire, hit their knees and cry, and don't even pick up a rock to throw back at the Russians?
That's scary, and it's almost a sad possibility too.
Yes.
And that's what like there's a lot less nurses and people doing the hard jobs. I don't know about recruiting for the military, how those numbers are going, but
down.
there's just a lot less people wanting to do the hard stuff that is needed to be done.
With the unemployment at 3 point some odd percent, and it's gone up a little bit. It's got to get to about 4.5 before our economy's right. That's economics. I'm not going to get into the explanation, but you're going to have inflation with your unemployment below 4%. Your unemployment has to get up to 4.5% for your inflation to get down to 1.8. That's your ideal areas. Get inflation below 2. You've got to get unemployment above 4. It sounds backwards. It sounds crazy. Most Americans, I'd say 95% of Americans, will argue. Some will punch you in the mouth if you said that. But if you take a one-on-one economics class, and I've had economics classes at 2 different schools, that's the way it is. The ideal economy has a 4.5 unemployment with you. That keeps inflation down. And your inflation, you want inflation less than 2, 1.5, 1.8, something like that. That's the ideal economy. Right now, our inflation rate is down to 3.1, 3.2. So that's still about double what we want it to be. The unemployment is creeping slowly up to almost 4 now. So we've almost got it to 4. Where your economy is going to really break loose is when the unemployment does hit 4, the inflation rate hits 2, and the Fed, the only way to combat inflation is to raise interest rates. That's why interest is so high.
Mm-hmm.
But people say, well, there's got to be a way. And I tell them, look, if you can figure out a way to beat inflation without raising interest rates to slow the economy down, write a book, prove your theory, write a book, and you're the next billionaire. Because every country on this planet will buy your book and want you to come over there and set up their system for them. All you got to do is come up with a system. That's all you got to do. Come up with the one thing that beats inflation besides raising interest rates. And it'd be like building a better mousetrap. The world will be beating down your door to get this information. You would probably end up you better have to hire some ex-military to guard you, because you will have countries trying to kidnap you to get this information, because there is no such thing. You got to have high interest rates to beat inflation. That's it. There's no argument. There's no discussion. You can scream, there's got to be a different way, or you can get mad. You can punch me in the face. You can start shooting at me. But that's the way it is. You can't fight the sun coming up in the morning. You can't fight the tide that'll come in twice a day and go out twice a day. You can't fight that. You can't fight the fact the only way to fight inflation is to raise interest rates. They are supposed to drop interest rates. They dropped it down. They was going to be 3. They changed their minds because inflation's still on the high side. They're going to drop interest rates twice later this year. They may drop it down to once, but they're trying to hold it to two rate drops. That's when your economy is going to be back normal. And you're going to see the stock market go absolutely crazy, because the rich, they sit there, invest money in stocks. They will borrow money at 4, 3, 4, and 5%. A lot less than you and I can borrow money, because MasterCard's going to charge us, 25%?
Yeah, at least.
They can go to the bank and get money at 3.
Mm-hmm.
They would rather go to the bank and get money at 1. Invest it in the stock market and make 20%. That's how the rich get richer. Trust me. That's how the game works.
Yes, it's economics, and it's what do you call it? Not supply and demand, but it's just interest rates and things.
Yes, it's how to work the system. Look at Trump. He on paper, he made $2.3, $2.4 billion this week.
In what?
It's not cash, and he can't turn it into cash for a while, but he had an investment group buy Truth Social. Truth Social has never seen a profit. This has been a money drain since it created it. It's supposed to be an alternative Twitter where they can do what they want to without Twitter's rules. And like I said, it's never even come close to making a profit. This thing was going in the hole millions of dollars a month. And now this investment company has come in and bought it for about $3 billion.
Wow, is that what they're talking about? Trump's social media thing?
Yes.
Yeah.
But it's all on paper. This is all just paper numbers on
Mm-hmm.
paper, and not really worth a dime. But when the money starts coming in from them, it's stocks. They sold stocks for this amount of money. Later on, when the money really starts flowing back and forth, Trump's going to be able to skim money off of it and put it in his pocket like he does everything else. This is how you bankrupt the casino. I could sit there and take over a casino and make money. Now, I would not be lining my pockets. I'm not going to be a rich man after even a year of running it. But the casino's still in there giving me a certain amount of money every month, every week. I would not bankrupt it. He pulls everything out. He pulls everything out he can legally pull out, and it broke the casino. And what he's going to do is this company's invested in True Social, and when Trump finally is able to pull money out, he's going to pull out as much money as he can, and the people who invested, bought the stocks, are going to lose this money.
Yes.
And that's how he gets rich, and everybody else goes broke.
Mm-hmm. And they don't see it. It's time after time. He's had how many same business interactions like that, and it's just, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how he's going to make a whole bunch of money this time, and that's how the stock market works. By the way, you say, well, how do you know so much about the stock market? Well, my wife and I have some investments. When the stock market started going down, when I saw what was going on several years ago, we pulled the bulk of it. Couldn't pull all of it out because it was with the company. We pulled the bulk of it out of stocks, out of the stock market, and put it in U.S. Treasuries.
Okay.
Treasuries were going up. Stocks were going down. I said, if we stay in the stock market, we're going to lose our butts. So we transferred it over to U.S. Treasuries. And Treasuries started shooting up over the months into a year or so, until now, when inflation's starting to go away. And when I saw the inflation rates dropping and the stock market was beginning to show indications of going up, I said, it's time to change back over. So again, we took the bulk, which was more money than we had when I changed it before. I'm not saying how much we made exactly, but it was nice. Wish I had it in cash, but took that money back, put it out of U.S. Treasuries, and put it back in the stock market. And the stock market yesterday closed at a record amount.
Oh, that's good.
We've made money hand over fist since I changed it back over to stocks from U.S. Treasuries.
That's
Even though
great.
Treasuries went up a little bit, they didn't go anywhere near what stocks were. So we've made ourselves quite a bit of money with those two changes, because I knew how to manipulate the system and saw the system and could accurately predict about. You can't predict it to the day. Don't even try. You can't do that. The best stock people in the world can't do that. You can't pick the bottom exactly. You got to get around the bottom, either when it's still approaching the bottom or where it's come off the bottom and going back up. And that's the range you want to guess in, and that's what I did. And we've made money hand over fist from the two changes, and we're going to continue to make money. And once the interest rates go down and more people invest in it, the more people that buy stocks, the higher the stock goes. So it's at a record close yesterday, and it's not open today because of Easter. But when interest rates go down even one notch, the stock market's going to take off for a little bit.
Is Easter this week?
Huh?
Oh my God. Easter's this week, huh?
Easter's day after tomorrow. Where you been?
Oh, I haven't.
What rock have you
Oh,
been under?
wow, that creeped up on me. I was
I,
back in last
I
week.
should have told you. It's midnight. It's past midnight where you are. Hell, it's past
Yes,
1 where you are.
it's 1:30 where I am.
Do you realize we've been on this show for 5 hours and 17 minutes?
It
Uh,
doesn't seem like it. Time went by
but
fast.
but when it goes down again, stock market's going to take off again.
Mm-hmm.
In each increment, there are going to be more and more stocks bought. So the stock market's going to go probably from its 38, 39,000. By the time they bring the interest rates back down, when they got inflation finally licked, we're going to probably be looking at a 45,000, perhaps 50,000 point stock market in the Dow Jones Industrials.
What would that do for inflation?
It won't affect it.
Oh, it won't?
No, because you're not increasing wages, not increasing expenses, you're increasing investment.
Oh, okay.
This is people that buy the stocks and buy parts of companies.
Okay.
So it's not going to cause inflation at all. And they invest in the companies. The companies have more money. The owners their stocks have increased a whole lot, so they can sell. If they sell 5% of what they have, let's keep the numbers equal, okay? Their numbers are
Okay.
never even amounts, but let's just keep it simple. Owner of a business, let's just say it's only worth 100 shares, okay?
Okay.
He starts the company, you got the startup, you issue a few stocks, and you're valuing the stocks at they usually start off at 20. Let's say they it's usually 25, but let's say 20. And you sell I guess what, 5 will go into 100 5 times. You've only sold 5 shares. Your company's worth $100 at this point.
Okay.
But if your company is worth not $100, but if it's worth $500,000,
Mm-hmm.
and you just increased a bunch of stock, and we're selling it starting at 20, and all of a sudden the stocks go up in price, where some people buy it at 20, some at 21, 22, start going up, and you got some people buying it at 28 before it goes down to 27. Look how much money you got with only 1,000 shares.
Wow.
It's scary the amount of money you can make like that. And
yes.
That's another thing I have against my father, which goes back to the dreams. I don't know if I'm angry about still all that or not. He had the opportunity. You ever heard of a company called Aflac?
Yes. Yes.
With a duck? He
Yep.
had an opportunity. He had the owner of the company walk in to his business and try to sell him stocks for $1.
Oh, and he passed it up.
$1. He told the man to get out of his building. $1 for Aflac stock. You know what? If his stocks he had got split 50-50 between my sister and I, you know how much I would be worth? Both of us would be. Of course, now she didn't have any idea on investments. She'd probably cashed them all in and went on a cocaine party down to Florida and still be down there with no stock. But you know how much I would be worth taking over in 1990?
Oh man.
The stocks he had bought for $1, and the increase when I could sell 10% of the stocks,
Mm-hmm.
and probably have $500,000 in my pocket. And what if I took that stock and invested it in, say, some of the companies that come up in the early 90s, Google or Microsoft shares, Google stocks, they call them Alphabet,
Uh-huh.
selling at almost $1,000 a share. What if I'd walked in the garage when they'd come up with Microsoft or Apple when they were working in their garage? coming up with that. You know how Windows got started, don't you?
No, actually, I don't.
Somebody in Canada, somebody who knew coding, back then the ancient coding, had come up with this Windows thing. So this guy, that's one of the richest people on the planet now, went to Canada and bought for a pittance some floppy disk. Remember a floppy disk, the 5 1/4 floppy disk?
I remember the floppy disk.
He comes back across the U.S. border, and of course, if you've ever been to Canada, you don't need a passport. They just look at. I think now you do, but back then you don't. In the past few years, the passport thing. But they ask him, "Do you have anything to declare?" I went to Canada, gambled, got drunk, and said, "I'm drunk." People declare that all the time. Go ahead, go home. Go back to your hotel in Detroit. Okay? And he said, "Do you have anything you want to declare?" He showed him the floppy disk, and of course, the guy in security didn't even know what a floppy disk was. He's looking at his floppy disk. He says, "What's this?" "About $1 billion." And put the disc up, put them back in his pocket, and the guy didn't know what he looked at. It was disc. He was looking at the very, very primitive beginnings of Windows on those floppy disks. That the guy he was talking to was going to improve that, market it to where 3/4 of the computers on the planet use Windows, and come out with Windows, and then come out with Windows 95, a huge improvement. And then the various stages of Windows, well, I think I'm talking on 11 on this computer. But
yes, I have 11 too.
He had the very beginnings of Windows on those floppy disks, and he bought them, like I said, for a pittance, and then built the company up a little bit, sold stock, and became one of the richest men on the planet.
Yeah.
Or by selling stocks, which is what Trump's about to try to do with True Social, and at least try to come out. He may come out with 2, guaranteed come out with $1 billion out of the deal. All legal. It's legal. This is stock. This is the stock market. Perfectly legal. I can't say he's breaking the law. He's cheating. Actually, he's not. Of course, the people buying that stock should know better. As you said a few minutes ago, they should know better. This has happened before. They should know better than
he kind of has a routine about things like this.
They should know not to jump in bed with Trump, because you jump in bed with Trump, you are the whore. And guess what you're going to get from Trump?
Yep.
And he's going to do you like a $20 whore and be gone. And you might be sitting here with $20 in your hand, and you got to live with yourself because you jumped in bed with Trump, and that's what happens in the stock market a lot. You got to watch your butt, because there's where you go to the bank, the federal government, the FDIC guarantees your each account at $100,000. If you lose all your money, if the bank loses all your money, the federal government will step in and back that money up to $100,000 per account. And all you have to do is limit your checking account and your savings accounts, whatever. Limit that amount in each one at $100,000, and the federal government will if they lose it all, it's got banks pay to the federal government insurance, just like you buy car insurance.
Yes.
The insurance company puts it out and pays it out to people who've lost their money. With a bank, unless the bank fails, they don't pay it out. It's just sitting. They invest it in the stock market, make money on top of their money, which is how banks fail. There's been some banks fails because they went and invested in the stock market, and the people who were investing in the stocks didn't know what they were doing at the bank, and they lost the money in the stock market, and all of a sudden they don't have enough to pay their depositors. So the depositors go down there to get the money, and they don't have the money, and the federal government has to step in and pay off the depositors. That's why a bank fails. I'm giving you a course.
Yeah.
This is Economics 101. I'm teaching.
You are.
By the way,
Somehow we got off the.
I've been told I can actually teach an Economics 101 class. I can, that's who I
Well,
don't
it's a lot
argue
more
with you.
interesting than a class. I'll tell you that. You make it interesting.
That's why they wanted my Troy, where I graduated from, got the bachelor's. They wanted me to go ahead and get my master's and then go for my doctoral, because they said you've got a talent for teaching because you can talk to the class.
Mm-hmm.
And I made
And
it
keep
entertaining.
attention.
Well,
Yeah.
I was in a speech class out at Troy, and the girl behind me, in front of me, she did her speech, 30 minutes, a minimum 20, maximum 30 speech.
Uh-huh.
She chose Sherman, and what Sherman did, William T. Sherman, that Sherman.
Okay,
and, what he did when he attacked the state of Georgia, what he did during that attack on Georgia to shorten the war. And of course, basically, Georgia was the breadbasket of the whole Confederacy. Georgia fed everybody. They exported food everywhere. When Sherman marched across the fields, killed all the animals, burned all the crops, through the heart of Georgia's breadbasket, the Confederacy starved. Because all of a sudden, instead of exporting food to every state in the Confederacy, Georgia could not even feed itself.
Did you ever go ghost hunting in those Civil War areas?
Yes.
I thought you would have.
I'll get that in a minute.
Okay.
And I came up after her.
Uh-huh.
And I started off with, and this was all ad lib. I said, I don't even know how to follow that. I was born and raised here in Georgia. And that's not what I was told about Sherman. Of course, what I was told about Sherman, I cannot repeat in this class without getting in trouble. But what little bit I was told that he did that I can say is he burned crops, destroyed stores, stampeded women, and raped cattle. And the whole class, including the instructor, were head asking, laughing so hard. Because they were not expecting me to cross that. They were expecting, rape women and stampeded cattle. I said, no, they stampeded women and raped cattle.
Yes, I caught that.
And they just lost it. You can imagine going in for something serious, and you're hit to Sherman, which nobody was commenting on. Oh my God! And then I started off kind of serious, and then that comes out of my mouth. It's like I walked up and slapped them with a silly. They just started dying laughing. But I had their attention for 30 full minutes. The instructor finally said, "Lynn, are you finished?" I said, I need to make one more statement. Well, hurry up and make it. You've gone 30 minutes now. You're running over. Get your statement out now. That's it. So I gave my closing statement real quick. Took me about 3 minutes. She gave me one. I took 3, and I sat down. I made A++ on that report. Another time, gave a speech to a class. One girl could not speak in front of the class. So it was a team effort. It teamed up 2 of us. It was about 45 of us in the class. So we couldn't do individual stuff, and we'd be 2 weeks trying to get everybody's speech in. So he teamed us up, so it took half the time. So he, oh, thank
Johnny's
you.
back.
Thank you, Johnny. Of course, Johnny hadn't heard anything yet. Teamed this worst speaker up, and she had a little bit of paper, a little bit of research she did, and read it and never looked from a paper. She had a paper in front of her face
Mm-hmm.
and read it. You could hardly hear what she said. She finished. She went back down. I said, "My turn. I got this." So I had this great big presentation. And what I did, I was in a suit and tie. If you see me with this, of course, you can't tell how long my hair is. You've seen probably some pictures of me with my long hair. Anyway, I had my haircut business back then. And I got dressed like. Oh, okay, you were on the phone. Okay. That's a good excuse. I'll excuse you from leaving the show for a phone call. But anyway, I was dressed like the instructor. I started teaching, doing my talk, but rather than reading from a book or reading for paper or notes, I started teaching the research I'd done, like the instructor did, impersonating his body movements down to where he put his hands. I even used the same facial expressions. I'd worked on it a little bit. I impersonated him perfectly. He would, about halfway through the class, he would take his coat off, hang it on the chair every day, 5 days a week. He would take his coat off in the middle of the class, hang it up on the chair. Okay. I guess we need to stop the show to eat.
It's been on 5 hours. And 5.5 hours.
5.5 hours, and over here in the Central Time, it's 3:40 in the morning.
Oh wow, it's almost 4. It's almost all
bring,
night.
Bring Uber Eats over here down here to Arkansas. I could just stand something to eat. Anyway, he would sit there and read out of the book. So I had the book open to the chapter I was talking about, and when I took my jacket off, hung it on the chair just like he did, and he would walk over to the thermostat in the room, and with one of those lock boxes on the thermostat, you had to stick your key in it to adjust it. So I pulled my keys out of my pocket and started acting like I was adjusting the temperature. Come back, and he did the same thing. He would come back over to where his coat was after a few minutes, put his coat back on, and when somebody asked him a question, he'd take his book out, and we were all at tables, not desks. This is college after all. And he would sit the book down in front of the table, 3 or 4 people sitting at his long tables. And he would sit right in front of the person who had asked him the question and tell him or her the answer and give a long explanation answering their question. Right there face to face. Their faces, about 3 feet apart. And give them the answer. I did that to anybody who had questions. And people were saying, he's going to fail. He's going to fail in this. People started looking in the back of the room where the instructor was. And I looked at him from the time I got started. Because I was looking at almost everybody in the room. I might as well go from one table to the other. I'd go back there and look at him every 30, 40 seconds. And he was about to die laughing. People were looking back there, expecting to see him getting mad. And he was trying not to laugh out loud where he disturbed my talk. And I finished up like he did in his normal words. I sat back down, answered everybody's question. Thank you very much. Sat back down. He stood up. Everybody turned to him, wondering what he was going to say to me. He said, impersonation is the most sincere form of flattery. That was his word. He stood up and said
That's
that.
great.
He just stood up from the chair he was sitting at an empty table in the back of the class, and he said that
Mhm.
to start with, and people just started rolling in the floor. And he
That's
went back
wonderful.
and told all the other instructors that he was the head of he was the department head too. I was not
Mhm.
doing with some little teacher. This guy was about 2 years from retirement.
Oh, no.
He was a department head, a well-respected department head in the school, and
Well,
he
you
goes
can
in there and
pick
tells,
them.
hey, if you're gonna mess with somebody, mess with a head. He went back there and told all the teachers under him what I had done, cracked them up, and they went to their classes and told the students that in our section, in our subject matter, our major,
Uh-huh.
all the students knew about it within 2 classes. People were coming up to me at lunch because this class was before lunch. They were coming
Mhm.
up to me at lunch break and classes after that, still laughing because some of them were there. Others had heard about it. The instructor had heard about it, and each one of them spent about 5 or 10 minutes saying, "I don't believe you did that. You just did it so perfectly." Because
Like you've been practicing.
he didn't
Yeah.
believe that I could impersonate him that easily and that closely. He said, I wasn't even aware of the fact that I took my coat off and checked the temperature every day. I said, you do it every day. He said, yeah, you're right. I do. So we had loads of laughs about it. And me and the girl who just read her stuff without even looking up,
Mhm.
where she would have, he would have probably given her a D had she done it herself, just to keep from failing her. But due to this fact that he paired me with her,
Yeah.
she got my grade, which was a 100 plus, is what he put on there. And she got the same grade. So she was sitting there just scared to death to get out there, just to stand up in front of the class. And because I come up there and blew it out of the water, she got this really high grade on this, which is the way he planned it. Because he knew I'd blow it out of the water. And after
Help
I
her
came up
grade out too.
able to give speeches, I had to give a speech once. There was in the JCs, this group had not had anybody from the state visit them in decades.
Oh
Decades.
no. Uh-huh.
They did some things, but very few things for the state. I, as a director over them, wanted them to do at least a couple of things. So I went up there and made a big speech to them, to their meeting,
Uh-huh.
and I suggested doing a couple of things, and they said, we can do that. Suggested something else, we can do that. I suggested something else that I knew was going to be a step too far, but I was going to try it. And they said, no, we can't do that. Okay. I said, fine. If you do the other 2, 3 things that you said yes to, I can live with that. And we can be friends. Speaking to a hostile crowd, and I spoke to them about an hour, all ad-libbed with no notes.
Sometimes that's the best way to do it.
And they were amazed that one, that I came there, and 2, come up there and so softly, so nicely spoken to them. And everybody wanted to shake my hand. I was tired by the time I left there because everybody wanted to meet and talk to me, which was unusual. Well, what was it you said a while ago?
About what? I don't know. It was
Oh, something I said I'd get to later.
something about ghost hunting in
Yes.
Civil War areas.
Okay. I've never been now. Remember me mentioning several hours ago now, where I said about Dale Kaczmarek in the
Yes.
photo. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
he is an expert on Gettysburg. He has never worked at Gettysburg, but he knows so much about Gettysburg and been there so many times. He could give tours. He takes people, groups of people want to travel with him, go to Gettysburg with him, and he can say, "Okay, this is over here. This is where it happened. This was Pickett's charge. This is where they marched."
Oh, wow.
Uh, Where's recommended places in America to go? Depends on what you want to go to. We remember the United States is as big as Australia. We're about the same size. We're within a few thousand square miles of being the same size as your continent. So it just depends on. We got 4 time zones here. Then again, if you go north of Maine and get up to Nova Scotia, there's a 5th time zone.
Oh, there is. Huh?
Yes, and that's not counting Hawaii and Alaska, which are on 2 time zones. So if you want to know the total number of time zones, we have 6 time zones in the United States. That's a trivia question. But in the Civil War, he's an expert. He could take you to where this is where Pickett got their orders. They started marching across here. They went there. And he could do that to the whole 3-day battle and take you to the place it was and tell you about it. I've never been to Gettysburg, and I probably never will. I'm getting to the age I can't travel that much. So I'm going to be doing stuff here. My next one of the Civil War adventures is to go to Pea Ridge. That's on the north end of Arkansas. That a battle took place, not as big as Gettysburg, but it's a battle. It's a battlefield set up that's there. You can go to the cannons. You can read. It's got memorials there, similar to Gettysburg, just not as big. And it's in a little bit in Arkansas and a little bit in southwest Missouri. I want to go to that battlefield and spend several days there.
Cool.
Oh, okay. Well, like I said, it depends on what you want to do. You'll go to the cities or the country. I'd say if you hadn't hit Vegas, hit it. If you hadn't seen the Grand Canyon, do it. If you hadn't gone to New Orleans, do it. If you hadn't gone to Orlando and seen the Disney stuff, been to Epcot, and been to the other places in Orlando, you need to do Orlando. It'll take you about a week to do all of it.
And if you come by California, you can see San Francisco. Lots of stuff to do there. Hollywood, Los Angeles. Of course, Los Angeles was in a disaster area not too long ago, beginning of February or March. Beginning of February is a disaster zone because of all the flooding, but they should have it cleared out by next year. I'm sure it's cleared now.
Just don't go to Baltimore right now because they got a mess.
Yeah, and let's see what else. There's a rainforest up in Washington State. Up in Washington State, they have a little rainforest that's pretty cool. And there's the Ponderosa pines and the big trees here in California. You can go up and see some really huge trees that are like thousands of years old. Just depends on whether you want to be in the city or the country or do a little bit of both. If you kind of go in the San Francisco area, that kind of brings you up to the trees and a lot of city life, the whole area there. And okay, yeah, Sedona's great. Yeah, Sedona's it's a really spiritual place.
Well, if you go into Arizona, if you have not seen the Grand Canyon, go there. You're not that far.
It is worth seeing. It's close to Sedona.
If you want to see some of our Wild West days, go to Tombstone, Arizona. It's a touristy town, but they put on a good show there. You can go see details and reenactments of the Battle at the OK Corral. It's a lot of fun. I got a friend who moved there a few years ago, and he does a video blog, works with the city and all the events there, and actually has started a couple of small movies being shot there, and is up for. They're supposed to do another one this summer. He'll be filming again for another small part in a small movie being made there. But if that's your cup of tea, you want to see the Western stuff, Tombstone's the place to go.
Okay, Sedona. Sedona's really neat. Simone work to do there. Yeah. I got to stop in there and kind of see the rocks and stuff, the rock formations and things, but we weren't, it was on our way to the Grand Canyon, so we couldn't really like actually stay there and do anything. We just stopped at a shop to use the bathroom and stuff. And of course, buy souvenirs and things. There's Antelope Canyon too, you might like. It's on the way to the Grand Canyon. Where is it? It's in Arizona anyway. It's Antelope Canyon, and it's really pretty if you look into the pictures on it. The walls and stuff are really colored with these really neat natural colors and stuff. It's really, they go on photo tours of it to take pictures of the rocks and stuff inside the canyon. You can look it up. It's called Antelope Canyon.
And if you're in that area, you can also go to Death Valley. Now, I would advise not going to Death Valley in the summer.
Yeah, don't go in the summer.
People die, literally die every year in Death Valley in the summer. They think they can go in there, take the heat, they get lost, they get dead. Yeah, the mineral stain in the mountains. It's it's very beautiful there.
It's kind of like the gift there. 100 kilometers out of Arizona. Also in Arizona, if you're into the stars, they have a place not far from the Grand Canyon. I think it's in Flagstaff. I'm not sure, but it's somewhere close to there. They have an observatory and things, and the whole city has their lights dimmed down, or the street lights are even pointed down, so like you can actually see the clear desert sky. It's all focused on the sky in that area, and that would be really neat to go and stay and do, to be there at night and visit the observatory.
Oh yeah, too bad she's not going to be here next week.
What's next week? The solar eclipse?
Total eclipse of the sun.
Total eclipse of the sun. Oh, is it Mount Shasta? I don't know which mountain you're talking about. There's Mount Shasta, which is really holistic, and it's just beautiful. And it's kind of like a place like Sedona, Mount Shasta. And there's, let me see, Mount Hood, I don't know which one, Johnny. Before Death Valley. I don't know. I can look it up real quick. Mountain by Death Valley.
What causes Death Valley to be so low is completely surrounded by mountains. It's a dried up seabed that used to be hundreds of feet deep. In fact, it used to be a couple thousand feet deep at its deepest. And it's caused by it's being completely surrounded by mountains. so it doesn't get much rain because it snows on the mountains, and there's not much moisture in the air when it blows off the Pacific. Once it hits the mountains, it drops its snow, and Death Valley just doesn't get any rain.
And it freezes at night. Is it Telescope Peak, Johnny? Not Shasta. Down 10 inches. I don't think so, Johnny. I'm not sure which one you're talking about. We can talk later, Johnny, about that. And
Right now, Death Valley's have their problems too. Some of that area has been damaged because they had a year's worth of rain in an hour and a half, 2 hours.
wow, talk about
And
flooding.
yes, they've had some major flooding. They've lost several roads, and the repairs to those roads are not done overnight. The
No.
state, the counties does not have the money to go in there and repair those roads immediately. Now, if you want to learn about where to go in that area, there's a young lady, and she's getting close to 40 now, but don't tell her I said that. Because I don't want to fight her, and I sure don't want to fight her sister. But look up on YouTube Wonder Hussy.
And she knows her way around Death Valley?
She lives there.
Okay.
So to say she
Why are
knows
you
about
laughing?
to say she knows about Death Valley is an understatement. Like I said, she lives there.
Okay.
She came up in Vegas. She was born and raised in California. But then their family moved to Vegas. She lived in Vegas for many years. She used to be. You've been to Vegas, haven't you?
I have.
You're familiar with the people who have got some kind of costume on and try to get you to take their picture?
Yes.
And they charge you for this?
Yes.
This is what she did. She charged to take photos, and with her, she would dance in showgirl outfits or other outfits, and you'd have to pay her money for her to take your picture with her or somebody else.
Okay.
And when YouTube came about, she started showing some of her little adventures in Vegas on YouTube. And then her sister came to town. She lives elsewhere, and decided, let's go find us a compound in Death Valley. So they found a building with a house with several other outside buildings, a compound, and they bought it. And she's had a lot of adventures. Well, if Jamie, you go see the globe, the new globe. You cannot miss it. It's the largest round LED thing in the world. It's brand new. It's only been going a few months. Go see it.
And when you go through Vegas, you got to see the Luxor. It has a bright light going straight up into the sky. It's a pyramid.
So if you saw that and like that, you'd love the globe. Have you seen the globe out there?
I haven't.
What I have not seen it in person because I haven't been to Vegas since in a while. But the pictures of it are absolutely amazing. It's several stories high, and you can go inside of it, and they give you tours of the inside of it while they're flashing the lights outside, advertising whatever.
Oh, cool. Let me see. Do you know what it's called? Is it just the globe?
Oh, I forget what it's called. Probably look up Vegas and globe in Google and show
Let's
it to
see.
you.
That's what I'm doing. Oh, wow. I don't think it's this, though. Okay, I'm seeing it now. Oh, wow. And it changes all the lights? That is
Uh-huh.
amazing.
They put up anything with it. It's tiny LED lights and several million of them. During the Super Bowl, they had one side as one helmet for the team, the Chiefs, and the other one was their opponent on the other side. And then they rotated it where you saw the two helmets kind of chasing each other around the globe. And during the Grand Prix, they had a Grand Prix race out there.
Is it a stadium?
What?
The Globe.
No. They got a new
Okay.
stadium there, though.
Okay. Yeah,
Oh.
they're always having something new.
Here.
Get the Globe up on screen.
No, here's Wonder Hussey's tuba dress.
Type in the Globe Las Vegas, Johnny, and you can see it. There's a lot of different pictures because it changes lights the whole time, but it's huge.
Sphere. That's what they call it.
Sphere.
Sphere.
Yeah, Las Vegas Sphere. But I found it with Globe too. Oh, guys, it's already 2 o'clock. I better get going. I'm supposed to wake up at like at 7 tomorrow.
Whoa.
Unless you just want to stay up all night. Because it's already morning where you're at, right?
There is just a quick talking about with the sphere, showing some of the effects. Later in the video, they're showing exactly where it is, what it can do, and a little touring around it. Oh yeah, it's got the one where they put the moon on it. So there you can see the sphere and the one with Wanda Hussey in it. If you wanted to know a lot about the area, she went to a lot of places, and she's quite entertaining. And she kind of tells you where she is to talk about a place. And she tours all over Death Valley.
Cool. Is Death Valley, it's 200 miles straight road, isn't it? Side to side?
Basically, yes.
Yeah, it's just a straight road all the way through.
So you did Google it. So you saw you look up of course it's all over YouTube. There's a whole bunch of videos about the sphere on YouTube now. It'd be something to see in Vegas.
Yeah, this coming up with neat things. I mean, we're behind in architecture from other countries, but that one is pretty neat.
And I just want to tell you about Wonder Hussey. She's a nice person. She knows a lot. She's quite entertaining. And I often think it's a sin that she doesn't have a regular TV show. She's that entertaining. So she's worth following on YouTube. Now just put the like share thing so you get notices. She puts out a video every Wednesday and every Friday.
Very cool.
Like I said, she's quite entertaining. She's been around a bit, and we have never met, probably never will meet, but we've become kind of friends. She's got one friend here in Arkansas who actually does the paranormal, and one of the very few paranormal people in Arkansas other than me. Oh, and to answer your question, there was when Little Rock was taken over by the Union during the Civil War, which happened fairly early on, they sent a group, an army, small army, down south to capture the Confederate capital of Arkansas at the time. They thought it's okay, small town, we can go ahead and knock this out and kill some Confederates here around the southern part of the state, and we can say we now own this. They went down there and got their butts handed to them in a battle with the Confederate capital of Arkansas. And then a couple of massacres took out. The Confederate soldiers would not take black prisoners. The Union Army had a lot of black units at that time.
Uh-huh.
Lincoln said they actually won the war for the North. The Confederates said, we're not taking them prisoners, so if they surrender with this, we just shoot them. And they caught a bunch of them. They surrendered, and they just shot the blacks where they stood.
Wow.
Unarmed, surrendering, but they were shot. And the next a day or two later, at another location, there was a Union battery, and some black infantry took it over. The one way to fight cannons is to come up on the sides where they can't turn the cannons on to you, or they're so busy trying to reload and shoot further off, they don't see you coming out of the woods. Hey, I'm here, southeast corner. Let me know when you come. We'll I can meet up with you. Of course, I live in a town of about 2,200 people. In fact, I live outside the town of 2,200 people. So as you come here, you see small town life in the South.
Do the alligators count in the population?
But anyway, about the battle, the black soldiers came upon the artillery and took it over, and the artillery guys surrendered. Well, the black guys knew that the Confederate infantry had shot down the black soldiers, so the black soldiers shot the Confederate artillerymen where they stood and massacred them. So there was 2 massacres that took place.
Oh, wow. And this, did you see any spirits there?
I got a little bit on Echo Box, but didn't see a whole lot. I've got to go back. I want to go investigate the biggest battle where the Confederates fell on a Union supply train that was miles long. And you don't know anything about the military, but if you want to knock a supply train out even today, you knock the first truck or two. Back then, of course, it was wagons. You knock out the first wagon or two, and then you go to the back and knock out the last wagon or two. The rest can't move.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
And the same thing you do with trucks. If you knock the first truck or two out at the first of the line, then they can back up and run that way. But if you knock the back ones out and block the road that way, they can't back up and run from you. We wiped out an army in Iraq like that. They call it the Iraqi army trying to leave to go into Iran. And there was miles and miles of trucks and cars sitting there. And our helicopters went in, knocked out the front ones, knocked out the back ones, and then just went up and down the line, shooting Iraqi soldiers as they left their vehicles. And then they put an armor-piercing round in each one of the vehicles and killed thousands of the Iraqi soldiers, and then basically destroyed their capability to make war, because we killed almost all their tanks, all their armored vehicles, all their trucks.
Yep.
You shot them like it was like shooting ducks floating in a barrel.
Yeah, because they're immobile and they're trapped.
Yeah. They were trapped. All they could do was park their vehicles and run.
And being in the desert, there's no place to hide.
And in the woods, they tried to run, and they just took over the whole train, killed a lot of people. And there was they roamed, obviously, farmland. And there was an old mansion, a small mansion. We'd call it a Mac mansion nowadays. I don't know if Jamie knows what a Mac mansion is. It's a small mansion that's kind of cookie cutter that's built cheaply.
Usually on a too small lot.
Mm-hmm. On too small of a lot for it. But anyway, it was a small mansion, and they were kind of running a plantation, and the head of the wagon, the head of this long, I think it was 6 miles of wagons, so back to back,
Uh-huh.
or back of the wagon with the back to nose, so the nose of the lead horse of the next wagon. The head one, the first one, stopped in front of their mansion just to get some water,
Mm-hmm.
and the Confederates jumped them. As soon as they stopped, the Confederates fired and shot the drivers of the wagon, stopping the
Okay.
wagon and stopping the whole group from moving. And then just went right down the line, shooting the drivers of the wagons, the mule skinners.
Mm-hmm.
They did that while they were stopped in front of the house, where I think it was a 12-year-old and an 8-year-old girl were watching out the front windows and door the first shots that were fired and dropping those guys.
Oh, wow.
These 2 young girls. The massacre got so bad there was no place to put them. Couldn't have the wounded out there laying under by a tree, and a bunch of them were. They brought them in. They turned their mansion into a hospital, field hospital, and the 2 daughters were being nurses, while any doctors that knew what they were doing were amputating limbs and trying to save the soldiers that had been shot.
Mm-hmm.
And these 2 young girls that today you're not going to have your daughter anywhere near an emergency room to a hospital treating shot victims. They were first to be nurses, not just seeing it. They were nurses as they were being operated on and helped and sewn back together. And
Yes. And that's just
for,
trauma in
not for
itself.
hours, not for days, not for weeks. They were months getting all the shot victims out of their house. Months. And the 2 girls did most of the care for the people that were left there.
Wow.
Because the armies were gone. So you had
Mm-hmm.
people there. The doctors had left with the armies.
Yeah, but they still left the carnage and the
All the
healing
wounded,
guys.
all the rehabbing people were left there in that house, and it was up to the girls to do most of their health. Feed them, give them water.
Yeah.
They were both affected the rest of their lives because of this. Obviously, that's more trauma than an adult person today could take. I mean, an adult person would just absolutely go crazy with that. And here's 2 young girls.
I was a CNA on the surgical floor, and you do see some stuff and things, and it takes a hard stomach and things. That's just, they don't prepare you enough emotionally
No.
for that kind of work to go in there and see it.
And you can imagine what these 2 girls went through with absolutely no training whatsoever.
No training, being so young, watching their friends and everybody. No, that's awful.
And you know the kind of bullets they use? They call them balls, even though they were shaped kind of like a bullet.
Okay, yeah, the old
modern bullet is smaller than your pinky. Now it spreads out and knocks a bigger hole in the back than it does the front. But even the largest military bullets are only about the size of your pinky. And 9mm is not very big. The balls that they used in the Civil War were the size of your thumb.
Yeah.
A lot
bigger than the
9mm bullets they used. And they would hit bone, and the bone shattered. It wouldn't just break it. It shattered it and splintered it. To where if it hit your leg down below the knee, they had to take off the leg at the knee.
Yeah.
and these girls were helping do that.
That's crazy.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
yeah, that's some
I'll,
PTSD there.
they got it set up as a park. Uh, you can go in there in all the times of the day, and they've got a family cemetery also right there. They've also got graves where people were buried, where they were shot and they were buried. They got a trail you can walk through. Uh, what I want to do is go down there with some kind of camper I can spend the night on, and just take some
Mhm.
supplies and at least go down there early part of the day and investigate during the day,
Yeah.
and maybe get an hour or two sleep, and then stay up all night investigating. I've got to get special permission from the family to do that, and could probably talk them into it if I brought my checkbook.
Mhm.
And I have been in where that mansion sat that I talked about, where the girls looked out the window and saw this battle happening.
Yes.
I've sat there in the mansion. There was a well that was out their back door, and of course they had wounded soldiers all over the house, all out in the little area, the nice little area around the well, which used to have flowers growing in it. And I've sat there beside that well where soldiers lived their last hours and days out in misery. So the
Oh.
activity there was hard and heavy, and I want to go back.
Yes.
What does that say
You're
about
right.
me? So when you said investigate Civil War, I kind of laughed because there was the most brutal prison camp the Union had was on the south side, yeah, south and then south side of Chicago, very close to where the Bears play football.
Okay.
Camp Douglas. Yes, that Douglas, Stephen Douglas. You remember that, don't you, from high school? Stephen
No.
Douglas debated Lincoln across the
No.
country. This, uh, the
Mm.
Douglas Lincoln debates. Uh,
It does ring a faint bell. Um,
the, Stephen Douglas is buried there, and
okay.
I've been and during the summer they allow you in the park where it's got all kinds of memorials to him and plaques. But during the summer they'll open up his crypt and you can walk in and touch his sarcophagus.
Wow.
Yes, and that the powerful man that Stephen Douglas was. He was very short. He was just over, not a whole lot over 4 feet.
Mhm.
Not that close to 5 feet tall. And he's got a very short sarcophagus. You think this has got to be a child buried here? No, it's Stephen Douglas. And six, 3 to 6 thousand people died in that prison camp over 4 years.
Wow.
And I had I hosted, I sold tickets and investigated that place overnight. And we got Dale Casmerick again was the guy from Bachelor's Grove was there with me, and
Uh-huh.
he got a Confederate soldier. I got a guy who wrote the book "To Die in Chicago." If you want to look at some research, George Levy, the author's name. "To Die in Chicago" is the name of the book. You can get it from Amazon. But
Okay.
I got George Levy to come out to the event, and for the first time ever, show his Camp Douglas presentation on Camp Douglas on the site of Camp Douglas. He's not a ghost believer, but he said that was creepy. And the first time he'd ever done something in a slideshow outside.
Mm.
We got the lights kind of covered up with some plywood, and he did his complete slideshow presentation that I allow people to come in for free. But
Uh-huh.
they wanted to stay and investigate. They had to give me some cash, and I put $5 to the Camp Douglas Restoration Society, and they gave me a bunch of pens. And they said, we sell these pens for $5 donation. So I said, okay, I will give anybody who pays me the money tonight for the investigation. I'll give them a pen, and you get $5. So I sent them
Mhm.
quite a bit of money and sent them back the excess pens that I had. I had 4 or 5 left over. So everybody had a pen that had paid, and we investigated all night. Dusk till dawn, investigation at the prison camp, Camp Douglas prison camp, just north of Soldier Field in Chicago. And
Wow.
they've got a park. We can't investigate as much now because
Uh-huh.
there's condos built next door. There was an open area that was owned by the condo people, but they let people just use it like an open area.
Yeah.
And that's where a lot of the barracks were, and the latrines were located. So we could investigate there at the time, but now they've built condos there.
Oh, really?
So you got to go to Lake Meadows City Park to investigate where the headquarters was. The rest of it's built up. So you just have to, you got that little bit with the park, and that's it.
Mm.
Now, what you could do is what a friend of mine that's still in Chicago, Tony Zabitsky, Polish name, Zabitsky. He wants to go in there, and there are some businesses that started up in an old strip that was there. The
Uh-huh.
strip is where the I think the pox hospital was, smallpox.
Okay.
And there's theories about a lot of the smallpox people were buried there in what is a parking lot of this business now. So he wants to go in there and interview the businesses and see if he can maybe spend the night in the parking lot there, see if he could contact some of the people who died of the smallpox at this prison camp. It got so smelly with the smallpox hospital. The University of Chicago was located right next to the smallpox, and of course, open windows, no air conditioning. They had all the smallpox going into the University of Chicago. People were getting sick from smallpox, and they shut down the University of Chicago for 7 or 8 years till they restarted it further south.
Mm.
I've also investigated the most brutal prison camp in the South, Andersonville, which is 40, 50 miles from Columbus and
Okay.
in Georgia. And thousands of people died there. The conditions were horrible. They did not have barracks like they did in Camp Douglas. And the South, they couldn't, especially after Sherman marched through Georgia, couldn't feed them. So they were down there going almost totally without food to revenge. 2 different places. Andersonville's about 50, 60 miles from Columbus, Georgia.
Okay.
Just look up Andersonville in the Google box, and you'll see it. But in revenge, the people at Camp Douglas had people selling vegetables across the street, cut vegetables out of the diet they were feeding the prisoners. They give them a pig's knuckle to eat. So they were just basically just a little bit of pig's fat around a knuckle, no real meat, and that's all they had to eat. They intentionally cut all fruits and vegetables out so they'd give all the prisoners scurvy.
Oh, man, intentionally.
Intentionally. because of all the people dying at Andersonville, Georgia. I don't know if Andersonville will allow you to investigate. I don't think they're allowing overnight investigations. But, if you were going around there with a full spectrum camera and weren't being obnoxious with your mail meter, you could probably walk around there. So this is those are, I'm one of the few people who's actually been to both Andersonville and Camp Douglas. And Dale is the only person he knows who's actually been. He did not know Stephen Douglas's tomb was there. So before he came for the investigation, and I said, go right over there, and you go to the Stephen Douglas Park and see his tomb. And just go in the summer if you're in Chicago. Chicago is beautiful in the summer, but so you can go to the park and see Stephen Douglas. But I sent a friend of mine that was there, over there, and he came back with pictures because they had the park open. And he said, here's a picture of me standing right beside the sarcophagus. And I mean, his camera was 2 feet from the sarcophagus when he took the picture.
Wow.
And he came back with those pictures, and everybody that was there for the investigation ran over to all of a sudden this park got more people in 10 minutes than they'd had the last 4 or 5 days put together. They just got run over by all these people wanting to herd into the Stephen Douglas tomb to see his sarcophagus. And Dale says he's the only person he knows that's been to the Lincoln tomb and been to Stephen Douglas tomb.
Yeah, that's pretty rare events.
Yeah. And to have their, been known for debating each other, and he's been to both their tombs. He's the only person I know. And he says he's the only person he knows that has been to both of them. And he's, of course, will forever be grateful the rest of his life for me for showing him where it was. Go over there, Stephen Douglas, sarcophagus. Go look. Okay, I'll go look at it. Then you come back. Oh my God, did you see that? My friend that went over there first was a little bit. He was just there seeing how well my event went. And he didn't know that all these people running around were all paying me money to be at this event. And I said, go over there and meet Stephen Douglas. Go just say hello. Maybe if it's open, they'll let you in there. He come back. He said, they let me all in the tomb. So there must have been 50 people run over to that tomb. All wanting to jump inside and take pictures beside Stephen Douglas' sarcophagus. And it was kind of amusing to me being just a Mr. Nobody. And making Stephen Douglas popular again.
Awesome.
The very thought of that was hilarious. It still strikes me as funny. Yeah, there's tombs. The people who died, the 6,000 that died, were all buried in City Cemetery in Chicago. Well, in 1968, they wanted to move City Cemetery in Chicago because the City Cemetery got flooded a lot from the lake.
And that's when Portuguese came out, right?
Yeah, because when every time the lake come up there and flooded over into the cemetery, the caskets would float the end of the lake and would be sucked into the water intakes for the city.
Oh no!
So they had pieces of old caskets and dead bodies in the water being sucked up, and they didn't have purification much there. Back in those days, and even up into Al Capone's time in the 20s and 30s, when you drew your bath in Chicago, you filled the tub up, and if you didn't put a bunch of soap in it to bubble up so you wouldn't see what's in the water, you could see sometimes small fish swimming around that they got sucked up and deposited in your bathtub. And then you got these
Oh,
little tiny fish swimming around your toes in your bath.
and who knows what else, not to mention
Well,
bacteria.
yeah, and they keep track of it now, and they don't allow people to swim in the lake if the bacteria
Hmm.
gets too high. They still have today have issues swimming in the lake. But back then, you flooded
Hmm.
the cemetery and you had all these caskets. I mean, I'm not talking about one or two caskets. When it flooded the cemetery, sometimes there was 50 and 60, 100 caskets floating out there in the lake. And all
Mm.
of them, because of all the water being used by the city of Chicago, being brought in that intake, would get sucked toward the intake.
Oh no,
And here these bodies were clogging the intakes.
that's gotta be so gruesome.
And so they wanted to move the cemetery so it wouldn't flood.
Hmm.
So the guy they hired, of course, the fish about she's being funny now.
Hmm.
Yeah, that happened. He had grown men. Hey, there's a fish in my tub again. But anyway, they were moving the cemetery, and of course, anybody in Chicago is crooked. Chicago has had a string of very corrupt mayors, and they've got the most corrupt mayor who was there when Al Capone basically ran the city.
Hmm.
Uh, and I've been to his grave before, and it's an ornate grave at Oakwood Cemetery on the south side, along with several mobsters that are buried in there. Hey, I think there's two former commissioners of baseball buried in there. So if you were anybody on the south side in the 20th century, you got buried in Oakwood Cemetery. But the reason I bring up Oakwood Cemetery is the fact they had buried all the Confederate dead, 6,000 of them, in City Cemetery in
Hmm.
'65. They moved. As they died, they moved them there and buried in the City Cemetery. 64, 65. In '68, they wanted to move them all. So they hired a guy that was charging too much to move the graves. So he cheated. He made a bunch of caskets,
Uh-huh.
dismayed, beat them up a little bit, wet them down, let them rot a little bit, filled them up with earth, rocks, dug up the tombstones, and carried his homemade caskets and reburied them in cemeteries without digging up the bodies.
Oh wow, and that's how the movie Poltergeist came out, right?
Uh-huh. That's based on City Cemetery. Now the Confederate soldiers, they did dig up. They moved them to Oakwood Cemetery, and there is now a little mound with a big marble thing that was sinking. They had the Daughters of the Confederacy had to go in there and get some Georgia granite to put down to hold up the statue they put up.
Hmm.
And what they did, they dug a circular trench around a small mound, and they started putting them just a trench, no graves, just a trench. They started putting the
Okay.
bodies side by side in the bottom of this trench, and they thought one circle would do it. We just got a little thing here. No, they filled the trench. They put them all the way. They didn't stack them, but they put them shoulder to shoulder all the way around. Buried them and said,
Hmm.
"Okay, here comes some more bodies. Here comes some more wagons." So they went out a couple feet, dug another circular trench all the way around the other circle, which could, of course, hold about a quarter again more people, maybe almost half again. Much bigger circle. They filled that up. More wagons were coming. They dug another circular trench around the other two and put them shoulder to shoulder, thus becoming one of the largest mass graves in America. There's one in New Orleans that's bigger. There's one in New York City that's bigger. I think they found one either in the Caribbean or South America that's bigger. But it's in the top 5 or 6 largest mass graves in the entire Western Hemisphere. It's right there in a cemetery in Chicago. But what they did with the rest of them, they didn't take the bodies out. And what they did, they put some dirt, raise up the ground a little bit so it didn't flood. And they built a city park on part of it, and they opened up a city zoo.
A city zoo on top of the cemetery?
If they look up Lincoln Park Zoo, you will see where every time they dig a new pit for a new animal, they dig up 2 or 3 people.
Wow.
This park for people was a little bit early right now. It's probably not many people there now. A few bums probably sleeping. Homeless people was sleeping on the sidewalk. But by daylight, you'll have people going out for their morning stroll, their morning jog. This afternoon, you have people eating their lunches there and walking their dogs, playing frisbee. On Sunday, they'll be out, especially this Easter Sunday. They'll be out there having picnic lunches. They got some softball fields there. They'll be out there playing softball. They got a soccer field. They'll be out playing soccer. And in all this area where all these people are playing all their little games, there's about 5,000 people still buried there. They're pumping all over graves.
Oh, wow. What you don't know, you don't know.
And
yeah,
this is why I have gotten not kind of popular in the paranormal, but have so much experience. I've gone to places like this and been there multiple times. Bachelor's Grove was one of the most haunted 1-acre cemeteries on the planet. Now, sure, Paris got them beat with all their catacombs and da-da-da. And maybe Lincoln Park is a little bit more haunted, but it's bigger than Bachelor's Grove.
And so if you went by size.
Yeah. You went by size of one of the most haunted acres in the United States. And I went in there one night. The wife dropped me off 5 o'clock in the afternoon. I said, pick me up at 8 o'clock the next morning. She dropped me off, went home, went to sleep. She turned her cell phone off.
Oh no.
We only had one cell phone between us. I had no cell phone, no phone of any kind, and she was not going to pick me up till 8 o'clock the next morning. I had no way to go home.
That's dedication.
I set up cameras, got out millimeters, talked, did a couple of Echo Box sessions all night long. I was by myself in the cemetery. A guy was in there spending a little bit of time with me to start with. Yeah, she's got a point here. And sometimes there's one tomb left, the Couch Tomb. If you do a Google search on the Couch Tomb in Chicago, you'll see the stories about Couch Tomb. They do not know. Talk to Tony Zabisky. He does tours there. And it's a big debate about who's buried in the Couch Tomb. They've even put cameras in there because they're not going to knock it down. There's a little hole in the front door. You stick a camera, this little probe camera, and you run into a door. You pass about 3 feet, you run into another door. They put a light in there, again on a scope, and a camera on the scope, and they realized that they couldn't get any further because there's a door leading further into the tomb. And they don't. It's marked Couch Tomb. They don't know if Couch is buried there or not. They don't know who's buried there. And they don't, out of respect for the dead, they don't want to bust it open to find out. So they just leave the
Apparently,
tombs there.
they went through a lot of trouble to put them there and keep them there.
Mm-hmm. So it's a crazy situation. But Lincoln Park Zoo, Lincoln Park, and the Couch Tomb are all right there. We don't know if there's a big bunker under there or not. It's a tomb sitting there. It doesn't look. It's a decent sized tomb. But they can't get a probe through the second door. So other than a door and a little bit of open space in there between the door they can see to the outside and the door that goes further inside, they don't know what's behind the door, behind the second door. There's no way to get through it. They've tried, but they would have to break because there's no way to open the front door without tearing it up. And then they know now that they would have to go through a second door to get into the tomb. And they just don't want to go in there breaking down two doors and half destroying the tomb.
Mm-hmm.
Just to see if there's a body in there. It's not worth it.
It's a tomb for a reason. It probably does have a body in there. It's just, I don't know. Did you, did you hear about the lady in the iron coffin?
I don't think so.
Back in the day of I think she died of smallpox, and her husband was making these, because it was such a smallpox epidemic, they made these metal coffins like cast iron right from the stove. And she died of smallpox, and she got in the coffin. She was put in one of the coffins, and it was airtight, and it preserved her almost completely, because there was no air to decompose the body. And they made a lot of breakthroughs in how smallpox affected the body. And so they found out that it goes all the way to the internal organs and stuff, like how it has the lesions on the outside of the skin. It does that on the inside too. And it was just really neat that they weren't very popular, I guess, because they were really expensive, but because her husband made them, she was in there. She was a black lady way back then, in the smallpox epidemic. And yeah, I'm pretty sure it was smallpox. And it was just really neat to see that, without air, nothing decomposes.
Right.
It's
And
like,
you got to watch where you bury yourself too, because you heard what happened to Wild Bill Hickok.
what happened to him?
Well, they buried him, and without really this was the Wild West, without really preserving him like they do today.
Mm-hmm.
And the water table, of course, is a little bit high there, and you got a lot of it's hard water. You got a lot of minerals
Okay.
in it.
Yes, I have hard water.
They wanted to move him, and basically his body had become a statue.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, when they dug him up, wanted to move his grave from one place to another, and they opened it up, and people fainted.
Yeah.
Because he hadn't deteriorated at all, but his skin had become white, and he looked like a statue sitting there. The skin had turned white and hardened.
Wow.
So that was a scary moment. I was going to tell your friend that this is me. So you can't see me much in that little photo. There's a bigger one. And here's the wife and I. That's in New Orleans. This is the haunted Roth House that's outside Chicago, about an hour outside of Chicago. And
Haunted Roth House.
here is something taken at Baxter's Grove. That's not a gravestone. Anybody that's ever been there can tell you, whatever that is, ain't supposed to be there.
It looks like somebody kind of crouching down, huh?
Yeah. There's another one. There was nobody standing there. But if you look, you see two children, one standing, one small, one sitting.
Yes. Well, that's another thing I was going to ask you, because it was a conversation I was having. Okay, ghosts are energy and stuff of the living. So how do they come through wearing clothes and things? Like the lady in the dress, if a dress is a non-animate object, how is it still coming through on her ghost figure?
That's just how they look at themselves.
Okay.
Their energy. Okay, you got to go back religion. Think. What did it say in the Bible that you are and became? You basically become non-corporate, incorporate. Because God does not have a physical body. And when they say he made us in his image, okay, he's not talking about this physical body, this hunk of flesh and blood we're talking with and manipulating my mouse with. That's not us. Us is the energy, the non-corporate energy that is the true soul, the true us. And that's the image he made of us, is a non-corporate being. But to appear in the regular human world, sometimes you appear as a non-corporate being, but if you want to interact with the world like you used to, you want to do something familiar, so you appear as the way you look. Maybe it's a dress you died in, or clothes you wore all the time. And here, you see the tree to the left of that square circle?
Yes.
You see that stone sitting in front of the tree?
Uh-huh.
That is approximately where Libby Mae Humphreys is buried. Somewhere either under that stone or just to the right, or maybe tad to the left, but mostly to the right, where you see the child sitting. She had 3 siblings also die at young ages. Is this Libby Mae Humphreys' siblings coming to visit her at her grave?
Oh, so it's the lady's daughters coming to visit.
Yes, it's Libby Mae's younger siblings that also died young, coming to play with her at that cemetery. They did that.
Oh wow!
Here's another one, and you see the lady standing outside the fence looking in the cemetery.
Yes.
Welcome
you
to
can see her.
Welcome to Bachelor's Grove, and I spent from 5 o'clock till 8 o'clock in the morning, mostly alone. People say, I spent the night at Bachelor's Grove. I said, what time did you get there? Oh, we got in there about 1 o'clock in the morning. What time did you leave? Oh, we left about 3:30. That's not all night.
The night. No.
That's not all night. Nighttime to me is when dark, which is about 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, depending on what time you get there. And then it's undark when it's sunrise. When the sun gets bright enough where you can see your hand in front of your face, that's sunrise, which is usually about 6:30. So unless you get there at 8 o'clock at night in the evening and stay at least 6 o'clock in the morning, you didn't spend the night. and I was there from 5 in the afternoon to 8 o'clock in the morning. I did have a paranormal group walk in there at 1 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, you
And,
did?
yeah, some of my paranormal equipment was there, and I had walkie-talkies. I had one in my hand. 3 I had strapped to trees at various locations outside the cemetery, which is what I did from 5 o'clock to dark. And I had them on different channels. And I knew what channels they were and where they were. So I just sat there and put it on one channel. And when I saw the group coming in, the cops are coming, run. And then I flipped the channel and said, it slightly changed my voice. I said, the cops are coming. Y'all better get out of here. They turned it again to the other one coming from a different direction. Y'all are about to get arrested.
You're too funny.
And well, I'm not done yet. They ran down out of the cemetery down the road. They said, wait a minute, what's a walkie-talkie? There's a one guy back there. So they came back and said, look, we're the good guys. We're not going to hurt you. Because I was worried about a group of people coming back there and stealing my paranormal equipment.
Yeah.
And there's 4 or 5 of them. There's not a whole lot I can do. Get my butt kicked along with getting everything stolen. So I don't know what she means by timestamps. Anyway, they came back into the cemetery and said, we're the nice guys. I had a very bright flashlight. Now remember, there was no moon out this night, and it was a clear night, so you didn't get cloud reflection. On a cloudy night, you got the city lights hitting the clouds and reflecting down. Clear night, there was nothing but the highway lights, which was 100 yards away. So you didn't get much light. In the center of the cemetery, you could put your hand and touch your nose with the palm of your hand. You could see your fingers. But if you extended that hand out to arm's length, you could not see your arm or your hand.
Wow, that's dark.
That's dark. And of course, I was in there. We're using some IR lights that you can't see. All you see is a little red dot on the light itself. You got to look straight into the light, the LED lights, to see a little red glow. From a distance, it looks like red eyes staring at you. I was using that with the cameras, and the cameras would pick the stuff. But the group came back in there, and they all lined up, and I was hiding behind a tree. Of course, they couldn't even see the tree to say nothing of me. And 4 of them got around to one side of it. And the one guy, the head of the group, was off to kind of straight in front of me. The other guys were off to my right. And I turned the flashlight on facing my palm and opened my palm off and raked it. Remember, I'm 15, 20 yards away from them. Raked that bright light right across their eyes. Totally blinded them. Because they had their lights off. They were trying to get their night vision with their pupils opened up. And I hit wide open pupils with a bright light. For about 2 or 3 minutes, they were totally blinded. They couldn't even see the inside of their eyelids. And the other guy that was over there kind of by himself, I military trained, took 3 long steps. Basically, I ran on my toes, jumped, landed on my right toes, jumped again, landed on my left toes, and then I was standing right in front of it. So my toes, only my toes, not the whole foot, just my toes hit the ground a couple of times, and I was in his face. I got nose to nose to him in a matter of a second. And I said, who the hell are you, and what the hell are you doing here? If he'd been an older man, I'd have killed him. He had no clue I was right in front of him till I hollered at him.
Oh no, heart attack.
And he after he caught his breath, Okay, we're it stuttered and stammering. He said, "Look, we're just here. We knew you were here. We saw some of your equipment. We just wanted here to see the cemetery." I said, "Okay, I'll give you a tour." He said, "Fine," because he'd never been there.
Uh-huh.
And I gave tours during the day of the place, so I showed him all the highlights of the whole place. He's hitting a red light because I didn't want to shine white lights. So I'd shine a red light on each of the headstones and the graves of the highlights of the cemetery. And he said, looked at me and said, "How the hell did you sneak up on me like that? I'm an active duty Marine." I said, I was trained by Rangers at Fort Benning, outside Columbus, where I grew up. That explains that. Because I used some of my Ranger training to absolutely sneak up behind him, disable their eyesight
Mm-hmm.
before I was there. If they were there to rob me, I knew where they were. They did not know where I was. Had they wanted to get violent, I did have a knife on me, and I could have cut the leader's throat before he knew I was there, and he knew it.
No, it's not this type of show. No.
I scared the hell out of him. I don't think they ever came back to Baxter's Grove.
Probably not.
But that was very amusing. And of course, there was not only was it dark, we were going on the tour, and there was coyotes around there howling at each other.
Oh no, coyotes are strange.
And these are guys in their 20s, early 20s, and they said, "That's creepy as hell." You know that? Because there we were in the dark, using just my red flashlight, listening to coyotes howl.
Oh.
And they had walked there. They had to walk back. They had about a mile height to go back to their car.
Oh wow, they left their car that far away?
We had to, because the houses around there did not allow you. You had to have a sticker to park your car there.
Okay.
And they had to have notes. If you had like if I lived there and you came to my house, you had to be parked in my driveway or well on my property. Because if you just park in front of the house on city property, they would ticket you, and then if you stayed there very long, tow your car away. But of course, everybody who lived there knew that, so they would move any company if they had cars. You pull that car up here so you won't get in trouble. So they couldn't park their car anywhere near the place. So they had a mile or more walk to get to the cemetery, then another mile or more back to their car.
With all the coyotes.
And after daylight, I was in the cemetery packing up everything. Here come two coyotes down the path and froze outside the cemetery and took off because they took scent of me. They smelled me.
Yeah, I don't know. Most of the California coyotes, they stay clear of people, but
they smelled me and realized, okay, that's a human and he's somewhere. And they froze, thought about it a few seconds, and they took off like I was chasing them. I was just standing in one place. I hadn't moved. But the cemetery did get me that night.
It did.
The spirits at night will play tricks on you, and they will try to defend themselves. If they don't know you, they don't trust you, they will test you. And what they did to me, I was feeling just fine. No problems at all. When I got there, no stomach cramps, no nothing. I was just going on, and out of the blue, I had massive, debilitating stomach cramps. I barely made it over to a ditch across the little road there from the cemetery, and had Janie get load of this down in Australia, projectile diarrhea. And you heard
Oh,
of
no.
projectile vomiting, where you just blow chunks and it lands about 3 or 4 feet from you. That's how I had diarrhea.
Mm.
It blew out of me like it was shot out of a cannon. Emptied my entire guts out, and I never had another cramp the rest of the night. There's
Wow.
no way you have diarrhea like that hit you within a split second, and once you have the diarrhea, it's gone. No cramps, no problem, no upset, no nothing. That's not normal.
No.
So they hit me with that. I passed the test and came back in. I said, "You're not running me out of here that easy." And for the rest of the night, I had no problems outside of that paranormal group coming in there.
That was the biggest problem. Other people.
And of course, the spirits there were as amused as I was.
Mm.
They were sitting there very amused watching the whole interaction. And, you know, I was their entertainment for the evening. I was with nobody. I was by myself. It was me, myself, and I in that place. Oh, I forgot to tell you, I had dark pants. I had long underwear. I had long dark pants, dark shirt, black coat, and the back of my hands, my face, my neck. I had a dark one of those knit stretch over hats. But my forehead, my ears, my entire face, and the back of my hands was covered in green and brown grease paint that the military used. You've seen them in a movie. Arnold Schwarzenegger, yes, for instance, used it. He put the black and the green all over his face before he went to combat.
Yes,
that's what I look like.
None scared that guy so bad.
Well, he couldn't even see that I had the grease paint on. He couldn't see me at all. And who was the paranormal group? I don't remember their name. They just said they're a paranormal group. They were loosely associated, and probably being their leader back to do the military, probably broke up shortly after that when he got transferred. I never heard from them again. But yeah, I had the little knit beanie covering my head, and everything that the black hat didn't cover was covered in green or brown grease paint. I was dressed up for combat, like you see in all the military movies. A guy that was there when I got there saw me dressed like that, and he literally doubled over laughing. Outside of the movies, he'd never seen anybody in full face grease paint like that. I'm just ready to go to war.
Bring it on, right?
Okay, we've now officially done this show longer than my longest show.
You're just that interesting.
I told her I was with a show. She lived out. What is that? Where the cattle and the horses are. What do they call it? A horse island off LA?
Oh, I don't know. Stables? Horse Island?
No, there's a horse. I think it's Horse Island. It's the big island off of Los Angeles area. She lives on that island, and we did a 6.5 hour show one night.
Well, this is going on 7 hours.
So, like I said, we set the record.
We set the record. Good way how to bring the show. My first show, and we broke the record. I think we did good.
And broke the record.
Unless
Oh,
you
wait a
want to
minute.
keep going.
I
What?
have not done this yet. I should have done this hours ago, but we got to talking so much, I forgot to do it. Now I will do it now.
That was cute.
I have no fun at all with this show, do I?
Well, it's only like probably like 4 hours past the time to put the overtime on.
Yeah. I normally put it on time and go over too.
Oh,
You
well, I hope
asked me
there's
also
not
about
another
Civil
show.
War. As a kid, I went over the battlefields outside of Atlanta
Uh-huh.
and went up to Chattanooga and went over some of the battles of Tennessee, over the battlefields there. Kind of the start of Sherman's march to the sea and the burning down of Atlanta. So I've been over those battlefields.
Have you oh, I guess that was in Europe, where it was World War I or World War II. I don't know if you heard about this, where they it was when they were in the war and they bombed like the church. There was a church that was a sanctuary, and they bombed the church, and so like all the people are ghosts and they're like standing on their knees. So it's like a really odd phenomenon because they're praying when the bomb hit, and like most of them didn't know that they became ghosts and things. I don't know.
That was probably World War II. There wasn't that much bombing in World War I. We'd just gotten where we could fly good back then.
Okay, it's probably World War II, and yeah, I think it was.
The bombings in World War I were basically a hand grenade or whatever they could throw out of the plane, because that's how they bombed back then. There were bombs dropped. And toward the end of the war, they did develop at least something that looked like a bomb, but they weren't dropped bomb racks. You had one guy flying the plane and one guy in the back seat. They had this bomb-looking object, and he just hang over the outside of the plane because it was open cockpit and drop it. Not very accurate either.
Oh no!
That was World War I bombing. World War II, we got a little bit more accurate with it and a lot more bombers.
Okay, yes, it must have been World War II.
Because we put tons and tons of bombs on Europe. And between the explosive bombs and then the fire bombs, we completely destroyed several German cities. In fact, they were running out of targets. Cities like Dresden, they just completely, there was nothing there. They were hard up after the U.S. was done with them, after Germany surrendered, to find 2 bricks still attached. It was that bad. So if you look at some of the documentaries from the time, it was absolutely amazing. These people were surviving, but they not only survived when the bombing was over, especially when the war was over, and they said, okay, we're not going to get hit anymore. They just got out in the streets, cleared the streets, and then they started building shelters and rebuilding homes and buildings with the bricks in the street. You had some people knew what they were doing, could clean the bricks. They'd stack them on a cart, and they'd push the cart wherever they wanted to put up the structure and build the structure out of these old bricks. And that's how they built the town
Mhm.
back. And you had
Oh.
these people that wasn't eating a handful of food a day, working all day long, handling bricks and moving all this rubble so they could build shelters because they had thousands of
Mhm.
people living there with almost no food except for dead horses laying there. They'd try to cut something out from the dead horse that they would eat, they would eat.
Yeah, and horse meat, so
Well, especially if just lay there for several days and they tried to
Oh,
cut
man,
meat out.
any kind of meat.
There's nothing else to eat, and
Yeah.
they survived. I mean, if you watch the show, Masters of the Air, they covered it in their last episode, where they saw some of the last missions were the B-17s going up, but instead of being loaded
Mhm.
with bombs, they were loaded with food, and they went over the cities that they'd bombed, dropped bombs on, and dropped food on them, so the people wouldn't starve.
Mm.
Pigeon pies were a hot plate. Yeah. At times, I'm sure they were wishing they had more pigeons because they ate everything in sight. These people were watching their children die of starvation. It was rather pathetic. But that's what happens when you start a
Mm.
war. And then
Yeah.
then the government won't surrender. There were general. Well, that's why Hitler had 18, 19, 20 attempts on his life because you had some of
Mhm.
his generals wanting to surrender. When America got involved in the war, even Hitler was said the war's over, and he saw a piece of propaganda that we put together were the Liberty
Uh-huh.
ships, and he saw how fast our manufacturing could put together a Liberty ship. We were building whole entire freighters in less than a week. Absolutely
Wow.
amazing what
Mhm.
Americans can do when we need to do it. We were just putting these freighters, just lined them up, putting them together, launched them, loaded them up with supplies or men, and sent them to Europe. And when Hitler saw that, even he admitted at that point, the war's over.
Yeah. Yeah,
Oh
it's
yeah, uh, World War One was the first industrial war, and whereas War of the Factories, which is why they started bombing the cities because you had to kill or at least knock the homes out from the workers, make them live in misery,
Uh-huh.
and they were not very productive when they went to work. If they'd been up all night trying to find a bite to eat, or they were had to spend the entire night trying to find something to cover them from the rain, and so they'd be halfway fit to go to work the next morning. Try to close their eyes and get a minute's rest anyway, so they could go work another 10 hours in the factory. Which is why you start killing these people, and why you just make them miserable. You take the food away from them, you take the homes away from them, and
Mhm.
slowly
Yeah.
they can't function. And that's the goal. You take the function away, and the war machine dies. That's why the last few months of the war, our planes are just flying all over Germany unopposed because we'd taken, we'd bombed their ball bearing factories, their parts
Mhm.
factories, their assembly factories so much that we'd shot all their planes out of the sky and they couldn't put up anymore because they couldn't build anymore. The only way they could build the planes was in their underground factories, and that was mostly slave labor, which is not very efficient. So they weren't turning out that many, and what they turned out was low quality.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, in
Yeah.
Vietnam we did that. to Vietnam. We dropped Agent Orange.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, talk about. We dropped Agent Orange and completely killed every plant that he hit. So
And people and
we could see
everything
their
else.
trails and bomb their trails. And we started when we had a little bit of napalm in World War One, and perfected in World War II. That is now outlawed. Their international treaty and international law outlaws bombing napalm.
Yeah, it's not a good substance.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
it's bad.
even if it doesn't hit you, it sucks all the oxygen out of the room and you'll asphyxiate.
Oh, is that how it kills plants?
No,
No.
napalm is
Yeah.
a gelled gasoline. They've add a chemical to gasoline.
Uh-huh.
It makes it gel.
Oh, okay.
It's like Jello.
Oh,
You made Jello, hadn't you?
yes, I made Jello.
Same basic thing. Now you know what Jello comes from, don't you?
Yes,
It was
it's
originally came from the hoof of a horse,
yes.
and they dehydrated it, made it into a
Mm-hmm.
powder where you just added water, and it became the gel thing that it was. That's in the hoof of the horse that pads their legs from the impact of running.
Yes, the hardener.
It softens the
Yes.
blow when they run,
Yes.
and that's where Jello came from. Of course, it's made chemically now. I mean, that's not real horse. They don't really put real horse stuff in the Jello nowadays. It's made artificially.
So they say. No.
Yeah. But it works the same way as Jello. Uh,
Mhm.
you got your liquid, your water, and you throw the Jello powder in the water, and it gels. And they know
Mhm.
exactly they measure the water. They know exactly how much of their powder they need to throw in there. They throw it in the gasoline, and they dry the hoop the same way they dry everything else. How do they make Slim Jims? With dried beef. You dry it out in a dryer. You have hot air
Yeah.
being forced over the meat, and it dries all the water out of it.
Yeah, they disconnect the hoof from the horse, Johnny,
Yeah.
and stuff. The horses don't make it. And then they take the hooves and grind them down, and then they dry them and make powder.
Mm-hmm. Kind of gross, but
And
that's how it works.
I'm good. I'm going to stay up all night.
But that's how they made napalm. And if they shoot napalm, whether it's dropped from a bomb or whether it's shot out of a tank or shot out of a hose with the tanks on the man's back, whether they shoot it into a cave, and if the fire didn't hit you, the gelled napalm didn't hit you with its flame, it would suck all
Mhm.
the oxygen out of the room where you are, even though you may be protected. And the flame would burn all the oxygen out of the room, and you drop dead.
Wow.
Because literally the oxygen was pulled out of your lungs.
Ooh, that sounds painful.
Yeah. No, they didn't add the horse to napalm. They had another chemical they come up with that made gasoline like Jello.
Okay, so it wasn't real gasoline. It's gasoline like Jello that
No,
would.
in Jello they use the horse stuff. And
Yeah.
for napalm, use gasoline, and I forget the name of the chemical they threw in it to make it gel. There's a chemical
Oh,
a powdered chemical they can throw in napalm to make it gel,
okay.
and then they'd fill it full of bombs and then drop the bombs on a city, and the napalm would spread, and anything it touched that was not stone or brick would burst into flame because that burning gel would hit it
Mm,
at about 10,000 degrees. Because a
wow.
candle burns 8, 9,000, 10,000 degrees. And burning jail gasoline burns about 10,000 degrees, and whatever it hits bursts into fire, be it sheetrock or anything wood or paper. That's why they did Japanese cities that way. They made most of their buildings out of paper and wood.
Uh-huh.
They dropped napalm on a Japanese city and burned half the city down overnight. The German cities, of course, are made out of brick and stone, but still, when they dropped the combination of impact bombs and the gel bombs, the napalm bombs, if it wasn't brick, it burned.
Okay.
And that's where you saw all the massive fires, and the brick walls would fall because a lot of times the wood, it's kind of holding up your brick wall. And you burn all the wood out of a place, especially with all the wind that a fire develops. Because fires create their own wind because they're sucking it in.
Yes, is that so neat that they can do that?
Well, that's how a nuclear bomb works. That's why nukes don't work in space. Everybody said, well, let's nuke that asteroid. It won't fall in. You got to hit it with a couple of nukes, and then you have what you have instead of one asteroid, you have 1,000. But it doesn't blow up like in space because it doesn't burn because you have no oxygen. And a nuclear bomb in the atmosphere uses atmospheric pressure. First, you see the flash. You get hit by the bright light, which blinds anybody looking at it. Then you get hit with a heat wave, which if you're within a couple miles of the bomb exploding, you're instantly vaporized.
Yeah.
And then what causes the damage further out is if you see a nuclear explosion, you see trees leaning in, then leaning out. First, when the nuclear bomb goes off, it blows out. Then all of a sudden, the trees bend over 180 degrees toward the explosion because the explosion, the mushroom cloud going up, sucks a bunch of air from the ground level, and the winds change direction 180 degrees and are sucked up into the fireball that's the mushroom cloud. And that's what causes you damage. You have hurricane level wind, way past hurricane level winds, sometimes up to 200 miles an hour, slamming one way, slamming out, and then you got an equal number coming back in as the air gets sucked back into the fireball. So if it hits the front of your house with the high winds from the explosion, all of a sudden it hits the back side of your house as the air gets sucked back into the fireball. So your house is just splinters at that point. And that's why a nuclear bomb is so effective. You want to explode it about 10,000 feet over your target, because instead of hitting the ground and burying itself in the ground and exploding, it doesn't create that much surface damage. It exploded 10,000 feet in the air, and the ground gets all the impact of all the air 10,000 feet from the explosion. And it just, anything under it, it just flattens it. The air just comes straight down and flattens anything right under the bomb.
Wow.
And you know how to make a plutonium bomb, don't you?
Oh yeah, I got that in my back pocket.
Well, actually, the little boy was easier. You put enriched uranium. You put a ball of it at one end of the bomb. You build a plunger at the other end of the bomb, and you put more enriched uranium there. And what you do, you put some high explosive on the other side of your plunger from the uranium. And then you set that high explosive off, which sets your plunger out at thousands of miles an hour.
Okay.
Which pushes one piece of uranium into the other.
Okay.
And that huge impact vaporizes, of course, the uranium, which sets off your fission. Excuse me. Yeah, that's right, fission. Sets off the fission reaction because you got all these aggravated molecules spreading out, destroying other atoms, changing its atomic structure. And that in that moving around of all the protons, changing the atomic structure of all these atoms results in a nuclear explosion. Now, the way a
Very
plutonium
cool.
bomb works, that's a circular one.
How we go from making bombs,
This is
from
this is the
dreams to
one.
making bombs?
If you saw Oppenheimer, it's a round bomb.
Mm-hmm.
You put a sphere of plutonium in the center, and then you add probably a plastic type explosive, and you line the interior of a cylinder with these huge blocks of extremely high explosive shaped charges to explode inward. And then you put your wires on the outside to set off your explosives inside the sphere. So when all that high, extremely high explosive, military grade, obviously, explosions hit, it compresses the plutonium.
This is getting to be a chemistry
very
lesson.
hard metal, and it only compresses it so far before your plutonium explodes outward, creating your nuclear explosion.
Yeah.
It's not that complicated.
Not that complicated, just the fission and the plunger and the plutonium
what takes so long is you got to get all these sifters and your what do you call them? Where they spin it in a circle? Centrifuges. You got to get centrifuges that you put your uranium in that enriches it. You got to have it over 90% pure.
And they have that laying around, right?
Huh?
They have that laying around. You
right.
Can buy that you can buy that at Osh, right?
You can buy it from North Korea. They got some. Iran's got some. They struggle for a long time to get the centrifuges, and they're still struggling to build their first nuclear bomb, mainly because it takes so many centrifuges. And we dominate. Basically, the United States runs the world. We really dictate who can buy uranium, and so they've got to sneak uranium, and they got to sneak enough of it, and they got to buy centrifuges, and you got this certain kind of centrifuge that can process uranium, and we know who sells those, and we stop them from selling to your country. So it makes it very hard. But basically, you centrifuge the uranium until you get you're well over 90% pure uranium, and then you can either make the jam bomb, which is little boy, where they jam the uranium together, or you can work with uranium ore, create you another element, which is artificially created, plutonium. You can make that, makes a more powerful bomb, but then you've got to buy all the high explosive and be able to set them all off at once. And you got to have enough plutonium. You got to have, if you got less, if it's too small of a ball, it's a fizzle. And if you put it together wrong, it's a fizzle. And then if you drop it on New York, you're just going to knock out about 6 or 7 city blocks. Okay. You're not going to destroy the whole city.
Are you back yet, Johnny?
Should I turn on my front lights so the guys in the black cars can find my house so I can be arrested and carted off now that I've put out nuclear secrets to the world?
How'd we get off from dreams to making bombs?
Now you know how I could figure out how to build a space station.
Yeah.
Space station's easy compared to a nuclear bomb.
Well, it has been fun, but I am going to have to get going. Otherwise, I'm never going to get gone here and things. So I'm going to have to call it a night.
Janie, on Facebook, send me a friend request.
We are friends.
We are friends?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or
Good.
maybe you never accepted it. I'll check. But I think we're friends on Messenger at least. I'll check on Facebook. Thanks, Johnny.
I appreciate you stopping by and staying with us for 7.5 hours or so, or however time you've been here. Because we have done a 7.5 hour show, so this one's going to be talked about for a while. When my boss Ted finds this he lives in upstate New York. When he tries to pull this show off of Facebook, because the way he does it, it's you see, I send it to 3 places: my Facebook page, the radio's Facebook page, and my YouTube channel. It loads into his Facebook page. He pulls it off of Facebook. It's also it puts it into and sends it from the Facebook group to the WLFEDB site,
Mm-hmm.
and he pulls it off there and sends it to Spotify. Can you see this man's face when he's used to pulling an hour and a half, 2 hour show off? He's got 8.5 hour video. He's got to pull off and post on Spotify.
I can't even send over a 5-minute video. I don't know how he's going to do 7 hours.
Yeah, I have trouble pulling a 5-minute video off of Messenger and Facebook.
Yeah, so 7 hours is going to be, he's going to be talented.
He's going to be talking bad about me the next few days. What the hell did you make an 8-hour show for? Don't you sleep?
Well, it was my first time on, and we had to make it memorable. So.
Well, I've had a lot of fun.
Yes.
It seemed like we just got started.
Yes. Talked about a lot of stuff tonight.
Yes, we did. We covered a lot of dream space, got a lot of scientific data. And of course, you see that I don't mind discussing economics and scientific stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Got training in both. My wife is a graduate of the University of Chicago. She graduated one of the top high schools in Chicago as a member of the Honor Society. She also graduated from the University of Chicago, which is an Ivy League education. It ranks right up there with Yale and Harvard. But it's where Obama went to school, and he taught. He gave a constitutional law course at the University of Chicago, and that's where he met his wife, because his wife's the graduate of the law school at Chicago University. That's where the two of them met. That's where him and Michelle met. Was and a link to what we've been talking about tonight. If you watch Oppenheimer, I highly recommend watching that movie.
Okay.
They talk about going to Chicago in the Manhattan Project. The reason they go to Chicago, because the first operating nuclear pile where they heated up uranium for the first time and made an operating nuclear power, yes, Oppenheimer, you got it right, was in Columbia. They called it Pile 1. It was your first nuclear generator. They also made Pile 2, which was the second one. And they basically come up with a lot of research that Oppenheimer turned into a bomb. Gale's first dorm at the University of Chicago was right next to where pile 1 was made operable. She says to this day, it's amazing that she doesn't glow in the dark, because she was right there in the room that has still got fake traces of radioactivity today. And she was, remember, she's over 60 now. They've torn those buildings down since, because they did have residual radioactivity in them from having pile 1 and pile 2 there at the university. And what do you do with the first nuclear reactor in the history of the world, and the second nuclear reactor in the history of the world? Well, you render them fairly inert, although they're still very, very radioactive. You go out to the woods south of Chicago, you dig a hole, and you bury them in the ground. And then when all the plants die around it, you say, look at this. The plants died. The trees are dying. Maybe we should put a fence around this area. So that's all there is. A small fence. And say, do not enter here radioactivity. And to this day, they that's all there is, keeping you from going to exactly where pile 1 and pile 2 are buried. And if you go in there with a Geiger counter, hopefully a suit, and I don't mean a coat and tie.
No.
You can still get traces of radioactivity at ground level where those two things are buried.
Wow.
Nothing grows there yet. and that's how my wife has to do with Oppenheimer and nuclear weapons. But she was right there in the same building where they come up with the design and built the first nuclear reactor on the planet.
Oh, wow.
University of Chicago. And of course, it's also the link to President Obama, because he was right there too. And knows all this history.
Okay, well, I am going to have to get going. I'm sorry. It's been a fun night.
It's been fun, but that just shows a link to Chicago, a link to Oppenheimer, and a link to President Obama. I guess that's probably why I have not been arrested yet. Wait a minute. He knows Jimmy Carter, and his wife kind of knows Obama. Wait a minute.
He's a good guy.
He's a good guy as long as he don't talk too much on StreamYard.
Yeah.
He talks too much on StreamYard, we got to go get him.
Your boss is going to love this show.
No, absolutely love this show.
Good night, Johnny.
Good night, Johnny.
Good to see you. Okay.
It was great to meet you, Amy. It's been fantastic talking with you. We'll have to do it again sometime. Maybe not as long.
Maybe not as long.
Maybe we can hold it to strictly dreams next time. So where we went was nightmares.
Where we went, yeah, it started out dreams and somehow went to nightmares and road destruction, and it kind of ended up in here.
Well, you can kind of see why I dream of combat.
I do now.
I'm kind of trained for it, and when you've been around as much military as I have, I worked at Fort Benning many times. Been around soldiers since the late 70s.
See, those kind of details is what I needed in the beginning.
Mm-hmm. I went to the college I went to was Troy, but I did not go to Troy, Alabama for the school. I was there at Fort Benning. 3 years and a quarter I spent going to school during the week at Fort Benning, Georgia. Now Fort Moore. Mm-hmm. I'm not sure Ted's going to think about that, but maybe he'll forgive me for this. But
he can cut it down if he wants to.
I think that's why some of my dreams end up going very, very military.
Yes.
Even though I've never been in combat myself, I've never been hunting a human with a gun. Hopefully, I never will. But I'm trained to do so, and there's a lot of KKK roaming around Arkansas.
Oh no.
What I did, I had places I could go buy a shotgun. I wanted to get a 12 gauge shotgun pump. So instead of ordering it from Walmart or somewhere like that, I went to the local gun shop, pawn shop, and got one they had. So everybody, by that afternoon, by evening, everybody in town knew I just bought a 12 gauge shotgun. I scared everybody in the gun store. I said, "Hey, let me see that AR-15." So they handed me an AR-15. I took it and held it military style, tucked it into my shoulder, aimed it toward the corner of the ceiling and the wall, and said, "Oh yeah, this is nice." And it was standing there like I was one with the weapon. Time I laid my hands on it, dead silence. My wife was in the background watching the guys. She wasn't paying any attention to me. She was watching the guys, and they froze with their mouths hanging open. And me holding an AR-15 like I'm a fully trained soldier holding an assault weapon in combat.
Wow. Okay. I am going to have to get going. We got to listen to that story again sometime.
Yeah. We'll have to, Chris has not heard what I've told you tonight. And we'll have to repeat it for him.
He can watch the 7-hour replay. It'll be all right.
Yeah, plenty of time. Okay. It's been really fun. It's been great. Good night.
Good night.
Sleep. I wish you well or whatever you're going to do today.
I got to get my hair done, but we'll see now.
Okay.
If I'm awake for it. All right.
You take care of yourself. We'll see you around the internet.
Thank you. And thank you for having me on.
Thank you for being here. All right. Now is the time. Well, good night to you. Hopefully we'll see you again and be talking to you later. It's been 7 hours and 40 minutes. This has almost been an 8-hour show. Good gracious alive. Does time fly when you're having fun? Bones. Wake up. Bones is trying to sleep on me. Doggone it, Bones. Get us out of here. Please. If you listen on YouTube, which I don't think anybody is, they were listening on Facebook, send me a friend request. We're not friends. And you can hear all of our content, all the shows that I put on through Facebook. Some of them I put on through the Southern Fried Paranormal podcast page, which is what most of the people tonight were watching. Other shows that I may not associate with WLFE, I post on my main Facebook page. But my regular show on Thursdays are sent through WLFEDB.com. You can watch them there. And they are gone from poor Ted posting an 8-hour show. Well, post them on Spotify and all of the other podcast networks. So this show will be shown in full. Maybe somebody's on a long drive. He wants to tune in an 8-hour show to listen to it. Good gracious, they can listen to this one. They listen to my mouth run for 8 hours. Anyway, Bones, get us heck out of here. I got to close my eyes at least for tonight. Good night, everybody. Like I said, if you're on Facebook, like, share, subscribe. If you're on Facebook, send me a friend request. If you're on WLFEDB.com, tell Ted I'm sorry. But you got to post this show. Good night, Ted. Say good night, Ted. And I saw your karaoke singing in the club. Keep your day job. All right. He's going to shoot me for that one. Anyway, good night, everybody. Bones, play the outro.
Thanks for watching our show. Be sure to tune in to next week as once again we journey way down south into Bayou Country for another heaping portion of Southern Fried Paranormal with Len Dorman and Bones. Make sure to like, share, and follow. Y'all come back now. You hear?